Welcome. It's 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 an unprecedented Friday. We are planning to participate in this game jam, Inkjam 2021. Um, I'm very nervous about this. I haven't done a game jam before. I haven't used Unity in a bunch of years. This is using a game engine called Ink, which is for narrative games. We'll take a look at that in just a bit. Haven't really used that very much before either, besides messing around with it a little bit this weekend. So our big plan is to go in, try to make something. Will it be good? No. I think this is going to be primarily an exercise in keeping scope small. So let's see. Let's actually write up what we want to do here. I think it would be helpful to have an agenda. So let's just go text edit is what I want to do this in. Oh, do I have to keep OBS highlighted or the chat goes away? That's a nightmare. Okay, what if I put chat over here? What if I put chat on this other monitor? Still? What's the point of that? Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's see if we can fix this real quick. Lock UI. Does that work? That does not work. I need to be able to watch. Why would they make it like that? Let's do a quick Google for. It's gonna be really chilled out today. We're planning to go till 10 p.m. So we're taking it real slow, real easy today. So let's say OBS Mac. Chat disappears. Bam, ba, bam, ba, bam. Has disappeared. Reconnect. Let's see if we can find this out. Chat disappearing with studio. Oh look, it started -7 minutes ago. This thing. How do I make this not disappear? That's what I need to know. Let's actually maybe close it. Oh, if I put it over there, that kind of works. If I put it in OBS, it's a little weird. I got to look all the way over here to see chat. But maybe that's fine. Wow, OBS on Mac. We're on the Mac side, obviously. You're looking at it. OBS on Mac, gotta say, not as good as OBS on Windows. Not seemingly a priority for them. And how do can I... Okay, what if we bring up chat again? Let's just try to do view, docs, chat. Don't be stuck here. I guess it's fine. I really don't want chat to be there. How do we free this from this UI now that it's here? It's stuck. It's trapped forever, but it also doesn't expand when the window changes sizes. Okay, I guess we're leaving it like that. It'll be a little bit of a struggle, but that's fine. Cool. So, Inkjam. Yeah, we don't have a prompt yet. So what we're gonna do real quick is let's just come up with an agenda, and let's make this text way bigger than that. So our agenda for today. This is just what we want to get done today. We're planning to go till 10 p.m. This game jam is going until Sunday at 3 p.m. You can see that here. We are going to August 30th at 3 p.m. Wait. Is that Monday? August 30th. Please, just tell me it's Monday at 3 p.m. We have an extra day to do this than I expected. We're still going to plan to try to do this in 2 days. But that is funny. I thought everything was going to be due on Sunday. There you go. Okay, so our agenda for today. What we want to do on this stream today. Number one, we want to check out the prompt. Ground rules. Then we're going to see the prompt. So we're going to look at what the prompt is. After that, we're going to say, God, I want that chat to be in a different view. Let's finish this, and then we'll mess with chat more. After that, somewhere in here, we're going to try to fix chat, ? We'll also, maybe we could just pull up the, why don't we just do it like this? No. Can I just do twitch.tv? Just pull up the Twitch thing? No. Piotr Bizzle /chat? Like that? And just have chat that way? And then we get rid of it in OBS? I think that's the move. It doesn't look as good, but at least it doesn't disappear when I click away. And OBS is still looking weird, but we'll just make that work. Cool. Okay, so on agenda, we fixed chat. We did it. One thing done already. So we'll see the prompt. We'll see what the prompt is for this. We're going to review our tools. Just see everything that we're working with today. I think then we're going to ideate. We're going to brainstorm is probably a better way to say that. So we're going to try to come up with ideas for our little game that we're going to make in just a couple of days here. It's a 72-hour game jam. We're going to try to do it in 24 hours of stream time over the next 3 days. So we'll brainstorm, and then the goal for today, the thing that will be like, okay, we did a good job, we can call it and feel like we've done a thing here, will be to stand up a terrible slice. So this is not even going to be a total prototype. It's just going to be like, here's kind of our engine or whatever working. Okay, so cool. So ground rules first. Let's make a new window for our ground rules. So please be bigger. Ground rules. Ground rules. Okay, so these are guiding principles for the project we're going to make this weekend that are just going to help us to not go totally off the rails. I think this is mainly going to be an exercise in containing scope, especially since there's so much that I don't know how to do that we're going to be learning kind of on the job, as it were. And so our ground rules are going to be mostly about trying to make this thing small. So, number one, if it looks bad, that's fine. That's fine. We don't care. If we make a game and it plays good but it looks bad, we would consider that a success. Ground rule number 2, or second hyphen, we'll say no sound. No sound. Don't even worry about it. That's something that in previous projects I've tried to do. Sound design, music, all of these things are really just not a skill set that I have. And so we're going to say our project will be quiet. We're going to try to make a game that people will play in their browser anyway. We'll hope that those people are not playing with sound. Will it make our project worse? Yes. If we really love the thing that we make, maybe we can come back later and put some sound in. Other ground rules. So we'll look at it in a second when we do when we review our tools up there. These are great. This is a great agenda. But Ink is really, so the game jam is all about using this game engine Ink. Ink is all about building kind of narratives, and it's good for if you're building like a visual novel or an adventure game or something like that. However, we're going to say it's not just a visual novel. So there has to be some other kind of gameplay, something else that we're doing besides just clicking through. So I don't, for instance, want to just build a little visual novel with graphics over it. It's not going to be that. We got to do something else. Are these our ground rules? Do we have anything else? Have fun. And, of course, no shoes. On the couch. Okay. Couch. Great. Thank you. Okay, so we've got our ground rules as well. This is good. This is progress. We're moving along. We're flying through this. Okay, so that's already our first thing done on our agenda. So we can just put a little check mark next to that. How do I do a check mark? We'll do like this. Bam. We're done. Great. See the prompt. Okay, so let's find out what our prompt is. So again, like I said, we know that this game jam is all about using Ink. We know that we're allowed to use Unity. We've got kind of set up. We'll do that when we review our tools in just a second. But we don't actually know what the prompt is, so let's find out. Bam, submissions open from August 27th to August 30th. Welcome to the 4th edition of Inkjam. The theme is, you'll think of something. Is that it? It's not a joke? Hello, everybody. Time has finally come. Ba 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 ba. Can I see this whole thing? I'll cut to the chase and announce this year's theme. You'll think of something. You'll think of something. And now a few game jam advices I always like to give. Keep a decent sleep and meal schedule. Try not to scope too large a project. Yeah, we're going to try to keep this real small. If when you scope too large a project, don't be afraid to cut parts out of it. I hope you have a good weekend. Good luck. Don't overwork yourself. Cheers. Let's report this son of a gun. No, you'll think of something. Okay. You'll think of something. You'll think of something. Our theme is you'll think of something. So we'll say, see the prompt. And we'll write, you'll think of something. Bam, that's our prompt. We got it. So we got our ground rules. That's done. We've got our prompt. You'll think of something. Perfect. That looks much better when it's super long like that. Let's review our tools. So the first thing that I want to go over is Ink. I think Ink is very cool. It's basically, let's actually do a new project. So I'll show you what it looks like when I bring up something totally new. So basically what Ink is going to let us do is it's a scripting language that is for writing an adventure game or writing like a visual novel. We already said this a little bit. But you'll be able to write different scenes, you'll be able to write different choices and have them go to different places. And the really cool thing is their compiler here, their IDE that they've made for it, will let us play through our game, basically as we're making it. And we can jump around, go back and forth and everything else, and that's very handy. So I want to show you a game that I made this weekend as a warm-up, as a start. So here's our story.inc. from when I was messing around with it this weekend, and we'll talk through what some of this does. So we start at the hub. So this is what this first line is saying, is go to the scene called the hub, or the knot is what they call it. Here's that knot. Here's the hub. You really, really need to go through the big doors, but a guard stands in front of them looming. Elsewhere, there is a floating key. You can see this says hub, hashtag hub. So the game lets us put little tags on these lines. When we actually get text for the game from Unity, we won't see those tags when we're getting the text. However, we can retrieve them kind of separately from this text. And so, for instance, when I was doing this here, I was like, okay, maybe these tags are going to tell us like what to illustrate on the screen. I was imagining like we'd have like a slideshow or something. I didn't end up putting it all together, but imagining we'd have a slideshow or something, and these would be like the names of our different slides, like a visual novel almost. Okay, so we want to go through the big doors. A guard stands in front of them looming. Elsewhere, there's a floating key. You can see we have two options. We can go to the big doors or go to the floating key. Both of these we can write in with little plus signs. And you can see if we choose one of these, we can go to another one of these knots here is what they're called. So we can go to big doors or floating key. You'll notice this one here has this little bit of logic in front of it, not take key. This is really one of the cool features of the language. So it's going to keep track of all of the knots that we've seen. And so if we've never been to this knot called take key, then this option will appear. However, once we do go there, this option won't appear anymore. What else is notable? These plus signs mean that this prompt will appear over and over every time we come back to the scene. These little stars mean that it will get used up when we first use it. So let's go to the big doors. Let's do that first. You're standing right in front of the big doors, but a guard blocks the way. And you can see we put a little hashtag here for doors to maybe tell our program to draw some doors for us. And we've got our dialogue options. These are going to be similar. You'll see kind of like this. There's the dialogue option that isn't appearing here because we haven't met the conditions for it yet. So we'll say, it's super important for me to go through these big doors. May I please? Literally, no, you may not. It's my whole job to stop people from going through these big doors. Angry doors. So this is another picture we draw. Please. No way. Maybe we should make this bigger. Can I do that? Oh, fantastic. So again, we get more options. We're down here now. Why are you guarding these doors, though? It's my whole job, and I need this job for real. I'm saving up my salary to buy a nice key. Okay, so now we know the guard needs the key. We back away quietly. You really need to go through the big doors, but a guard stands in front of them, looming. Elsewhere, there is a floating key. So we know he wants a key. We'll go to the floating key. Kind of weird, but there's a floating key here. So you basically get how it works. You can probably guess where our little demo story is going. It's not very long. We're going to pick up the key. We're going to give it to the guard. He's going to let us through. That's the whole thing. So the requirement for this game jam is that this engine, this scripting language, has to be used in it. And so you could, release basically, I think we can export a game like this that will play on the web, like this kind of right-hand column here. That's not our plan for this game jam, though. So instead, we're going to be using Unity. I don't have a lot of experience with Unity or with C#. I have been desperately trying to learn these things this week. Basically, we're going to make it a 2D game. Oh, let's put that in our ground rules. We'll say maximum 2 dimensions because I just don't want to deal with depth. So we're not going to. Maximum 2 dimensions. So we've got our Unity 2D project. It's reloading its scripts. There are none, but that's fine. It thinks it's doing things. Does it have scripts? We installed the Ink Unity integration into this. So we can look at an example that they gave us of how that can work. So on this right-hand side here, you can see basically the way that they're going to use Ink is they'll create this thing here, which is going to be nope, it's down at the bottom probably. Yeah, this Ink JSON asset and a story. And so you can see when their script loads, they start the story. So they're creating a new object called the story from their Ink JSON asset. The story is coming from ink.runtime. And basically what they're going to do is you can call this method story.canContinue. It will tell you if there's more text to come out of your story. If there is, they get it. Then they do some little cleanup stuff to it. And basically they do this create content view. Where is, I mess with this a little bit. The create tag view stuff is mine. If we look at, so this create content view is going to first display the text of their story, and then they're going to render buttons for each of the choices. And so you can get those from story.currentChoices. So basically what they've got is a few methods that are just going to link in and let us kind of get this information out of the story. Basically, what text is up here, what tags there are, what choices we have. All of this we can get from the API. A cool thing that we can do kind of in the opposite direction, so we can have the story run all this logic and tell us basically where to go. We can also, from the API, tell the story to jump to a particular knot. And so I think probably a way that we're going to want to structure this is to write scenes, which are like whole, and then have our game direct us to different scenes. So basically the Unity game will control the flow to tell us what big scene to go at. Like maybe we'll do a little bit of gameplay, go to the scene, but then the actual, then when we go to a new scene, we'll hand control over to the story, and the Ink story will like control the logic for a little while. That's sort of my idea, is that they'll be passing control back and forth. Other options, another reasonable option would be just to let this do all of the story, and maybe like the tags hand off control back to the game and say like, so like a way we could do this is we could say, okay, there's going to be story parts and then there's going to be other gameplay parts, and we'll do story until we see some tag that tells us to do the other gameplay part. We do the other gameplay. When it finishes, we pick up where we left off in the story. Maybe the result of the gameplay implicitly chooses one of these choices that's available for us. I'm not sure yet. I think I like the idea of having each scene be kind of self-contained. But we'll find out. Cool. Any other tools that we want to review? In terms of graphics tools, I have Sprite. There's a new version available. I don't want to do this right now, though. It's fine. So we can draw sprites in this if we want to do little sprite graphics. I think that might be fun. Otherwise, we have a very old version of Photoshop on this machine. We could use that. We could use a very old version of Photoshop if we so desired. I don't really know how to use this tool very well. I've done it before. Let's just... No, I can't draw on here. This does not... Is this a forbidden move? Why? What if I draw with orange? That works. Oh, this is just clear. It looks black. Don't be deceived. Black is clear. Orange is orange. So we could draw like our little face. Beautiful. It's a ghost. That's an option. The other thing is we could just use an old version of Photoshop, depending on which way we decide to go. Cool. Any other tools we need to review? We'll spend a lot of time probably setting up Unity at the beginning when we actually get into kind of writing our game. But I think that's all we got to do for the moment. So good. So we've reviewed our tools. Yes? We've done it. We're flying through. Now we got to brainstorm. This part, I have no idea what we're going to do. Okay, so our prompt is, you'll think of something. I don't like this prompt. I'm going to say right away. But let's make our brainstorming document. We'll say it, brainstorming. This could be bigger, no? Brainstorming. Okay, so We've got our prompt. You'll think of something. You'll think of something. Okay, so we'll say that this is the prompt just because I demand it. I demand that we be that organized. Okay, so if the prompt is you'll think of something, what does that mean? So if we're in a you'll think of something, it's a desperate scenario. Desperate. That looks so wrong. Is that how you spell that word? It's a desperate situation, or one with no, it is wrong. I knew it. It's a desperate situation with an E in the middle, or one with no obvious way out. It's like, well, you'll think of something, right? This is like a last resort. Last resort. Ooh, last resort would be a good name for a game. What can we do? So we're in kind of a desperate situation. Improvisation is a word that we could use to describe what will happen in our game. You'll think of something. I kind of like that angle. So what if we're like taking random stuff and like jury rigging it all together to solve our problems? So we'll say MacGyvering. MacGyvering could be a theme of our game, where like you strap together a bunch of things and it creates a success. Other things that could happen in our game, using what you have. I mean, that's kind of the same as MacGyvering. Using what you got. You'll think of something. You'll think of something also. You'll think of something that's part of a conversation, right? So somebody is saying that probably to you. You'll think of something. And what they're placating you, right? We'll say placating or reassuring us. But the suggestion is that also we might be self-reliant. We'll say because you are self-reliant. Reliant. Bam. So you'll think of something. You'll figure it out. What are times in life when you might say you'll think of something? Like if somebody is running out of money, or running out of time. Hello, in audio only mode. I don't need visuals, do I? We're just talking right now. You won't need visuals for the moment. I'm literally writing the things that I say in a big text document, so I think you're probably okay. So Rango, so we got our prompt for this game jam. The prompt is, you'll think of something. That's it. That's all we got. You'll think of something. So some things that we've been like brainstorming on is like, that suggests that there's like a desperate situation. There's a situation with no obvious way out. It gives me ideas of like doing MacGyver stuff where like we have like a bunch of random crap. And it's like, I have this big problem. You'll think of something. And it's like, I know, I'll tie this this lighter to my shirt and set it on fire in order to create a signal flare or whatever. What's the prompt? I didn't hear. The prompt is, you'll think of something. You'll think of something. That's it. That's all we get in terms of our prompt. I also found out we technically have another day to do this, more than we thought. But that's fine. We'll still plan to try to finish by Sunday. So some other ideas is that's something that you might say to somebody who's like running out of money. If it's like, we need to make money to pay the rent. And it's like, well, you'll think of something. You'll think of something to do it. Or if you're running out of time, maybe. If it's like, oh my God, we got to have this thing ready before X, Y, or Z time, before some kind of a deadline. I don't know how we're going to do it. Don't worry about it. You'll think of something. How do we turn this into a gameplay? How do we turn this into a game? And how do we also turn this into a game with kind of adventure gamey, conversation-y, story-y elements that can be scripted well in Inkjam? God, that's a question. So what if... I like this idea of we're running out of time. What if we're running out of time to pay rent? What about thinking of something? Like we think up objects? Oh, I like this. Thinking objects that interact in organic ways into existence. I got you. So like I think of something, like I'm manifesting things that I think of in order to help me out in this. So like an extreme example would be something like Scribblenauts, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense to me. All right, let's write that down. So we'll say thinking things. I kind of like that because it takes the prompt, which is very sort of non-literal, and makes it a little bit literal in a way that I think is cool. So we'll say thinking things into existence is what we're gonna write down. Let's think. What else could we do? We could. I like that actually. We need to work out the limits though. Yeah, that's definitely going to be a big thing. Is we've got to keep the scope of this small. So what if we limit to things that you're prompted to do? So what if like okay, so let me pitch you an idea. All right, we have some kind of puzzles or problems in game. Okay, damn, what terminal color scheme we got? Looks good. This is just Notepad. Back here we have custom. I think this is Grover is the name of this. With the Emacs C# thing. What's up, Unwisebird? Okay, sorry. So my prompt from Rango's idea is, okay, so you've got puzzles or problems in game that are like adventure game problems, and we need to like interact with the world in some way. We have at the same time some kind of an ongoing dialogue with like our consciousness, our subconscious, or some kind of voice in your head, or voice in head, or fairy godmother, or whatever. All right. And the outcome of those dialogues that we have will be like, oh my God, like, pretend you have a genie with you, right? And it's like, oh my God, Mr. Genie, I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to solve this problem. And the genie says, well, what if we had something like this? And you like negotiate with the genie, all right? And then finally he's like, well, listen, I can't make you this big, a key, but I do have this, I don't know, what's something that would, this antelope that I can get you. And we manifest an antelope and it blasts through the door or whatever. I don't know. I think just the touch and click style puzzle is boring. Try and come up with like organic moments where it's based on how stuff interact. Then again, this idea doesn't seem hard to pull off UI wise. Yeah, I guess the question is if we were doing it that way where it's just clicking, if we were doing it, yeah, the way that I'm describing where it's just like clicking through like an adventure game, we could probably write that whole thing in Ink. Because we could write that whole logic there. But I think that you're right, that we would want like a better example of a fix would be like getting a big piece of wood and we using it as a bridge in the world, and we like platform over the piece of wood or something, right? So that it's, yeah. But you wouldn't want it to just be like a piece of wood. It would be like, oh, I need this petrified snake or whatever, and you walk across the petrified snake. Yeah, I think that's one of our, Rango, you weren't here for it at the very beginning, but one of our ground rules is it's not just a visual novel. So yeah, I think that you're right, that I want to try to go beyond just being like a basic adventure game. Even if the other gameplay is really simple. Let's think about this. Let's look at this some more. You'll think of something. Manifesting objects, I feel, is undermined if it's just adventure game style. Yeah. Oh, I already read that potentially. Yeah. Right. So we want to like think of something in the world. Can we also? So another idea that I have is like getting things and kind of slapping them together, but it needs to interact through text. Probably. Yeah. So a cool example of not interacting through text using the Ink engine, we played the game, and I don't think we can be this ambitious, but we played the game Pendragon earlier this year, which was kind of like it was a tactics game, but it was almost like chess, like moving pieces around on a grid. And so you would have conversations with people in the world, but the way that you moved your character would like be choosing a prompt, basically. So like somebody would say something to me, and if I advance my character in an aggressive way, they'll respond to it and like pull out a sword and have like a line of dialogue that's like, "How dare you? I told you to back off. This is your last warning," or whatever. So there's ways that we can basically give these prompts. Where's Ink? If we looked at like these prompts, we can choose one. Like, we don't have to show these prompts to people all the time. There are two choices. There were 4 lines of content, right? you could put in like you know, I don't know, some kind of choice data that only the computer would understand, right? You could be like, you know, if we were playing our game, you could be like advance. If we were playing Pendragon, advance. Okay, they don't like me to use brackets. No, they do. They're fine with it. Or retreat, right? And we could not show these to the player. We could instead just show them to the program. So that, yeah, we could do Breath of the Wild's test of concept in Zelda 1 style thing of interacting objects in simple ways on a 2D plane. I like this idea. Breath of the Wild's test of concept in Zelda 1 style. This seems like a big... I see. So interacting objects in simple ways on a 2D plane. So do you mean like... I mean, one of the cool things about using Unity is if we wanted to do something that's like physics-based, as long as we're okay with it being a little bit janky, we could probably do it. In, you know, you could probably, like, in Unity, we could slap on simple physics onto things. I think. I've done this before. We can give things gravity and make them bounce off of each other and stuff. They actually tried to do that in Breath of the Wild development to test concepts they quickly tried in a kind of Zelda 1 remake. Oh, interesting. So they, like, did a 2D version. That makes a lot of sense to me, to try out, like, stuff that they wanted to put into the big Breath of the Wild. The big Breath of the Wild, into the actual game. What if maybe we should start there. Do you want to start with just making a little character that we can move around and control? Do we want to commit to being some kind of a top-down, like a Zelda 1 game graphical style? Or, I guess, perspective. We could do that. Or just do it as something to try to dip our toes in, like, Unity real quick while we figure out how to get started. While we think more about ideas. I like this, yeah. I like this idea of having like Breath of the Wild, you can run around and gather random looking ingredients and cook them and try to sell a meal so you can afford your rent. This I like. Yeah, okay, let's write this down. So we'll say, you've got to pay the rent. I like this element. We've got this kind of top-down Zelda 1 concept. Okay, so we'll say, you got to pay the rent. You got to pay the rent. You are a chef. You are a chef. You need ingredients. Run around collecting ingredients to try to make food to pay the rent. I think objects before character, because then we can make our character around the concept. I love this. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so, and we could do, like, we could get something and be like, I don't know if this is supposed to be an ingredient or something that I use in the world. Like, you get a pizza and you use it to cover up a manhole cover so you can walk over it. That's a ridiculous idea. We're not going to do that one, but we will write it down just in case. We'll say a pizza is the same shape as a manhole cover. just so we remember. A man who manifests objects, but manifests certain objects under different foods. Oh, okay, so maybe when we eat foods, we manifest objects, is an idea. So, like, okay. So let's start with, I think, let's keep this on these kinds of, I think this is enough as a concept. We got to pay the rent. You're a chef. We got to make these meals. Maybe we're eating some of the ingredients, maybe we're using some of the ingredients, but whatever we're doing is improvised in terms of like the meals that we cook, and maybe there's somewhere that we turn them in. We know that we want this kind of, let's write this down too because it's actually important. We'll say like a top down. We'll write Zelda 1 perspective. I kind of like that too. I think we could literally do like screen shifting around. So let's reverse a linked list. Okay, yeah, we'll reverse a linked list. Is it doubly or singly linked? Probably singly linked, right? I guess if it's doubly linked, that's too easy. Okay. Giant Spatula, welcome. This is the, let me catch you up. Our prompt is, you'll think of something. Our idea is, we are a chef who's got to pay the rent. He's got to do it. He has no ingredients. He's totally broke. So he's got to run around town from a top-down Zelda 1 style perspective, gathering ingredients to try to make food to sell to pay the rent. Okay, if we do the chef concept, one request. Make every object have a use in cooking and in the world. I like that. Yes. We'll say ingredients. Ingredients can be deployed in cooking and the world. Like a chili to speed yourself. Oh, I got you. So like I can eat it. Yeah. So I can eat it. Or maybe, and we'll say maybe you can eat them in cookie. Did I write in cookie in the world? In cooking and the world. Okay, so in terms of things that we would have to do for this, I guess, do we want there to be like like NPCs that we talk to? I guess at least somewhat we could. We could make like pretty minimal use of ink depending on how we do it. So we know we need to move around in 2D, right? 2D, top down. We should be able to code that up hopefully right now. Let's say also screens slide when you go to the edge. So we'll wear our Zelda inspiration. So we dropping the other concepts? We're not right now. I'm just trying to think of like what we can code up now just to get started, so we have like something running in Unity. And I think we can lock in these other concepts kind of as we're doing this. We can keep thinking about these. But maybe I think the genie we might drop the genie. Maybe there's a genie. Maybe there's a genie. Maybe a character is secretly a genie and he won't admit to it. So screen slide around when you go to the edge. We need some kind of cooking. So we'll write cooking with 4 question marks. How does cooking work? Maybe cooking is the conversation. Do we write cooking is a conversation? Question mark. We'll also do NPCs. Question mark, question mark, question mark. And then we could have conversation be a conversation. I like this idea of cooking potentially being done through the adventure game, like visual novel engine. Could be pretty surreal if it's like, okay, I'm envisioning in my mind, I want to cook a nice upside down cake. And then like we negotiate with the upside down cake what ingredients we're going to put in it to make it like come to life. It's like, I don't know, that's unhinged. We can think about it. You lost your job because of the pandemic. You got to make rent. You go to the forest in the backyard, forage in the forest, try to produce edible dishes for your random customers with no skill or cooking background. You level up as you get better? Oh, that's a good question too. Do you level up? Level up? Don't starve cooking. We just steal it? I like this idea. Ooh, I like cooking through a conversation. It seems weird, but it would be funny if all the dishes had like a personality. And like, maybe, can you be, okay, what if we have like, we have a cookbook, but it doesn't have the recipes or something. So we're like looking at a magazine and like looking at the pictures of food that we want to make, but we don't know how to make it. And so the dishes that we could make, or maybe we do, but we just don't have the right ingredients or something. The dishes that we could make are the NPCs, are the characters. Like the cake is a character. The pizza that we want to make is a character. Oh, but one thing, does this really speak to the jam prompt? You'll think of something. That's fair. We are getting a little bit far away from it. When you present your dish, you got to convince your customer to eat it through conversation. I like that. So the NPCs could be customers, dishes, convince customer through conversation. Okay. Wait, idea. We don't feed people. The dishes are our NPCs. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like we're trying to cook Yeah, you're trying to cook the dish. It's a weird idea. It's a weird idea to be like, the food that you haven't cooked yet is the NPC that you're talking to while you're trying to cook it. But I think it could be, good. Cook yourself some friends, lol. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let's I think this is enough for us to crack into Unity a little bit. Let's just do this first part first. Move around in 2D, top down. We're going to do it in Unity. We're going to make it happen. And yeah, we can think about these other things at the same time. So we're in Unity. Let's do it. So this is the way that I saw other people set up their project, okay? They add an empty game object at the top, and they make everything else a child of this game object. Then we add components to this. So also Unity prefabs are something, but I don't know what they are. Other things we could do, we could write a sample conversation. Let's do that. Okay, so let's do to-dos, okay? We're going to come up with our agenda. So we brainstormed. Now we have to stand up a terrible slice. And brainstorming is ongoing. We're not really done. It's just we're taking a break from it for the moment. So to make our terrible slice, we need to move around in 2D. We need screens that slide. Screens that slide. Wait, idea. The dishes get personality traits depending on ingredients. We can use the ink engine well with that. Oh, nice. We could do like if you put in different ingredients, it changes. Yeah, it changes the way that they react. It changes their personality. So like you have like a cake and then you put in like a jalapeno pepper and now it's like very, very saucy with you. Instead of set text, the text matches depending on the ingredients. We can do that to some extent. We got to be careful to not, because if you look at like the sample story that we had, that I wrote before, so you can make prompts conditional based on what you've seen so far. So we could make like, we've got this one here that says like, if you've been to the take key message and the motive message, then this option appears to give the guard the floating key. So like we can change dialogue based on things that we've seen or things that we've said, pretty easily. The trick of it is the number of like special interactions would probably be pretty small because, that basically blows up exponentially if we try to like alter it based on every little thing. But I think a fun thing to do would be have like base text that they're saying and alter it, little pieces of it based on the ingredients. Conditional sounds perfect to this. Yeah. So like you can see here, this is a really simple example, but like, or they have an example in their documentation. Let me find it. So if we go to the ink documentation, they show a good example where like the way that you address somebody depends on variables and logic, depends on some variables, right? So here they say, not global variables. Yeah, so here they say the train jolted and rattled, and they've got this variable called mood, and they said if mood is greater than 0, then your character after that will say, I was feeling positive enough, however, and did not mind the odd bump. And otherwise you say it was more than I could bear. But they had a good example where like somebody was being addressed differently depending on like some things. Weaves are largely unaddressed. Let me see if I can find that example I was thinking of. Maybe not. Maybe I can't find it. It's fine. The point is we can change little pieces of dialogue depending on things. So we could like change a word or how, what the food calls us or something like that, based on what ingredients have gone in, and have like the same gist, but they say it to us maybe in a slightly different style. Cool. So we got screens that slide. So let's move around in 2D. We'll do that first, and then we'll swap to ink. We'll do a little bit. We'll do like a little bit returning to brainstorm between each of these. I just dropped something. So say move around in 2D, and then we'll go do a sample food conversation, and we'll just stand up a little one now just to see what it would look like. I'm in audio only mode. Remember. Okay. So our agenda will be moving around in 2D, write a sample food conversation. Maybe then we write screens that slide. Or maybe we don't. I think that can be a secondary thing. If tonight for our terrible slice, we just have one screen and we do like one food thing, I think that would be perfect. That may even be ambitious for the amount of time that we have. Okay, so let's go write some code. Unfortunately, now is the time where we have to write some code. Okay, so a cool thing we can do is, I don't know what a prefab is, but I think probably we'll want to use a prefab in the end. But for now, let's do it like this. We're going to create a 2D object. It's going to be a sprite. It's going to be a square. Our square is just going to be a white square. And with food is perfect to add berry bushes as a reference. We should have a part where they aren't quick, they all burn. Yes, let me write that down. This is a good idea. There will definitely be a berry bush reference. Berry bush reference. We'll write berry bush reference or else. Okay, so we mean business. Cool, so here's our little square. Let's actually draw real quick in Sprite. Let's just draw something so we can see what the front of our character is. So we're literally just going to draw a character who's like a white box with an arrow in the front. So here's our character, ready for our main character. This is really exciting. Remember, rule number 2, 3? No, rule number 1 is if it looks bad, that's fine. So we'll keep that in mind. So we're drawing our little square. This is not the way to do this. Is there a fill bucket? Is there... No, maybe this is the way to do this. No. Here we go. This is what I want. Filled rectangle. Bam. Filled rectangle. Bam. Cool. And we'll make our guy a little orange arrow. And that way we know where the front is. Great. That's not even in the middle, is it? Cool, because it's 16. So there's not 1 pixel. That's the middle. Bam. Here's our character. Orange arrow, the genie. Wait, idea. As time goes, challenges come and start to make ingredients harder to get, like floods or earthquakes or wildfires. Let's put in... I like this idea. Let's put in natural disasters. Let's put it up here. We'll say natural disasters raise the stakes. And we'll write stakes like S-T-E-A-K-S. It's Ong, the last airbender. Yeah, there he is. He's our beautiful Ong boy. Good point, actually. Yeah, we should fix that. You're right that it should literally be Ong. Aang? Do they say Aang in the show? Okay, hold up. He's got a blue arrow. I know his blue arrow points down. Our arrow points up. But we'll also have his eyes, his beautiful green eyes. This is not a good use of my time in this project that we are trying to do under a strict time limit. But it is what we're doing. Boom. There's our boy. We can just make flood like after a set amount of time. Water block goes here and destroys or turns off other object. Oh man, so is the game gonna punish you if you take too long to do stuff? Or not punish you, but like close off options. Okay, this is our boy. Here he is. If I save this to how do I do this without doxing myself? I guess I'm just gonna dox myself. Let's go to documents, Inkjam, assets, scenes. No, just put it in this top folder, and we're gonna call this. Actually, we need a new folder called resources, if I remember. Resources, and we will save this as my man. Bam. Yeah, maybe. Okay, I'm not against that. I'm not against that in theory, that idea. Okay, so we've got our resources, my man. So the good news is I wrote some code that was similar to this already. So what was the prompt again? The prompt is, this is good. Actually, we should keep revisiting this. The prompt is, you'll think of something. You'll think of something. Cool. So we wrote a script that was kind of similar to this before. So let's go to Unity. Let's make our script. So if we go assets, should we make a new C# script? Maybe we'll put it in a folder later. For now, let's just be degenerate and just put it right here. And we'll say this is top script. Top script? That's what we're calling it. Bam. Actually, natural disasters work well with that, as we must find a way after them. Yeah, they make it harder and harder. I do sort of like conceptually the idea that it starts out really small scale. Like it's like, oh my God, I gotta pay the rent. But it just like every time you get closer to paying your rent, you just get screwed over by another terrible thing happening. It's just like, oh no, now there's an earthquake. Now there's a big fire. Now there's a typhoon. Ugh. Okay, so our sprite, we should be allowed to put a graphic on this, no? Square. I want this to be resources, my man. Can I put that as sprite? How do I do this? I did this previously, so we can figure it out this way. Did you get a real mic? No, I'm just closer to the mic than I usually am. Does it sound better? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just that I'm closer to the mic. Because this is how it actually used to sound. So we had a big drop in sound quality when the camera first came on, because I'm sitting away from the mic now. And I'm like right up in it, which I think is just better. Okay. So, mercy. So our God, we made top script, right? So we can open this up. What's it going to be? An assets / top script. Bam. Okay, here's our script. And let's peek at this other one that we did just earlier that's going to help us do this. No, I was just admiring your homemade pop filter. Oh, yeah, it's brown. It's brown. It's brown. If I made it black, nobody would notice, but it's brown, so it's obvious. What if we scrap the cooking? We keep it simpler. Eat ingredients for effect or sell it. I kind of like the idea of we're being the chef. This is the wrong one. I wanted this to be scene 1. Bam. And this has sprites. Okay, cool. So we're going to put in, so check out this kind of cool thing that we can do in Unity. So we can go game objects. We'll go private. How do I want to do this? Game object. We'll say player sprite. Is this even the right way to do this? Should I be more specific? I think scrapping the cooking is good for time. We'll see. We're not married to it yet. I think though that's where our conversation system is though, right? Is like because we want to make sure that we're using ink. And I think that like I would rather do a really small version. I think we could do like a really small version where there's only like a few dishes that you cook or something. So it's just like a vertical slice. But we'll see. Okay, player sprite. What am I doing? Now is the test of can I program on stream? And it seems like no. Good. This is my really good script from before. So we can do, so it starts, so when the script starts up, we can do a new, we'll say our player sprite is a new game object. I think I should have just called it a sprite. Oh, no, I get it. Okay. We're good. It's a game object. We'll say this is the player sprite, so it needs a name. Then we say, please, mercy. We're literally just going to copy paste this code from the other side. Our player sprite dot add component. So we're going to add a new thing onto this new game object that we're adding to the scene. And it's going to be a sprite renderer, which is the thing that we want. So we're actually going to take that sprite that we added to our scene. I think we're going to take it out. Okay, and then we need a sprite renderer. And we could call this, let's call this player SR for player sprite renderer. We'll say it's player sprite. Hopefully this will come more naturally as we get more used to it. Dot get component. So we're getting so we've added the sprite renderer. Now we're getting it so that we can refer to it later. We also need a sprite. So we'll say our sprite, we can call this player texture maybe, because that's basically what this is going to be. We're going to do resources.load. So resources.load, if we have a folder named resources in our project, it'll pull the thing out of it. And so that's what we're going to do. And we're going to load a sprite. And it's going to be called, we've named these things badly, but we'll call it player texture. Wait, better idea. Okay, we can bargain, but then we need a whole cooking system, which takes time and makes it more complex for the player. We can bargain selling foods and idea for natural disasters and environmental changes. We bargain with the god for it. Wait, better idea. We bargain our meals to the god and decide our changes to the world, and one for paying rent to the god. We're paying, so wait, is the god our landlord also? I think let's wait and see. I actually I'm more sold on this idea of gathering up ingredients right now and using them to have like a conversation with the recipe that we're trying to cook versus having the system of environmental changes or like natural disasters. I think it could be funny to layer that second one on top of the first system, but I think I want to try to go. Let's just try it. We know that we're gonna have this top-down perspective, so let's write those controls real quick just so we can demo them and we can kind of move around, and then we can try writing a recipe and see if it's just like if it's total madness, then we can stop, and we can change our approach. But I just want to see what it would look like to script something like that up in Ink. And maybe that will let us know. I think that will give us a better idea of how reasonable it's going to be to try to do that in practice. Okay, so this is our player texture. We're naming things the wrong things because I don't know how to do this. So player SR is going to be... No. Player SR dot sprite. So the sprite that this sprite renderer has is going to be our player texture. We really are calling things the wrong name, and that's fine. So now what this should do, is when we run our game, it should put this little square into the world. And it might be very small because I think this is 16 by 16. So let's actually get rid of this square. We don't need this because we're gonna put one in. We have to add a component to this game object. So this top level game object that we have, we're gonna add a script to it, and that script is going to be our top script, which for some reason I capitalized. I now regret it. If we play our game, all of our code compiled, which doesn't, it just tells us that we didn't do anything horrendously wrong. Will we get a tiny little sprite? Nope. Okay, what did we do wrong? Player texture. When does this go into the game? Does it go into the game? Equals new game object, player sprite, add component. And this has top script. Think about it. We have hard decisions on how much we want to pay for different natural disasters, and for rent, we have to scale so player has control over pay and time. And what if we then, to keep it text-based, we have to help and decide to pay and do quests for others to save their asses? Let's try writing up scripts for a couple different things in Ink. I think Ink is pretty... I think I might be too ambitious, lol. That's honestly, that's what I'm thinking too. That's why I hesitate, I should say. Is I think that just like... going off and doing quests and stuff. I think we want to keep our game loop really, really simple for something like this. Although we can try it. I found that it's really quick to like prototype stuff up. What if the game was switched to Vim? Yeah, you don't like Emacs? JK. Oh, I love Emacs. Let's see. So why this does not work is what we need to know right now. So we've set our sprite to the texture. Did we name the texture the wrong thing? I bet we did. I bet this resource, if we look at it, is not called player texture. It's called my man. Yeah. I'm dumb. Because I named it my man for some demented reason. So the problem is there's no texture found. Can you zoom in, though? Yes. This is the amount I can zoom in. I think that's better. We can, zoom in so we can more effectively evaluate your code. Okay. That's good. Cool. How can I do this? Let's get rid of the terminal. Okay, can I do this live? Nope. Okay. Let's make this one be our top script that we're working on. And this one is going to be our one that we're looking at. And then we squish this down. Bam! How's that? Cool. I don't think we need the terminal. Okay, yeah, but I think the God loop is simpler than food NPCs. I can't comprehend how we realistically work food NPCs in different ways. Let's try writing one after this. Okay, so don't look at this nonsense code on this side. This was just me trying stuff. Here, we're loading the right resource now. Hopefully, this will kind of work. So our code is recompiling. I like Moom as a window manager. I have Moom. I don't have it installed on this computer for some reason. Okay, my man is a default asset. Let's see. My man, shoot, console. Installer deleted, blah, 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 blah. That's not relevant. Okay, let's make sure our code is getting called. So we can just do a print. Print, is this thing on? Quick gut check. Is this your iMac? This is the Mac side of the iMac, which I actually don't use very much. And let's put our console preferences to clear on play. So we'll get a fresh console every time. Is this thing on? Okay, we got there. We have player sprite. Player sprite does not have a sprite. Player sprite is a sprite renderer, but the sprite has not been set for some reason. Without chat, what would your idea be, Piotr? Without chat, I like the idea of, I want to write a conversation talking to a recipe that we're trying to cook. That sounds insane, and I really want to see what that even looks like. Yeah, I think the idea of running around and gathering things up in the world is like, feels doable, because we can make like the different panels and just have it be like a scavenger hunt for the things, for the ingredients. And so, like, if we do that, the world will be kind of minimally interactable at the start. But I think that's a good thing that we can, like, build off of. So I think that's what I'm thinking right now, is we have basically this scavenger hunt part and then this dialogue part. And if the dialogue is with our customers or if the dialogue is with the food, that's kind of where my head's at right now. We'll also have to write something for showing that dialogue. That's a good point. Okay, so why this doesn't work. So we've got our sprite. We have set this to player texture. So why it doesn't work? Oh, because this should be... What am I doing? What does add component sprite renderer? This is the get component sprite renderer. This is the player sr.sprite equals player texture. Another way we could test this is by passing in the sprite a different way rather than trying to load this resource. That might tell us if this is the problem, but this worked before. So what am I doing wrong? Player.sprite equals player texture. It could be... Okay, so I gotta go. If you want to test God, we have to go the ingredients at a certain place or time to sell our ingredients to God. We then pay to delay or stop different natural disasters, our different prices depending on the disaster. Then we have a scale of ingredients for the rent, which is a game over timer. I see. So the rent is more expensive than causing a typhoon to not happen. Unity doesn't have a debugger? It might. Well, so we can see the scene while it's running, right? So like, we can... I actually don't know if there's like a line-by-line debugger, though. Like, we can see that we made player sprite. That got created. We can see that it has a sprite renderer, but we don't see the sprite. .sprite is lowercase. .sprite is lowercase. Is my man somehow wrong? But I feel like then that line would cause an error, no? Error pause? But is the natural disasters in eating food for power-ups or using them agreed upon ideas? I would say that none of our ideas are really agreed upon at this point. We're still not really locked into anything. Okay, my player sprite. We load, we get the component, it's the sprite renderer. It's definitely the same as we added. We load this, we set the sprite to be player texture. So why this doesn't do what we want it to do? Let's look at this mono behavior, top script, player sprite. Well, yes and no. We have a scale to decide on how much rent we pay for time, but we need to constantly pay is the idea. Oh, I got you. Sprite file's in the right directory, has read, write, etc. That's a good call. Let's make sure that's right. So if we go to the project, assets, resources, I think that's right. Let's go to, not Unity Hub. Let's go to the Unity documentation and look at resources. Resources.load. Will that search work? Resources.load. Loads the asset of the requested stored at path in a resources folder. Oh. Does this have to be in resources instead of... No, this is assets. That seems right. Give him a berry bush hat. We got to do it. There will definitely be a berry bush hat somewhere. Textures from the resources folder. Okay, if I search resources, will they tell me more about this? Find objects, blah, 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 blah. Some can use up memory, even if no instance, blah, blah, blah. If we're running out of memory, I don't think we're worried about that yet. Oh, did I? You know what it might be? What type is my man? Because I think it might not be an image. Resources. Resources. Yeah, my man is an Sprite file. That's the wrong file type. So let's actually save this. Let's do save as. Please. Control S. How do I save as? But my worry is with talking food, how does it relate to the prompt? I think we're taking the prompt pretty loosely, you're right. But it's like file type, PNG. Nice PNG file. myman.png. Bam. And did that save here? My man. Okay, let's... And do I have to name that myman.png? I mean, I think that the you'll think of something is the idea that we're throwing together this food from, like, all kinds of random crap. Okay, let's see if the problem was the file type. Although I'm surprised it didn't say anything to us about it. Please. No, not here. Player sprite. None. What if I just call this my man? That doesn't seem like it would work, but let's see. Because there's two files named my man here, but who knows? There it is! We done it! We got my man. There he is. It's coming together. Let's make my man way bigger. So that should be easy enough. We should be able to go, grats, thank you. We're doing it. It's coming together. We'll get rid of this print statement. This is going to be slow going. We should plan to make something very small. Okay, so our player texture needs to be bigger. So what we can do is we can go player sprite dot what do we want to do this? Scale? What if we scale everything up by the same amount? Wait, I needed to help it. We have a big constantly dying cake or pizza? This I like, and we must find a way to keep giving him ingredients to survive. So we're like assembling our big... So our god is the recipe. This is interesting to me. Okay, so if I... Cannibal pizza. Yeah, I guess... Yeah, what if it's a pizza who eats other pizzas? This is unhinged and I love it. Feed it slices. Yes. Feed him more slices. More slices. That's what he can say. He can be an angry god, as we sometimes see. This is not what I want. What am I trying to do? Transform dot... Is there a scale? I want the Unity documentation. We're going to be spending a lot of time here, I think. Transform. Do you have a scale? Is that a thing that I can set? A local scale. Scale of the transform relative to the game object's parent. That seems like the one we want. The global scale of the object, read only. Okay, so what if we do local scale? How do they use this? They say local scale plus equals scale change. What is their scale change? Private vector 3, position change. Okay, let's just make it twice as big. How hard could it be? We'll say, I already forgot. Get this out of here. We need this guy. Local scale. So we'll say player sprite dot transform. So we're getting the transform component of this sprite. We're saying local scale equals, and we'll say it's a vector 3. So this is going to tell us how much to scale it in each direction. And to start, we'll try 2.0f. So we're doubling the size. I don't think z matters. Do we even scale 3 dimensions if it's in a 2D plane? And what if it effects on us are done similarly to him? Like Pepper speeds us, but speeds up his time to death as well. Oh, so we're debuffing the big king cannibal pizza, but it buffs us, or making us fly makes him fly harder to reach or something. So we get wings, but then he also gets wings and f's off somewhere, or something that makes us swim makes him cover the place with water. Uh, you're a peasant under water. With water, we must jump around on tables. Oh, I got you. You're a peasant under a king pizza, and you have to pay the the pizza king's ingredient tax. That's good too. The API might just be for 3D by default. I think it is. There's other stuff that works in 2D. But let's see if this makes this twice as big. We could also, another way we could do it is by moving the camera. All compiler errors have to be fixed. Vector 3 cannot be used like a method. You're correct. I forgot that I have to say new. Please. Okay, here we go. Is it twice as big? Does everybody remember how big it was before? Maybe we should have done this differently. Because I'm not going to be able to judge that. I don't remember how big it was. So what if we made this 20 times as big? I can kind of see the arrow. We're getting there. What do you think of the ingredients double effect idea? Too complex? I like the idea. I like the idea that, like, what we're doing with the ingredients has, like, a positive and a negative. Wow. That doesn't look good. Wow. Ooh, I prefer king cake than pizza. Or king cake than pizza because it looks better and it will be really weird. Look how beautiful he is. Okay, so the moral of the story is make a big graphic, don't scale a small one. That's fine. We can remember that. He's gorgeous. So let's just so let's focus on making him the right scale for our little demo here. So we'll make him times 5 or 6 or whatever. So instead of eating ingredients to buff, we feed him and need to feed him, making it a chaotic mad dash. I like this idea. My only suggestion is, can we also squeeze in the idea that we have to pay him rent? Like he's a mad cake or pizza deity that also is our landlord. I think would be fun. Okay, so let's make this guy move around. This hopefully will be easier because we can literally steal this from right over here. So we'll say if input dot get key. We'll call this. Should we move with WASD or arrow keys? It's like How to Train Your Dragon 1. Yeah, is it? I don't remember that movie. When I was we'll tell that story another time. So let's move with WASD. Gotta feed the big dragon your fish or get eaten yourself. Remember when we were playing Forager and just all of a sudden there was a How to Train Your Dragon reference in like a major way? This is very weird. So we'll say if input.getKeys, so this is while W is held down. We can also have keys for when it's pressed or when it's released. But I think for movement we want, if it's held down, we're just going to move in 4 directions, right? So we're going to say our player sprite dot transform. And we can literally do translate. Check this out. We can just put in a direction because Unity's pretty cool about that. We'll say vector 3 dot up. And we can do, they suggested doing this times time dot delta time. I don't know what that is, but we'll just do it. We'll just do it for here, right? And let's also put in a to do. We'll say to do, change player sprite. So when the player moves in a different direction, we'll swap out their frame so that they look different going up, then down, then right, then left. What if the food is rent and the story is we feed him to stay in place? Also, we have to feed him no matter the food, so it fits in the prompt. Oh, okay, so you'll think of something. Yeah, he could say that to us. I think that's the key. The key to convincingly using the prompt is in the opening, someone says, you'll think of something. And then I think that will give us license to do basically whatever madness we want after that. But if we can get that thing right at the beginning, that'll be good. Okay, so to do change player sprite, let's do a little bit of this, please. The time delta is rent. 9. I misunderstood because I was thinking about the rent that we have to pay. But it's 925,600 minutes. It's a long time. It's a long time. All right. So here's a question. Should we do like an elif? Although then things will like cancel each other out. Let's just make these all if statements. So basically what will happen is every like cycle of the game, this update function will get called. So we call start. All of this stuff happens once when our game object is first loaded. Remember, we have that top level game object right at the beginning. And then we also have, this will get called over and over and over. And so this is going to be our logic just for moving. So A is what? Sweet, merciful baby Jesus. What is the direction that's over there? Left. My brain. S is going to be down. Nope. S is down. Challenge mode. Make Peter laugh at bad jokes. Also, living inside makes the rent funny. Undefined. Piotr Bizzle, hello. If you need... Whoa, wow. A way to increase my viewers. Oh, sorry. I did miss your amazing idea. I see it now. Let me ban this person real quick. Can I do this from this view? Do I have to... You get to see how the magic happens because the thingy wasn't working. Whoop! Log into Twitch! Don't be like this. Don't be like this. I don't want to log into Twitch right now. Maybe I can ban them from my phone. Okay, so sorry. The amazing idea is, what if we live inside King Cake and go in there to feed him? Then that conceptualizes the effects better as they are inside him for us to work around. I see. So like you feed him a pepper, and then you go inside the cake, and it's like it's on fire inside your house now because you fed him like a hot pepper or whatever. Make someone a mod? That's not a bad idea. Wait, I have an idea for this. Can I do this from my phone? I should be able to. My channel. Nope. Hold up. Oh, we're getting through it, kind of. I just don't want to do this on screen. Going inside the cake with an episode of Magic School Bus sounds about right. User actions. Let's do it like this. Bam. All right. You've been deputized, Giant Spatula. Okay. Yeah, that's the idea. Okay, so let's... Oh, power. There you go. The power is all yours. Because normally I would do it, but it's fine. It doesn't matter. Jeff Bezos doesn't care. He's not going to fix it just because we banned this person. Okay, should we see if this works? Should we see if this moves our person around in our 2D space? Now we got to do some... I really like paying rent and food to keep living inside him. That sounds good to me. I like the idea of living inside a cake that is also an angry deity that we have conversations with. And yeah, I think that's good. I'm on board. I'm sold. Okay, so here's our guy. He's a little sluggish. Okay, so here's the deal. I see now the problem. The problem is we don't want to be able to move diagonally, right? We want to be able to move one direction at a time. I really like paying rent and food to live inside him. Ayo, hey, Vasconcelos, what's up? And the effects are permanent, so it gets worse and worse, and the worse effects are easier to find and better effects harder. Yeah, I got you. What are we doing? Vasconcelos, we're trying to make a game for a game jam this weekend. So there's a 3-day game jam. I thought it was 2 days. We planned to work on it, or I thought it was 48 hours, but it's actually 72 hours. I realized at the beginning of this. We are writing a terrible game. Our concept, this is actually good. Let me see if I can pitch this concept to Vasconcelos. Why don't we want to move diagonally? Because we are devotees of the Legend of Zelda style. And I want to move just in a grid. Basically. Move one direction at a time. Also, it doesn't matter. I mean, we could just move diagonally. But, okay, so our concept. Vasconcelos, here's the concept. So our prompt for this game jam was... gotta go. See you. Okay. All right. I'll see you later, Rango. We'll be at this for a while. Sweet mercy. Okay. Our concept. So the prompt for this game jam is you'll think of something. And the other requirement is we have to use this game engine. Our ideas went off the rails a little bit. We have to use this game engine called Inky that's really good for writing like adventure games or like visual novels. Has to be a part of it. But we can use it. We can like link that into Unity. So our idea right now is we are a chef. We got to pay the rent, but we don't have ingredients that we need to cook. So we are going to gather ingredients to cook things. Some potential to sell to make the money that we need to pay the rent. Some potential different directions we could go. On top of that, maybe we're living inside a giant cake and or pizza. And I think dialogue with the recipe is really interesting. Plays off of relationship with food. Yeah. Okay. We'll write a dialogue with a recipe in a second. So the idea is to use the adventure game thing. We're going to like have dialogue. We're going to have like a dialogue tree basically with the recipe that we're trying to cook. And it's going to be like a conversation with a character is the idea. I have no idea how we'll do that. I think, how do we submit the game? Do you like compile it up and send it to someone? We put it on itch.io. So I think that if we write this in Unity, I'm hopeful we can compile this and make it a browser game and then submit it through itch. But I haven't tried that yet. So we got to make sure we got time, set aside for that. The king cake will work with the task in a simpler way. I just think the king cake... So one of the things, Rango, that I like about doing the different recipes is that we can have like more characters, I guess. I like the idea of king cake. This sounds interesting, even though confusing Lamau. It's very confused right now. If it's confusing, it's not you. It's because our ideas are very vague right now. King cake, like New Orleans Mardi Gras cake. King cake. Okay, so what? So this doesn't work. This isn't what we want. So this idea of like just translating in whichever direction we pick, not the thing we need. I think what we need instead is the player direction. So let's do it. Let's find out what this... Oh, it's a vector, right? Okay, so we can do it like this. We'll go private. We'll do a vector 3. And we'll call this player move, right? And we'll say every update, player sprite dot transform dot translate player move. Am I supposed to do like a self? They didn't do it in any of the sample code that I was looking at. They weren't doing like self dot whatever. But it seems weird to not indicate that these are like our private variables. What if king cake is just heads of different character cakes? Is the code on the right sample code? Yeah, so the code on the right is like a sample that I'm working from. This was me messing around earlier. Sorry. That would be, which one was it? Scene 1? This is, some sample code. The one we're working on is on the left. So this is, let's call this player vector. We can say translate player vector times time dot. I think time dot delta time might be 111, but should we just check what that is? Let's check real quick and see the Unity documentation. What is it? Delta time? Delta time. The interval in seconds from the last frame to the current one. Oh! Okay, so this actually, if our frames are really slow, this will be useful, right? Because this makes it so we'll move at a constant time even if our frame rate is not constant, I think. I think that's good. I think we want that. Okay, so and we don't want get key, we want key down. So we want whichever key we pressed down on last is going to be set our vector. And then if we release the key, then if we have that vector, oh boy, then we stop having it? I don't know. Interpolates frames. Yeah. Somebody knows the right way to do this. Online, but we'll try to figure it out ourselves and do a bad job instead. Okay, so we'll say if input dot, let's search for get key and see what our other choices are. Get key down or get key up. Returns true during the frame the user starts pressing down the key. So if we have get key down, so you just pressed W, we'll say player vector equals, oh, I don't know if this is going to work. What do we do? New, no, equals, how did we do it before? It's here. Vector3 dot up. And we'll say elif, or what is it, else if? Yeah, this will be fine. And we'll do an else at the end. No, that won't work because then we need... So my idea is we check when you press the key down, we set the vector. And if none of these keys are pressed down, then we set the vector to 0. So we'll do one last check at the end. And so technically, if we press these in the exact same frame, one of our directions will like win, but I think that's fine. If that makes sense. So like if you somehow pressed all of these keys down at the same time, the one that was last is the one that would register, and the other ones wouldn't. Maybe this is a mistake, but I think this will sort of work. D, this goes to the right. This was supposed to be the left. Famously, just can't tell these apart. And so then we have one more condition at the end, which is if, do they do not with an exclamation point? Input dot get key W. This might not do what we want. This isn't going to do what we want, right? Because then I can press down. Watch what will happen. Watch why this won't work. We're going to be able to do some funky stuff, but it's going to almost work. We're going to say W, A, blah, 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 SD. There may be a way to check multiple keys. We'll check on that in a bit. Then we'll say player vector equals new vector 3, vector 3, 0.0, 0.0, 0.0. Let's see why this doesn't work. Oh, look at our beautiful boy. Look at our horrifying little sprite. So it compiles. That's good. So watch. It seems like it works. But what happens is, if I hold down D, and then hold down W, and then let go of W, if I'm still like holding down one of the other keys, it keeps going. It doesn't quite do what we need. So what we need to do is say, how do we do this? Maybe what we want is player vector plus equals vector dot up. This might be a big mistake. So we're gonna add that to our vector, and then if we lift up on the key, we subtract it. This is not smart. So we change all of these to, please. Oh, my option key is broken, of course. All of these downs, we will make them ups. One, no. How do I do this? We missed one. Good, typing. I haven't used Emacs really in a long time. Okay. I used to use it all the time in my job, but not anymore. And these should be minuses. Shit. This won't work, I don't think. In particular, it might do something funky. Is there an IDE for Unity? That's a good question. There might be. What happens if we look at the script? Or C#, I guess. Yeah, I guess is what you would want. Okay, let's see if this does what we need better. Oh, but then we can do diagonal movement. Yeah, that's back to the problem we had before. Right. Okay, so we just need, this will change our direction. We'll say, that looks so good though. We'll do it like this. We'll say if player vector, do you think we can do an equals equals on vectors? We could probably do vector comparison. new vector, no, sorry, vector 3 dot up. We'll probably need parentheses because this is C sharp, of course. Then player vector. This is also going to be funky. How do I do this? How? We just need like a direction. And if none of these are pressed, are you sure that's a requirement? Have you asked your PM? I haven't asked my PM. It always bothers me in things when you can go faster by going diagonal. It's just a little funky. Wait, okay, let's just think about this real quick. So when I let up this key, we when I let go of a key, we want to, if we're heading in that direction, we want to stop heading in that direction, right? So maybe we just move diagonally. Should we just move diagonally to start and just not worry too much about it? Let's do that. Maybe the time delta affects diagonal. Oh, that's interesting. We could also check for diagonal case. I mean, we could explicitly check for that, right? So we could do like the diagonal cases first, I guess. So let's do it like this. If we'll say up. Okay. Bool up equals input dot get key. This is going to tell us if we're moving up, right? So if we've got a W, we're moving up. And we got the same thing for down and left and right. Down is S. Left is going to be our A. We're spending too much time on this. This is a mistake. Okay, and right. D. Okay, there's our WASD. We'll say vertical equals bool vertical equals up or down. So if we're moving up or down, we got a vertical. Horizontal equals left or right. Diagonal equals vertical and horizontal. Does this work? So this will lead to a weird thing. Let's see. Let's do it. And we'll say scale. We can do this as a float. Scale. We'll say speed scale equals 1.0 f or 1.0. Is there a ternary operation? I'm going to do diagonal, and we'll say if we are moving diagonal, it's 0.5. Otherwise, it's 1.0. Then we say if up. This is potentially overcomplicated, especially for what we're trying to do. Up or down. I wish this was an exclusive or. Can we do that? Let's look up. Maybe the time delta affects the... Oh, we saw this already. Let's go C sharp. Exclusive or. Do I just write XOR? Logical or. Logical exclusive or. Okay. So, if we're doing both, they'll cancel each other out. Right? So you're not going vertical if you're going up and down at the same time. You're not going horizontal if you're going left and right at the same time. So, if we're going up, this is going to work, I believe. Then we say player sprite, player vector. On Microsoft site not supporting Safari, sad face, feels bad. Then our player vector. Okay, I don't want this player vector thing. We don't need this. Player sprite.transform. We'll do multiple transforms. Right? So we say player. So if we're going up, we say vector 3. I believe this could result in something. Right? So if we're going up, we go up. Makes sense. We need to also times by our times speed scale. If we're going down, we do the same thing, but for down. We also need to times our speed scale. We'll just copy all of this. Speed scale. Stop this. Cease this. Painful, slow typing. We need a left and a right. Left. Right. We're spending way too long on this. We should have just grabbed somebody's ready-made code. For a game jam, man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Mistakes were made. Okay. So, to review, we check if you're going up, down, left, or right. If you're going either up or down, we say you're moving vertically. If you're going either left or right, we say you're moving horizontally. If you're moving vertically and horizontally, you're moving diagonally. If you're moving diagonally, your speed is scaled by half. So you can move diagonally, you go half speed. That's our rule. Does our code compile? Can we see our terrible blurry man? Show me the blurry man. Show him to me. Okay. Here he is going left, right. Diagonal is slow. Diagonal feels slower. But maybe that just seems that way. It does though, doesn't it? How could I ever measure that? No, I think that's right. We could be faster, certainly. Times time delta times speed scale. So what if we did it like this? What if we went... What about 0.7 times? Oh, so it's still, so our speedrunner strat will be to go diagonal, but it won't be double time. I like it. And let's also say, let's just actually make this more than 0.7. We'll make this 0.3, or we'll make this 3 and we'll make this 2.1. So our guy will just move faster right now for our test. Because that's the most important thing, right, I guess, is that it needs to, even if it's not really, even if it is faster, we want it to feel the same speed. And it says you block vertical movement while moving horizontally and vice versa. I guess that's the way we should do it. Oh, that looks fine, though. And if we do weird things with the keys, if I hold down opposite keys, they cancel each other out. Oh, because my mouse is... I got to keep the cursor here. Okay, here's our movement. This is what we're doing. Is it smart? Is it dumb? It's probably dumb. Let's put this in a separate function, and we'll call away to it. And that way we don't have to look at it and feel embarrassed of what a bad programmer I am. Cool. So we'll go like this. We'll go void. We'll call this move player. Good enough. Good enough, honestly, for now. We will do... Ooh, they put the brackets underneath? That's, like, unhinged. Why are they doing that? Okay, so we move our player around. We have this code. Put in a file called utils. Yes, where nobody will ever think to look for it. That's the way. So we go here, and then just in our update, we'll call move player. Bam. Okay, let's do something more interesting. And just one last gut check just to make sure we didn't break anything when we did that. Oh, and also we got to do... you know what this doesn't account for, though? Setting the player's sprite to whichever direction they're going in. We'll worry about that later. We're leaving it the way it is for now. Remember, rule number 1. If it looks bad, that's fine. That's fine. If it looks bad, that's fine. Okay, we said we were going to just do a quick gut check. Let's write a conversation with a recipe. Let's see what that would even be. Great. Here he is. He moves around. It looks a little unnatural. Honestly, I think the 0.7 thing was a good call. It looks right to me. We are moving faster diagonally, but it looks correct compared to when we were moving half speed in both directions. Cool. Great. Groovy. Grand. We done it. Let's go to Ink and do some fun stuff in Ink. So what I'm going to do is we are going to add to our scene. I guess we'll add a new Ink file, which our cool Ink thingy lets us do. Let's call this recipes. Oh, this is fun. I'm enjoying myself. We're not doing a very good job, but I'm having a good time. And let's pull up our Ink documentation so that we have this ready to teach us how to write. So let's write one recipe. And what are we making for our first recipe? Let's choose a simple recipe that we can cook. We're going to make scrambled eggs, okay? So if scrambled eggs had a personality, we could say that scrambled eggs is simple. Scrambled eggs is maybe hectic. Like the scrambled, really go to the scrambled aspect. PB&J, that's a much better idea. We're going PB&J. Yeah. So we're going to make a PB&J. But we're going to say the PB is flexible. And so is the J. So we can just put any ingredient. We can just put in a different ingredient. Maybe the PB will always be peanut butter, but we have like various J's to put in. So we can put in like jelly or what is it? Is it a conversation tree that determines the outcome of the dish? Or is it a philosophical conversation with the dish? Bananas, honey, we just need bread, really. Yeah. Okay, so we could put in more fixins. We'll say more fixins like bananas, honey. I think that that's a good question. Is it a philosophical conversation with the dish, or is it a conversation tree that determines the outcome? Ideally, both. I want the dish to be a character that we're talking with, but I don't know what that even means. What are some personality traits? Let's put down 2 or 3 personality traits to describe PB&J. Sorry, jelly, or real quick, jackhammer, or what's something else that could start with a J, like a jumpsuit, or these are crazy. Those are too silly. J could be like, we'll come back to this. I don't know what other things start with J. Jiffy Puff? Or what other things start with J? Like a jalapeno? Oh, jalapeno is a good one. Jello, yes. We strike Jiffy Puff and put in Jello. Oh, Jimmy's. Like the little chocolate sprinkles? Okay, these are all the J's that we can put in. So this will be part of our dialogue. Peanut butter and jelly is PB&J personality. Because we got to write this character now. And I think we're going to find out that I don't know how to write dialogue. PB&J's personality is, I think peanut butter and jelly is reliable. But maybe it's, well, you can't be really reliable and immature, can you? But like PB&J, I think of like being a child eating a PB&J. Shallow? Shallow's good. Yeah, maybe we strike reliable and we make it so it's just like it's like the PB&J is like a little like shallow, simple child, but maybe we get more out of it by putting the more fixins in. God, I don't know. Okay, so let's write let's assume that we have all the fixins that we would need. Actually, can we pass in like a variable? That's what we need. Can I pass in a variable from my Unity game? It is documented in the main Ink repo. Quick start, getting started, saving and loading, engine usage. Jumping to a particular scene. Variable observers. You can register a delegate function to be called whenever a particular variable changes. No. External functions. Blah, blah, blah. No, no, no. I want to pass a value in. Working with lists. No. Using the compiler. This is not what I need. Marking your code up with tags. That's fine. That's easy. We know how that works. But I want to... Getting started with the runtime API. Maybe we won't be able to do that. How are we... Maybe we have to make that logic live in ink. Can you pass in a list? Oh, good question. Let's see. What does it say about lists? External functions, yeah. But these are like for side effects. You can set up a variable observer if you just want the game to know when some state has changed. You can add tags to invisible metadata in ink. So we can pass information out of ink to Unity, definitely. Fallbacks, multiple parallel, working with lists. Okay, ink lists are a more complex type. Interacting them is a bit more involved. The orange may have come from a list called fruit. To create a list with items from a single orange and assign it to a variable in-game, we would say var new list. So this is in ink, I suppose. Is it? ink.runtime.inklist? No. If you're modifying, are we writing C# or are we writing... For example, in ink, you can do this. To create a list with items, assign it to a variable in-game. Var fruit equals story.variable state. I think we can pass in a variable. I think it doesn't have to be a list. And then populate the list in Unity. I think we'll be able to pass stuff in. Let's suppose that we have all this stuff and just try writing this weird conversation. So we're going to say this is PB and J. Okay. Okay. And we'll say, we'll make a little sub. Let's look up our other game that I wrote earlier, because that'll give us examples of how this stuff works. Okay, just a one equal sign is like a sub knot. This needs to be bigger, eh? Probably not that big. Is that good? All right. This is where we're going to hit a wall. So this is begin. This is beginning to make our PB and J. And we'll say, how do I write this? So at the beginning of PB and J, I guess I have to tab again. You sit down to prepare another meal. Today's quarry, PB and J. Okay? Let's do review. Try to remember the recipe. So this should be apparent loose ends exist. Oh, and we can say if you get to the end, you're done. Does that fix it? PB and J. Oh, and then I gotta go. We have to do an explicit go to at the beginning. So we'll say PB and J dot begin. You sit down to prepare another meal. Today's quarry, PB and J. Try to remember recipe. End of story. Great. Okay, so we try to remember the recipe, and that will take us directly to recipe. We'll say this will take us to PB and J. PB and J dot recipe. This is going to be bizarre. How does this even work? Okay. No. You just be a recipe. Is this tabulation wrong? Should these be not two spaces? Do they want me to use tabs instead of spaces? Fine. I can do that. Okay, recipe. What would a PB and J say to convey the recipe to us? Is it a dialogue with PB and J about its life? Not think of PB and J as a private eye. Ooh. Yeah, I guess so. This is where I feel like I'm hitting a wall a little bit. Is like, what does it mean to try to talk to the PB and J? We'll say you cast your mind back to a simpler time. This needs a dash. A conventional, but adequate sandwich sits before you, appears before you, sitting cross-legged. No? So you know Kingdom Hearts. Go on. When you do the so-called dive to the heart. We'll say, listen. Close. Okay. So when you remember the recipe, this conjures up this thing, right? And you have to make a bunch of decisions about your personality. Okay, go on. This is madness. Like, do you like night or day? Okay. Let's have it. Let's say, what are you made of? No. How would you address? Would the PB and J should probably open the conversation first, right? Like, it should speak to you, and your answers determine your stats, right? Yeah, I think we need a little bit more of a situation. Like, what? I like this private eye thing. Like, maybe we're interviewing the PB and J, but like, I don't know how this conversation just starts. Maybe that's fine. Maybe. What if the recipe asked questions to you? And then what? We answer with ingredients optionally? What if like, if you don't have the ingredient, you have to give a real answer, and if you have an ingredient, it's just like submit banana slices. I don't know. I think this might be. I was worried this would happen. Was worried I wouldn't know. I was worried we'd get writer's block at this point. I think you learn about the character's life. Okay. And that like tells us about the ingredients that we need. And they tell their history. Okay, yeah. I like that. We'll interview this. We'll interview this PB and J. So we'll make it a choice for you. And the resulting concoction has stats based off the submitted ingredients. You answer with ingredients, right? Okay, so that's a good question. Who's asking the questions? That's better. Okay, yeah. So we'll ask the PB and J about its life. It's like Phoenix Wright. Okay, we'll say, where are you from? Where are you from? Sandwich. Yeah, and you can do branching paths based on what you dial in. Okay, so yeah. So what if, does each of these questions have to bring us to like, how do we get to like, where are you from, to like, peanut butter? Is the only thing. We could do it. Okay. And this can go to. I like that. And if you have to give it the correct ingredients based on the clues the recipient gives you. Okay, yeah. So like they just like mention peanut butter. Oh my God. I don't know how to do this. How do we this is what we get for attempting something that's never been done before. We're trying to write a conversation with a sandwich in which it, by telling us about its life, conveys the recipe to us. So let's have this. Let's have another option, which will be assemble the recipe. So we have the choice to just like at the end. So we'll like do our interview, and then you have to like do your answer. PB&J dot assemble. So all of these conversations are going to have two phases. We sit down, we say, here's the meal. Maybe we could put in some more description here about the PB&J. You try to remember the recipe. Oh, so we can interview. Oh yeah, try to remember the recipe. This is bizarre. Yeah. And then we assemble it. And so let's just put this here. We'll just say assemble. And this will just go to done. Where are you from? Always gets you bread. Then PB&J tells a story. And your questions are like, what was it like growing up on Strawberry Farm? Gets you strawberries. Or wait, you were on the grassy knoll? Gets you Jimmy's. Ah, yes. Yes. Also, this sandwich killed JFK. I think we can agree. That's the case. Why don't you like this, compiler? PB&J.assemble. There it is. Oh, because I have to put some text here. Now will you get it? Okay, so we'll say, where are you from, sandwich? I'm from... Okay, so when you ask a kid where they're from, they tell you everywhere that they've ever lived, right? So we'll say, we live in Bredberg now. We moved to Bredberg. So dumb. When I was 7. Now I'm 8. I am a sandwich. Good. Yes. Coherent. And now we got to ask it questions about sandwich. About why isn't it like this? PB&J.assemble. This is totally legit. Now I'm 8. And so we say, that is a very stale PB&J. Well, let's say that. We'll say that. That's a pretty long time. That's pretty old for a sandwich. And then it will tell us about the kind of bread, right? So this is gonna tell us if it's like white bread that lasts forever, or whether it's made of like some. Oh, so yeah, that's pretty old for a sandwich. Or we can say, we can say, oh, this is madness. What am I trying to do? My idea is, if we say it's 7 days old, then it's like, or like 7 hours old, then it's like regular bread. And if it's 8 years old, then it's like industrial white bread, like Wonder Bread, that has been preserved. This is madness. Can we do this? Is this even going to be anything? We moved to Bredberg when I was 7. Now I'm 8. Cool, you idiot. Cool. Yeah. No. Okay. Talking to a child. Talking to a very stale PB&J. So wait, so is the PB&J telling us clues about how to make PB&J? Or do we or is it like, this is I think what we need to know. When we go to assemble the recipe, does that mean that we like put together all the ingredients based on our conversation with the PB&J? Or does it mean that now we get asked a series of questions about like, what kind of bread do you want to put in? What kind of bananas do you want to put in? What kind of J do you want to put in? I think maybe the first one, right? Like it tells us the recipe. So maybe we can't assemble the recipe until we know all the parts. Right? And then assembling is like the last thing we do, and it just like looks back at the conversation that we've had and decides what to put into it. I was assuming your conversation assembled the recipe. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm on board. Yes. This is going to be absolute madness. But yes. Now I'm 8. So now we like determine the kind of bread. But will this tell us how does this connect to our game then? Do we and the ingredients you have to unlock, unlock more question or conversation paths. Oh, okay, cool. So we'll say, yeah. So we'll say you mean 8 hours, right? Or we could say, 8 years, but this is conditioned on having the industrial white bread. So we'll say if you have industrial white bread, and it's going to yell at us because this isn't a real variable. So let's actually do, like if you only have white bread, you can only ask 7 years old. But if you have whole wheat bread, yeah, exactly. Okay. So we'll do .debug at the beginning, and debug is just where we set up all the stuff that we have for this. So we'll do PB&J debug. Stop. Debug. Doesn't need to be expanded. Doesn't even make sense for it to be. Okay, so we'll just say here. Bread. Okay, so let's enumerate the ingredients that we're gonna have. So this is just like for us. We'll say bread, and the bread that we have is either industrial white bread or whole wheat. And this one is going to be a tag. This one has to go to industrial white. This goes to industrial white, which has to be the name of a knot. But then we'll just put that right here. And we'll say this goes to the next thing. I think actually this will work. So whole wheat does nothing. Then we get, this should be a tab instead of a space. Okay, this could work. If you choose whole wheat, nothing happens. Then we get our next question, which is going to be J. And our J's can be jelly. So we always have jelly. So I like this idea. So what if we we don't let you talk until you have at least a minimum number of ingredients? So like when you go to talk to the PB&J, it'll be like, you're going to need 3 ingredients to make the PB&J. You're going to need a bread, you're going to need a peanut butter, and you're going to need a J. And then like you go up and you gather these things from the world and bring them back. And then you get to have this little conversation. And so like there's the easy ones to get, which are like the whole wheat, the industrial white bread or whatever. Or the whole wheat bread or whatever the basic one is. And then there are more challenging ones or something. I don't know. Maybe it'll be a check at the beginning if you just don't have the things that you need to make any version of the recipe. That'll just cause the sandwich to be like, no, you can't. You're not ready for this yet. And so you have like a bunch of recipes that you can talk to back at your house. I don't know. We'll think about it. So our jelly, that will do nothing. Our jalapeno. So we're just going to have 2 choices for each of these. And that's going to be our little demo. Our jalapeno is going to take us to the jalapeno knot. That's going to be right here. And we also need PB. PB, which will be chunky. What if you could talk to the recipe, but you didn't know what it was? I think that's a good idea. Yeah. So this telling you that it's PB&J. We'll say a sandwich. A convention. Yeah. So you sit down to prepare another meal. Try to remember the recipe. You cast your mind back to a simpler time. A conventional but adequate sandwich appears before you, sitting cross-legged. Yeah, where are you from, sandwich? We moved to Bredberg when I was 7. Now I'm 8. You mean 8 hours? Or you say 8 years if you have the industrial white bread. Through a conversation, you might determine that you need to find peanut butter and jelly in bread. Yeah, I see. So, yeah, right. So the conversation is going to give you those clues, but it's also like assembling it. So maybe if we don't have any of the ingredients that we need, you can get like ejected from the conversation early. God, but how would we? Maybe we have a bunch. Because you're right. Because we need that feedback that if I don't have the ingredients that I need, the sandwich needs to tell me that I don't have like what I need to go get, basically. and maybe gives us a clue about where to find it or something. So what idea did we go with? Rango, so the idea is, literally, we haven't gotten a lot done. Honestly. We made a little movement demo. The idea is we're going to gather up, there are a bunch of recipes that are like quests. We go out in the world and we scavenger hunt for ingredients, which we bring back and then have this weird dialogue tree with the recipe where we try to like guess what it is. Yeah, and at the end you can offer 3 ingredients, and if you choose the right one, it correctly makes the sandwich. Ah, okay. Right. And so what is this? So this dialogue tree, like when we unlock like the 8 years, is that gonna like tell us hint? Give me idea, stream cut out for me. Rango. You could don't forget to say please. Yeah. What are we gonna do here? Okay. Let's just finish this. Let's try to get to the end of this little demo, and we can tweak it and mess with it a little bit more from here. And we'll have smooth. So this is our chunky chapter. Oh boy, this is really coming off the rails. Smooth. We'll go smooth, and we will have the smooth chapter. So if you don't have either of these, so let's pretend that like this will be our demo of like what I think with Unwise Bird's idea, you don't have. Okay, say it again. Now my signal isn't a bitch. I think Unwise Bird's idea, you don't have ingredients trigger conversation options. Right. Yeah. So in that case, right. So that option is much more straightforward, I guess, which is probably what we want. That's not meant to be a criticism. I think that's a good thing, which is we talk to the PB&J. It asks you, at the end, it asks you choose ingredient 1, choose ingredient 2, choose ingredient 3. And our interview with the recipe gives us hints about the ingredients that we'll need. Yeah, we're still determining how the recipes and the ingredients interact. Definitely. That definitely seems like the most intuitive thing to do. Yeah, so we have a conversation, it gives us the hints, then we assemble at the end, and we pass in the ingredients that we have. And if we get 3 good ingredients, right, then it's good. So maybe these won't be very hard. Well, for a PB&J, I guess it's an easy puzzle. But then we can make something more arcane, where like like a macaroni and cheese or something. What's the idea? We were deciding between talking recipes and king cake. Talking recipes is the way we're going. I think. We haven't ruled out king cake, but talking recipes is basically the way we're going. Yeah, so let's rate it like that. I actually like that. So let's suppose that we don't need any of this. I don't think. So we don't go to the debug, we just go to begin. Okay, yeah. And we will have assemble the recipe. And that will take us to PB&J. PB&J dot assemble. Cool. Okay. So this is a really simple conversation. Where are you from, Sam? I moved to Bredberg when I was 7. Now I'm 8. So that is how we know that we need bread. How is this a dialogue tree, though? Oh, I'm not sure about this. What we're doing is so cutting edge. It's just hard to know what to do here. I like this idea, though, of having different answers based on the ingredients that we have. So maybe if we have a specific thing, like it'll give us a stronger clue, right? So we'd say like so it yells at us for not. Oh no, it actually doesn't care about the industrial white bread thing. So if we say like 8 hours, we'll say 8 hours. Then we'll be like, yeah. I don't know about this. Okay, but how will we make this work with the prompt? And just adding rent doesn't really have anything to do with the talking recipes. It kind of does. I mean, we're trying to cook food just to pay our rent because we're a chef and we're just serving things at our weird restaurant. You need 8 hours. I guess so. So, right? So if we don't have the specific thing, then we get like a vague answer. And if we have this a specific thing that we need, maybe we get like a more specific answer. So like if we say 8 years, 8 years must be made of sturdy stuff. And then it's like, yeah, I'm made of. My mom says I'm made of industrial white bread. My mom says maybe it's categories of ingredients. Like if you have any bread, you can ask where it's from. Yeah, I think you're right. But then you already know what you need, or you already have what you need. I guess what is the point of the conversation with the recipe? Anything that starts with J, you can ask what its favorite color is or something. Yay! That's what we need to decide. What are we doing? Bread polymorphism, baby. We need to decide what the why are we talking to the bread? Make some idea of pros and cons with ingredients and the effects on them can affect how hard it is to feed customers, like flooded kitchen or even world. Yeah, I think we can have knock-on effects from the ingredients that we use of some description. But just like what we need to know is why do we do the recipe? What is the point of this conversation? So one idea is when we do the recipe, the reason that we're doing it is to find out what we need, right? And so we talk to the PB&J or whatever, and it gives us clues about the different ingredients that might need to be in it. Another thing is that the conversation is assembling the sandwich or assembling the recipe, right? So like we can submit industrial white bread only if we have industrial white bread. So this is like the recipe submission process. But then I guess it makes more sense. It's more intuitive, I think, if it's clues. I don't know how to write that, though. Of, like, how does a sandwich give you a hint about bread? How does it say, oh, I'm between bread? Maybe it's not asking questions. Maybe you choose ingredients changes its history. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Yeah, I think as we... Right, so maybe your PI business got shut down. You turned to cooking, but the only way you know how to cook is to interrogate recipes. Yeah. Pro and con of ingredients and some deactivating other effects works nicer and smoother than this simple give me these specific items. Seems generic and gamey. I think generic and gamey honestly is what we want. We just in terms of like keeping the scope down. We got a lot to do. And I think that it will be easier to have something done if we start out sort of generic, and then we can, if we have more time, we can staple extra things onto it, than if we start out too ambitious. Then it's a choose your own adventure. Right. Your PI business got shut down, you turned to cooking, but the only way you know how to cook is interrogate the recipes. I'm on board. Yeah. Okay. So right. So this is the cooking, then. There's not like a separate assemble. So if you choose industrial bread, the sandwich is 8 years old and has been left forever, versus having a loving family or whatever with whole wheat. Yeah, okay, I'm on board with that. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so we do go back to you need industrial white bread, for instance. You mean 8 hours, I guess so. If you have the industrial white bread, say it must be made of sturdy stuff. And then we can say you've been to, and then we have like a chapter here that's like used industrial white bread. So if you did this, then we use the industrial white bread, and we go to PB. We interrogate the recipes for what we really needed, but what is really needed, but they don't fully know. So we must understand ourselves through the clues. All right. This is way harder than I thought it was going to be to write this part. Okay. This is Redberg when I said, let's just do a bad job. Let's just give ourselves space to do a bad job and see if it goes better. So, okay. So if we have the industrial white bread, then we can use the industrial white bread. So maybe there's something we ask it at the beginning that it says like, I need a bread. I'm PB and J. I need bread and PB and J. And then you go out and get those things. And if you don't have them, it's like, no, you don't have all the things you need yet. But then when we do have the things, now we can have this conversation. And choosing the different bread or whatever will give us the different conversation. I feel this is becoming a mess of ideas. A little bit. Yeah, we're trying to coalesce it into something, but it's I think that doing this exercise of trying to write this out is productive. In terms of getting this off the ground. So that's a good idea though. Let's see if we can state it succinctly. So, when there's a recipe, so you have a bunch of recipes, all right? When you talk to a recipe, it tells you at a very like basic level the things that it needs. So if you talk to the PB&J, it'll say, I'm PB&J. You need bread, PB, and J. Interrogating also works with finding a way. Yeah. And then separately, you go get the bread and the PB and the J, and you come back and you say, hey, I have all of the things. And he says, oh, great, I'm ready for my interview or whatever. And then you sit down and you talk to him. And based on your conversation, it's going to change the ingredients that you put in. Why would we want to change the conversation? What is different? Based on if he had a loving family because he was made of industrial white bread, or he's a moldy... Oh no! If he's an industrial white bread, he's a bad sandwich, right? He's been 8 years old. He's been left forever. If he's whole wheat, he's got like a loving family. He's good sandwich. What is the consequence of this? Why do we care? Because we want them all to be happy? Maybe the goal is to make good food? Yeah. Or bad food? Yeah, maybe good food. So maybe like some ingredients are easier to find. Thanks, Giant Spatula. For moderating. Maybe some things are easier to find. Maybe you go get the harder food and like you make the better sandwich. And it's a life lesson. It's a morality tale. We say, if you just do the easy thing every time, all your sandwiches turn out terrible. But if you go above and beyond, you can make some really wonderful sandwiches or food or whatever. And you get more money to pay your rent. How would you know? How do you know if you're doing a bad job? Do you just have to experiment? I guess... Or you want to poison the king cake? No, let's keep the king cake out of it for the moment. With bad food? Oh, like you go all the way the other direction? I like that. So are these like our like... What if we have... Okay. What if we make it a little bit more obvious? Or a little bit more structured? So what if for every ingredient, there's a good one and a bad one? And we reward you for searching out the world and choosing the worst ingredient in every case, or choosing the better one. And so we have, at the end, something different happens if you make good food or bad food. And that's... it's like your Paragon or Renegade in Mass Effect. I don't know. Okay, let's get through the rest of this dialogue. Mr. Bradwork, when I was 7, now I'm 8. You mean 8 hours? Yes. So we had the good wheat, right? And let's not do these variables. Let's just write it in like a tag. So we'll say industrial white. And here we'll say this is wheat. Whole wheat. Whole wheat. You mean 8 hours? Right? Whole wheat bread doesn't last that long. And then if he's made of industrial white bread, we have the choice of saying, okay, so how do we spice up the side quest? We need to make it more in depth. What if we negotiate what we want? Not more in depth. I don't want it to be more in depth yet. I already feel out of my depth trying to implement this. So here we used industrial white bread, or we used, okay, so instead of recipe, we'll call this outcomes: bad food, 2 or 3 good or bad, good food, 3 out of 3 good. Yeah, I think that's, yeah, I like that there's basically, at the end, we'll judge your food somehow. So we'll say, this is madness. Okay, so this will be like ingredient 1, right? So we go to, try to remember the recipe, we go to ingredient 1. Cast your mind back to a simpler time. A conventional but adequate sandwich appears before you sitting cross-legged. Where are you from, sandwich? You moved to Breadburg when I was 7, now I'm 8. You mean 8 hours, right? Whole wheat bread doesn't last that long. So we use the whole wheat. And the sandwich will say, yes. Yes. But my parents took very good care of me. We lived in an insulated lunchbox with an ice pack even. And it was very safe. Safe and wholesome. Great. And so you know that you chose the right one. Like, shit is worse and could get low or no money at chance, but if we negotiate better ingredients, but they are harder to fund, but get more money, and different foods lean more to different options. That's what we need to figure out, is where do you get the different ingredients? Is it just, that's something that we're definitely missing a piece of this game right now, is we have this idea we're going to move around to 2D Zelda worlds to get the ingredients, but where do we find them? And then this will go to, right, ingredient 2. And this will go to ingredient 2 also. So if we use the industrial white bread, then he'll say, 8 years. Check it out. That industrial white bread is sturdy stuff. Like, one bread is impatient, so likes bad, easy ingredients, or a sandwich is picky and pretentious and wants the best. Spawns them randomly in the kitchen, lol. Just give you random ingredients. It's a slot machine game. It's a gacha game. You have to pay, microtransactions to open loot boxes, and we give you the good ingredients only with very low rarity. You have to balance time, customer needs, and food wants. Yeah, I think also, I want to also keep in mind this, like, you'll think of something prompt. And so I want to make sure that, like, one of the reasons that I want us, like, hunting out these ingredients is because, yeah, we want a small outside area with, like, a mountain forest and ocean biome. Yeah, so that we're, like, looking for these ingredients out in our little world, I think is crucial. Okay, so we use the industrial white bread. This is going to be our sandwich with 3 ingredients. We'll do it real quick, and then we'll be done. Industrial white bread, 8 years. That industrial white bread is sturdy stuff. So we use the industrial white bread, and he says, it's true. I was created by a depressed convenience store employee and left to harden on the way back of a shelf my whole life. So here's not a whole life, right? Okay, so we've gotten our first bit of lore about this sandwich. How long did that take just to get through that? Okay, but this is good. We're pinning this down. Okay, so we asked the sandwich where it's from, and it's from Breadburg, and oh, it's from Breadburg, and we can't believe that it's 8 years old, and depending on the bread we have, it could be 8 days or 8 years or 8 hours. As we are out, we use the ingredients as items as well. Like, you sacrifice the pizza base because the pizza wanted to get to a cactus flower for the flower salad. Yeah, that's the other thing is, are we going to be able to use, like, am I going to be able to use the industrial white bread to, like, repair a broken dam or something? Maybe let's make it like let's start by saying we'll make it like a scavenger hunt. I think our goal for tonight is to build our terrible slice. Use. Yes. Yes, use. Industrial white bread can be used as a hammer. Yeah. So maybe we can use them in the world as well. That would be cool. Okay. So we've got our ingredient too. Okay. Did you have a lot of friends growing up? What are your hobbies? What are your hobbies? And somehow this has to be peanut butter. Pokemon, but with cooking ingredients. Like you smash objects with the bread. Yeah. The Pokemon idea sounds a bit too much. What are your hobbies? And he says, this doesn't have to be good. We're giving ourselves license to just make this bad. And he says, oh, wait. This is just a prompt. This is madness. We are doing a weird thing right now. Okay, so actually this could be untabbed. It's fine. We'll leave the rest of it as it is. Why is this all highlighted? Why do you warn me about this? Apparent loose ends exist when the flow runs out. You need a done statement. Yeah, we'll have it done at the end. Random slices of white bread. Truffle oil is hiding in the Mewtwo cave, but random slices of white bread are like Pidgeys. Oh, so some things... I got you. So the ingredients have rarity. We can have a cheesy macaroni, and he just says cheese catchphrases. I like this. Yeah, there's going to be cheese puns. In fact, let's make sure we put that in our important design document. Puns. Yes. Mac and cheese. Yeah, the mac and cheese meta will definitely be represented in this game too. Okay, so what are your hobbies? And he says, this is going to be our 2 ingredient. It's going to be a peanut butter sandwich because this is all that I want to do right now. Cheesy catchphrases because he is literally cheesy. Oh, I see. My hobbies, he says, okay, how does this be peanut butter? Oh, I'm so dumb. Why did I do this? How does this be peanut butter? What are your hobbies? Like peanut butter. He says, Breadberg. Oh, this is unhinged. Maybe all the recipes are dead, like Spirit Fair. I like it. That's a way to win, definitely. If you want to win this game jam, we gotta make them be like dead relatives, all of them. Like the peanut butter and jelly reminds us of our aunt who helped raise us, and it's very sad. I think that's the key. Sad games about death, yeah, definitely, are crucial. Okay, what are your hobbies? My hobbies are, I love to read. The Peanut Butter Boys. We're just making it bad. The Peanut Butter Boys detective books. They're thebomb.com. And then you say pets, going to the circus and eating peanuts? Do they have any pets? Oh, pets are good too. Yeah. We're going to need these questions because holy shit, this is we'll look up conversation starters. Will be a good one. Okay, so I love to read the Peanut Butter Boys detective books. They're thebomb.com. And we could say, have you read? And we'll say, how did we have to be familiar with these books for this to work? Have you read them before? We'll say, no, those are for smooth brains. Or, and that's going to be used Oh, used, smooth, and then we go to assemble. This is our 2 ingredient. We're skipping the J. Whether it's telling you about their history and you don't need the conversation starter. So ingredient 1 is early life. Ingredient 2 is inciting action. Ingredient 3 is downfall. I like this. I actually like this a lot because it's gonna make us much less blocked, like a much less writer's blocked, if we have like a structure. So we'll say tell you about their lives. About their lives. Right. Ingredient 1, early life. I'll check your message in just a second, Rango. Let me just finish typing this out. Ingredient 2, inciting action. And ingredient 3, downfall. I like the idea that these are all like tragic figures who have had some kind of their hubris has destroyed them. In my spare time, I bathe in the jammy hot tub, but unfortunately it was stolen by other recipe, who we then have to fix or navigate or negotiate a way where he stashed or just make a new jam from a jammy bath from ingredients. I see. So we can give them ingredients, or we can okay. We then have to fix it. Right, so he's missing a recipe, and we have to go find it. We have to go find the pieces in the world, potentially. I like this idea. I like this idea of having, just based on how difficult this has been to write this dumb thing because I'm stupid. I like the idea of having a lot of structure to the recipes, and if we make them all tragic stories, people might mistake this for art, which would be good. So this is let's finish this, and then we'll use this as our test script. But I think that you're right that we won't actually we'll have people tell us about their lives in the actual one. But this will be enough for us to write our code. I love to read the Peanut Butter Boys. The Bomb Comic Rhythm. No, those are for smooth brains. Mistake? Question mark? Did I mistake? Mistake? Mistake. It is art. Oh, mistake for art. It's art. It's art. It's choices. So we can either help or negotiate to the guy who stole it to find out where he stashed it. Oh, or we make our own new one. I gotcha. Yeah, so we'll have to figure out what the finding stuff in the world looks like. But I think that kind of having those choices could definitely be a thing. And especially if we're going this way that all of these have multiple options for the ingredients, it would be good if there was a sort of a choice in the world for how to get it. Okay, so those are for smooth brains. Or we say, yes. Okay, so let's just write. We don't need to write industrial white because we've made it very obvious which one we need. And we'll put in the variables and stuff while we're trying to write the code. Yeah, I love the mystery. The mystery of Chunky Bay. Okay, and that's Chunky Peanut Butter. Great. That's the name of the book. We used Chunky. We go to assemble. Sweet mercy. Okay, look, it's early in our process. We got time to fix this. Okay, so we got the assemble, and we'll just write you assemble your ingredients. And look, we can write this in code. We can code this in. If we go with the life ideas, I want different types to interact with each other in different ways, but I don't feel the age idea works with a prompt. You'll think of something. Yeah. Let's see. What am I looking for? I'm looking for writing with ink. How do I test a variable in the middle of a line? Conditional choices. But I want conditional text. Variable text. Text can vary. The radio hits to life. This just does a sequence. Oh, that's kind of cool. Once only shuffles. Features of alternatives. Alternatives can be nested. Missed, nothing, no good. Wait. I want conditional text. Bam. I saw him only for a moment, and his name was, learned his name, Franz a secret. Okay, cool. So we could do it like, oh yeah, baby, I ride the peanut butter waves, but after they got stronger, it was too much, and then we need different solutions. Ooh, let's write down peanut butter waves. Just because I like that image of riding the peanut butter waves a lot. Okay, peanut butter waves. Okay. Where's ink? Okay, you assemble your ingredients. And we'll say the bread will be used whole wheat. Wait. So if I used whole wheat, then I can have whole wheat bread. Or can I do this only as an either or can I have like a switch statement here? That learned his name. Is it just like a yes or no? His real name was Franz. Yeah. I guess we could do it like this. We could go use whole wheat bread. Used industrial white bread. And so we can, we'll mark this up with code. As we try to tie it in to our actual into our Unity project. We'll say, okay, check it out. I think this will work because these are mutually exclusive. And if we used smooth, then we'll say smooth. Or if we used shoot. Give me a sec, BRB. Okay, I think, different solutions is important to prompt. Negotiating with characters for objects of the task we do works with the engine. That's true. That having this is kind of good for having those conversations. Inviting smooth versus chunky discourse, I think is crucial. Everybody knows chunky is the good guy solution. It's the moral solution. And the like renegade one is smooth peanut butter. That's like you had a terrible childhood. Oh yeah. Chunky. Oh my god. Peanut butter. I'm going to lose my mind trying to finish this. I just realized. It's fine. Okay, let's try our... Wait. Why is it mad about this? Apparently loose end exists. When the flow runs out, do you need it done? Oh, this has to go to used smooth. We have to put these explicitly that we're going to the tag. So we got to go to the tag. Use smooth, use chunky. It won't just flow down to it. Used whole wheat. And this has to go to used industrial white bread. Okay. Let's keep scope down. Yeah, take next week off. Make MVP. Agreed MVP is, good idea. Yep. We can have dialogue options to get a sailor to get us out of the water or get the peanut butter for us. We must work with different character for better equipment. Oh man, before we think about equipment, I agree. Let's keep it real simple. I think our first run on this, we want it to be like a scavenger hunt, and then we turn in our ingredients. And that will be enough for us to get an idea of something that even works. And then I think from there we'll be able to layer more complexity on it. And kind of grow the game out from something that works. Let's see if this, speaking of things that work, let's try this down. Let's try this out and make sure this flow kind of works, right? You sit down to prepare another meal. What if different brands of peanut butter jars have different equipment for different ways to get peanut butter? It could be the way we get peanut butter. Try to remember the recipe. You cast your mind back to a simpler time. A conventional but adequate sandwich appears before you, sitting cross-legged. Where are you from, sandwich? We moved to Breadburg when I was 7. Now I'm 8. Why didn't this other choice appear? There's supposed to be 2 choices here. Do I have to unindent these? I think I do. Is that right? Try to remember the recipe. You mean 8 hours? Whole wheat doesn't last that long. Why doesn't this give me this other option? Sorry, my ideas are always too lofty. It's good to have like lofty ideas. I think that they're gonna come into play more as we get like further into this. But like you missed earlier, Rango, just how long it took to even get our little character moving around. Especially because I'm trying to learn like the Unity stuff at the same time. Okay. Anyway, bye for now. All right. I'll see you later, Rango. Why this doesn't work? Whole wheat bread doesn't last that long. Is this space wrong? Usually this updates live here. Let's look at our sample story. So if I look at mystory.inc, we've got multiple choices, bam, bam, bam. These should all be ingredient 1. And maybe we do need to de-indent again. Let's try that. Try doing one of these. Let's see if that works. Try to remember the recipe. Where are you from? You mean 8 hours? No. Come on. Why this doesn't work? Used whole wheat. Goes to whole wheat. Yes. 8 years? That industrial white bread is sturdy stuff. Maybe I'm not supposed to have this here. You know what? It is that. So we need to have all of our choices and then all of our options afterwards. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, that fixes it. So we have all of our choices first, then we have the results that we'll go to. Because if we have this redirect, or I think if we have this label here, it's like breaking up our choices. So then the same thing we would do here. We'd go like this. We can clean this up later. Okay. This goes here. Click on the prompt. Maybe that will give you a hint why it's not happening. Oh, I think this does it. Let's go through this whole thing. You sit down to prepare another meal. Try to remember the recipe. You cast your mind back to a simpler time. A conventional but adequate sandwich appears before you, sitting cross-legged. Where are you from, sandwich? We moved to Breadburg when I was 7. Now I'm 8. We say, you figured it out. Ignore me. Okay, sorry. 8 years. That industrial white bread is sturdy stuff. It's true. I was created by a depressed convenience store employee and left to harden on the way back of a shelf my whole life. What are your hobbies? I think that we can pull these one at a time, so they're all printing out together here. But I think we get each one. We'll test it one at a time in Unity. This is basically like doing a loop until there's nothing left to no more text to pull. It's true. I was created by a depressed convenience store. What are your hobbies? I love to read the Peanut Butter Boys detective books. They're thebomb.com. Have you read them? No, those are for smooth brains. You assemble your ingredients, industrial white bread and smooth peanut butter. Boom. End of story. Okay. This is our test recipe. So, I think the next thing we got to do is, we said sample food conversation. Edit, you don't even need what are your hobbies. It can just flow. I like that. Yep, you're totally right. Yep. Yeah. I love to read the Peanut Butter Boys detective books at thebomb.com. Have you read them before? Perfect. Yeah, we don't need a question from us there. We can put tags on this that will show us who's talking. but let's do that in a second. So what do we want to work on? We could do screens that slide, or we can do, perfect. This is great. Yeah, agreed. This gives us something to work from at least, as an example for our thing. So we could do screens that slide, or we can do, showing story choices. We'll just call it, ink integration. And then if we have our ink integration set up, we can do conversation UI. If you want to add more characters, you can just do good option, good text, bad text as placeholders. Yeah, nice. That's a good idea. I think you're right, because we want to, especially for tonight, I think that tonight we just want to try to get some kind of a very basic prototype standing up. And so we can try it from that. Let's do... All right, so let's think about, do we want to do take a little break from ink and do screens that slide and then do or do we want to do the ink integration stuff now? I guess we should probably try to do this and try to get this out of ink into Unity to some extent. Let's do that. Cool, so we go to Emacs. So we need so when does this trigger also? Make a sandwich icon? Let's do that. That's the little break that I need. Yep. Not on the agenda, but my vote. That actually is a good idea. Let's say new. You're going to be not 16 by 16 because all of our graphics are going to be a blazing 128 by 128. Is that too much? 64 by 64. And we won't scale them. Okay. Great. Yeah, I need this. Let's just draw a little sandwich. So what does a sandwich look like? It's made of bread. Probably not a big square. All right. Let's get our little canvas to work from. Okay, so a sandwich, we need the bread on the outside, and then we need to see the peanut butter and jelly spilling out a little bit, right? So here's our bread. It's going to be flat on the bottom. Actually, we want it to be like almost the whole thing. And it's not going to be quite straight. And there we go. Here's our bread. Can I guess I'm not supposed to use a fill bucket, even though that's really what I want right now. Ink? No. There's got to be a better way. Paint bucket tool. Bam. Okay. That doesn't look very good. Bam. Good enough. And then he needs stop this. The jelly spilling out, we definitely need. So here's my tool. I need the purple. And we've got like a little bit of purple coming out over here. It's our purple jelly. Looks good. And a little bit of peanut butter. That's going to be like this color maybe. That'll be like also kind of mixed in here. And maybe like a little bit of peanut butter here. And a little bit of jelly down over here maybe. Spilling out. Perfect. And we need our little icon. Okay, this is actually the most important part of this entire project, is getting the expression of the peanut butter and jelly correct. This has to be flawless, or the whole project is in jeopardy. Let's see. Good. No. Oh, he's sad. It's tragic. This is insane what we're doing, right? It's okay. I'm excited about it. And let's give him purple eyes. Big purple anime eyes. No. I think it's going to be the key to this whole operation. It's going to be big purple anime eyes. People love anime. If we could draw like anime people, our chances of success would be much higher. Okay, and then you need the iris, which is gonna be like or not the iris, the other one inside the iris, the pupil. Actually, I thought this was gonna look really bad, but we kind of did an okay job here. I mean, it's not a masterpiece, but it's pretty close to a masterpiece. Look at that boy. Ugh. There he is. That looks pretty bad, actually. Uh, let's let's give him a little bit more crust. It looks so great. He needs more crust. Is gonna be a key. We also, yeah. He looks like kind of like the Brave Little Toaster. I think. I only sort of remember what the Brave Little Toaster looks like, but I think we've got those vibes going. Bam. Actually, honestly, having this face is helping a lot to bring this character to life for me. Cool. And does he have eyebrows? No. Yes. DreamWorks expression. Yeah. Bam. There he is. He looks, I mean, not great. Sometimes shading makes these things look better. Do we want to give it a go? So here's the weird thing about this program is I have to like add more colors to my palette, I think. Like I can't just choose a new color. I have to like, but it's like kind of obtuse if I remember correctly. Can I not, you know what? He's fine the way he is. He is good. He's, in fact, beautiful beyond my wildest expectations. So we're going to save him as a sandwich. This is good. So we're going to, so our goal right now is going to be touch the sandwich, and it makes some dialogue, something appear. That will be our next thing. Sandwich.png. Great. Cool. Let's put our sandwich in here. Oh my word. Boy, I don't know about this. We may have bit off more than we could chew. Okay, so we'll also have another game object, just for now. Sandwich sprite. And we'll just copy all this. Honestly, we should do this. I wonder, can we pass in, like, it's fine. Let's just copy paste for now. We can make this code better later. Let's make this times 3. Oh boy. Okay. Find replace. Save me. Player sprite. Player sprite. Player. Everywhere we wrote player, we changed to sandwich. Bam. Bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam. And then we also need to change my man, right? We go, Sprite is going to be sandwich. And then we can put him somewhere in play. We'll say sandwich sprite.transform.translate vector 3 times down, vector 3 dot down times, I don't know, 10. See how that works? Let's see what that does for us. The sandwich is going to be very big, I've just realized. We need to change that also to 3. Okay. Let's see this sandwich. Show me sandwich. Look, you can see our stories here. So there is an editor for the ink stories. Whoa, 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 whoa. We have more votes for switch to Vim. It's fine. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know how nice it is to be able to write your own .emacs file. Why? It's not called sandwich. What is it called? It is called sandwich. Look at him. Research that sandwich. Why this doesn't work. Sandwich Sprite. We added it. Let's look at the game when it's running. There's sandwich Sprite. Sandwich, where are you? Sandwich. It has sandwich. Are you on top of the sandwich? Oh, let's actually see. If I swap these, will I be able to tell? Does that work live? Is your man on top of the sandwich? I think that it might be. Yeah, let's go. Let's make the sandwich really big. That's a way to tell, right? If he's like, 30 times bigger than the other guy, we'll definitely be able to tell. Okay, we cracked. Yeah, that looks pretty good. We cracked the case. Perfect. Yes, the man was on top of the sandwich. Wait, was he? Can't render that much sandwich. Yeah, it's gonna we gotta overclock the bits. It's ready to go for sure. All right, let's see this again. Let's see this sandwich. Let's see our man. We might have to draw a new man as well, just to help us understand what's coming together here. Why is he covering the sandwich? He must be, but the sandwich is supposed to be way bigger. First prize. Yes, we nailed it. Big blurry sandwich. Vector dot down. You know what I bet it is? I bet the sandwich goes off the screen. I bet he's not covering up the sandwich. I bet the sandwich is below where we can see. That's my new prediction. I think moving him down 10 is too much, and we don't realize it. There he is. Oh, he looks weird and bad. Why is he crying? I didn't program that. He's just become self-aware and has started weeping at the idea of being in this game. I forgot that he's much bigger than our man. Okay, we need to... Yeah, and our man can move. Can he? Man can move. Emergent behavior. Yeah, truly shocking. That actually is kind of weird, though, isn't it? All right, let's make our man bigger, too. Oh, my God, it's happening. Honestly, like, no joke, I think drawing the sandwich helped a lot. Helped a lot to bring this together, make this real in my mind. Okay, so we're also going to draw our man. What did we make it? 64 by 64? Okay, so here's our little man. This is going to be us, the chef. Okay, we're a chef. We're doing something truly incredible with collecting ingredients. So you need a big chef's hat if you're a chef, right? So bam, there you go. I think there's this cliche that all chefs are brunettes. I think that we don't want that. Let's break the mold. We're gonna have a blonde chef. For the first time ever in a video game, a blonde chef. You're welcome, society. We're doing it. We're making things more equitable. What? What? You don't think that all chefs are brunettes in games? I feel like if you draw a chef, everybody will think that it's like an Italian chef, Swedish chef. Even the Swedish chef is brunette though, and he's supposed to be Swedish. Yeah, I just remembered we have a fill bucket tool. Okay, so here's our blonde chef. You're welcome, society. Oh, you're right. That's what I'm saying. He's Swedish. He should be. Okay, so here we go. Let's give ourselves. Okay, what does our chef look like? This is so important. I can't even believe it. He even has an Italian mustache. It's not right. It's not right. We're gonna have a big blonde handlebar mustache, so society knows that we're pushing boundaries. Oh, this is good. Oh, I think we're doing it. I think that this might be the greatest. Right? That's a face. That's a good regular looking face. And then obviously he needs a whole body. That should be easy enough though. We just go like this. We give him a little neck. And then he's a chef, so he's obviously wearing overalls. What do they wear? It's not overalls. He's wearing an apron. So we'll give him a blue shirt. Underneath the overalls. Stop this. So it'll be like this. And then his apron comes down in front. Oh my god, it's happening. Here it is. He's got an apron. Looks great. Give him one of these. And we give him one of these. And he needs a little bit of arm. Nope. Stop this. Now, if we're smart, unlike what we're doing here, a smart thing to do would be to try to make him fill up the whole space. So that when we do like hitboxes and stuff, it makes more sense. It's fine. It's fine the way it is. He needs, obviously, arms. Wait, what about Guy Fieri? That's a good point. He's totally a blonde chef. I take it back. All chefs are blonde now. Every chef is blonde. Let's fix this. We can fix this. Bam! Society. Okay. And then he has his arms, which will be like, he's got one arm going here, and then he's got his other arm. He'll be holding a spatula so that you know he's a chef. Because otherwise there might be some real confusion. So we'll go like this, and we'll put... Now he's Linguini from the hit movie Ratatouille. You're right, yeah. Stop this. He needs his little spatula, which will be dark gray. Darker gray. We can do darker gray. Stop this. Okay, so he's got his little spatula. It's going to be like this. Bam. We could do this. It needs to be bigger. That's the problem, is the spatula has to have holes in it. Shit. Well, shoot. I can fix this. Shoot. Okay. We're going to do this. It's going to look really good in just a second. Actually, you know what? That looks fine. With just two? That looks okay. Actually, better than I expected. Have you considered... I vote for blonde. Okay, we'll go back to blonde. Have you considered a giant spatula? It can be an unlockable. Okay, and then he needs purple pants, naturally. I think he looks great. He's coming along. He's coming along. So he's got to have his jaunty... He's jaunty, so we need that. I hate this tool. So he's got his little jaunty legs. Like this. And then he's also jaunting along like this. He's got his parachute pants, of course, are required. Should his shirt come down? Or does his apron separate his... No. Yeah, this is right. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost going to go back to actually making a game. Okay. Oh my god. It's actually sort of okay. It's sort of not the worst thing in the world. What kind of shoes? Good question. I think we gotta have... Can we give him little Crocs? Will that work? So what if we do, like... We give him little skinny ankles. So we go like, bam. And then, like... He's got the beginning of his leg. It's going to look super fine and normal. And then he's got big green Crocs. Looks fine. Looks really good. Coming out the back there. We got to fill this in. Bam. Bam, bam. Stop this. Bam, bam. And then the light green. and then he needs little dots on them, so we know that they're Crocs. And that... Ooh. It's tougher to convey Crocs than I think I realized. Hulk pants? He does sort of have Hulk pants. Bam! Oh, he looks great. You know what he's missing? We needed this. Actually, I think that was an important feature. Perfecto. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I think we nailed it. I think, like, we were just drawing a placeholder asset, but I think we nailed it in one. I don't think there's any reason for us to ever revisit this. Great. So let's save this. This is, we're going to call this player. And that way, we can call this instead of my man. Please. Please. That was cool that it unsplit my windows. What do I do? Like this? Good. And put this back to... what one were we looking at? This one? Cool. Clap, clap, clap. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see it all come together. So now what we need to do is know when these two things are touching. Player is the wrong file type. Yes, it is. We need to actually save him as a PNG. Bam. There he is. Okay. So now, anyone can see... We're doing it. It's kind of coming together. Is this a game? Are we done yet? Did we make a game? Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, so what we need to know is when these two are touching. It's basically done. I think so. I think we're getting pretty close. So let's go like this. Let's change this to 2. We got to create a little bit more challenge. So it's going to be a little bit further just to get to the sandwich. Right now, it's just a little bit too easy. But I think this will be an adequate level of difficulty. Yeah, good. So you don't start out touching. You gotta move over there. You gotta earn it a little bit, you know? Okay, how do we find out if two sprites are touching? Is an important question to know. Let's Google Unity. Nope. Not on Twitch chat one. I need that. We go Unity. Game objects. Touching. Best way to detect the touch on a game object. Bam. Better easy way. Just add a box collider and a script with this event to your game. What is a box collider? Unity? What is a box collider? A box-shaped primitive collider. Is there like a rectangle collider? Sphere collider, capsule collider, physical rigid body. Let's call it a box collider. It probably is the right thing. So if we... oh boy. How do I add one? Can we... public methods. Is there one for the constructor? Methods, no. Instantiate, clones the original, no. Let's try... contact offset. Is the collider a trigger? No. I just want to know if two things have collided. Find object of type, instantiate. No, it's going to be not a static method, right? It's going to be a public method. Is it hit? Cast array that ignores all colliders. So this one, no. Unity. Box colliders. Our box colliders. Touching. How to test is touching the floor. Yeah, okay. Oh my god. What are you writing? Too much code. Collision. Sorry, this is wrong. You could try this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Collision. Collision. Collision describes a collision. Collision information is passed to collision on... The contact points are in open world space. The collider we hit, read only. So how do I... Gets a contact point on the special... So how does this get created? Should we... Maybe they'll show us an example. Model behavior. Print out what type of collision is attached to the collider. Void on collision stay. Check collision. It has the rigid body. There's got to be an easier way. This seems like a lot. But maybe not. Maybe it's just like going to generate a game event when our box collides. On collision enter. You could... Sorry if this is wrong. I'm trying this for 3 days. This is so simple. Blah, blah, blah. Tag the terrain with a tag called terrain. Collision. Okay. What's on collision enter? So do I have to... How am I going to write this without making a different script? On collision enter. On collision enter is called when this collider rigid body has begun touching another rigid body / collider. Okay, so this is 1. We could put this on the player. My goal would be to try to keep everything in the same script, but maybe that's antithetical to what we want to do with Unity. So mod... So void on collision enter. So, Trigger enter on collision enter is passed to collision the collision class and not a collider. What's on trigger enter? When a game object collides with another game object, Unity calls on trigger enter. On trigger enter happens. Colliders involved are not always the point of initial contact. Oh, so maybe this is fine. On trigger enter. So can I just put this in my... Upon collision with another game object, this game object will reverse direction. So can I set... This as a Can I set somebody's function? Can I like pass a... Like... What I want to write is something like... Sandwich sprite dot on collision enter equals some function that we pass in. But I don't think that... I'm not sure if that's a thing. What are other ways we could do this? When another... Okay, when a game object collides with another game object, happens... Oh, not always at the point of initial contact. They must contain a collider component. We can do that. But if I were to attach a collider... Interesting. And I can't just... There's not like a my children have collided method that I can write or that I can... Or hook that I can use. Maybe. Collision stay on trigger enter on trigger exit. Oh no, my children! They've collided! Well, that's what I want to know. I want to put it in here somehow. But because... Why do I want to do that? I want to... Okay, let's see. If there's another way we can get collision. Or even whatever a collision 2D is. A collider 2D. Collider distance 2D. Collision 2D. Collision 2D, returned by 2D physics, callback functions. No, just collision is fine. Is passed to collider.on collision enter, on collision stay. It's also contact point. Contact point where the collision contact points are stored on the collision structure. Collision. Yeah, okay. Let's... How can I do this? If I have a... Because all their examples are just going to show me how to add a new script, right? Gotta go. I'm gonna AFK for a bit. Good luck. Thanks. the vector impulse, the relative velocity of the rigid body we hit, read only. This is null if the object's with no rigid body attached. That's fine. Read only. How do we get, let's find out how we do this. Unity, get, unity detect collision of children. Of children. How to detect occurring on child object. This is what I want. Using a rigid body with a character, you can get this out of the box. Look like this. Bam, bam. On collision, enter messages will fire on the game object containing the rigid body, reaching your parent control script without needing to write an extra relay script. Oh. Does that work? Detect component dot collision detected this. Oh. Okay. So maybe we can do it like this. We're going to make a new C# script. It's going to be real simple. We're going to say, no, don't put this in resources, though. Delete this. We don't need this to be in resources. Delete it. Bam. Instead, in assets, we put a C# script. We're going to call this collide. And we're going to put transform.parent.getComponent parent script collision detected this. Yeah. Maybe that'll work. So these will both need colliders. Let's put those on first. So we'll say player sprite dot add component collider. Let's see if we can say Unity add a script to a game object in code. During runtime, add component scriptable object. This doesn't work. Add component script name. Bam. That's it. Huh. So allegedly, if we go player sprite dot add component, really? Will this really just work? That's very cool if it's true. Let's look at our Unity. We called this, let's rename this to collide child. And maybe we want to rename this to something different like top script. That's camel case. Okay, so collide child. Let's go open that up. Bam. So this doesn't need anything on start. It doesn't need anything on update. What it does need is to define what happens when we collide. And that is going to be, this is a good idea from this person here. On collision enter, stop this. So, on collision enter, we're going to transform.parent. Is that the way that we get .getComponent top script dot collision detected this? Will that really work? That seems awesome if it works. Let's say, so the player sprite has a collider, and then we need to write a, we'll just write when player, hold up. I want this to be my collide child. So our void collision detected. This seems too good to be true, but we'll see if this works. When we do this, let's print, and we'll make this take a collide. Oh, this needs to be uppercase. And we'll say it passes the collision. And this will take a collision. And then what can we print from the collision? Let's see. Our collision has get contacts, retrieve all contacts points for this collision. What I want to know is who's colliding. The collider we hit. Read only. Right. So I want collision dot collider. And then is there like a name? Oh, sorry. I want the game object whose collider you're colliding with. Dot game object. That just says that we collided. Can I get the name of that thing or something just so I know which one I hit? Game object, what? Oh, you have a tag, right? So can I just get that tag? Bam. Dot tag. Okay. Let's see if that works. Compile errors. Line 29. Indeed, this needs to be to get out of here. Collide child 12.1. This is line 12. You don't like this because we don't need it. They should both have, okay, what's the problem? Namespace already contains a definition for top script. Yes, this should be now, stop. Why does this keep happening? This should be top script. Duck collision is inaccessible due to its protection level. Okay. Yes. This will need to be what? Public? And is that what the people did in the example? All right. Let's see. So we're looking for the console to print something out. Cannot add component of type collider because it is abstract. Add component of type that is derived from collider instead. Oh, interesting. Can't add component of type collider because it is abstract. Okay. No worries. Let's look at the example again. And see if we can tell why. How to add a script. Bam, 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 bam. No, this is not it. We want public class, child script, mono behavior. Yes. Why they don't, because it is abstract, a component type that is derived from, it's mono behavior. Why don't they like it? So I can't add this collider. Let's see. We'll say Unity cannot add component of type because it is abstract. How do I fix? Add component collider 2D. Oh, am I doing this wrong? Collider, no. Is it because I'm not supposed to name... Oh, it shouldn't be a collider. It should be... Oh, actually, it's not mad about me doing collide. And in fact, I haven't even successfully done that. Is that right? Yeah, we're missing a piece here. Let's see. Why collider gives abstract error? Because it is abstract of type, we'll say collider. Add component returns none because it is abstract. This person says, do. Nobody answers them. Can I add changing box collider, a component. Can't add script component because the script class cannot be found. It's abstract. Use it. Okay, use one that's derived from collider instead. That we can easily fix. If we look at collider, what are some things that inherit from it? Maybe a box collider? And then we'll add this also to the sandwich. Sprite. And lastly, we need to add our new thing, which is just collide. Not the best name, but fine. Let's see what that does. Okay, here's the moment of truth. Alas, it does not do the thing. Okay, why no? Add collide. When do box colliders collide? Let's see. Box collider. Box shape primitive collider. Do I need to set the size when I make it? Center, size. Use to return or to set the size of the box collider component of a game object in the game object's local space, scales it by the transformer's scale. So if we do... Stop this. Box collider. These are starting values. Size equals new vector m scale scale scale. So if these like really overlapped each other, would we be able to... Well, it won't set off then though, right? It's not a matter of just not overlapping enough. Okay. Let's do Unity. Collide 2D. Do we need parent class for collider types used with... Oh, does it need to be box collider 2D? Collider 2D. And here we have box collider 2D. Let's see if that fixes it. Can we see when these things touch now? Moment of truth? Alas. Why? Why? Let's put a, let's get this all the way over here. And can we do like a, let's do a print here as well. And we'll just say, we'll print ding. If this is getting called, we'll print ding. And so maybe this part isn't getting called. Let's see. And we can look at all these objects here too. That might be helpful as well. Ding is never called. So, sandwich sprite. You have a box collider 2D. Great. The collider did not create any collision shapes as they all failed verification. This could be because they were deemed too small. Oh, they are incredibly small for some reason. Why is the default size 0.00001? That'll be an issue. Okay, we can do that. We can fix that. Let's go. Player sprite dot get component. We'll get all this organized. I think tomorrow morning will be a good time to come back and organize all this stuff. So we'll get component box collider 2D. And there's not like arguments we can pass in when we add component, right? Public methods, static methods, instantiate. No, that's not what I need. I want to see the constructor, but do we not have one of those? Okay, let's suppose that we don't. Dot. And this needs to have a size. So, okay, so we've got our collider 2D, box collider 2D. We want our size. How do we use it? The x coordinate of the vector, it's a vector 2. Great. Dot size equals new vector 2. And we will say, how big are our guys? All 3.0? I don't know how big this will actually be, but maybe we'll be able to tell. And then the sandwich sprite needs this as well. Get component box collider dot size. Okay, great. Let's see if that will do it. So the colliders were too small. We're making them big. Will they be able to touch each other now? Okay, not touching yet. Or ever. If I look at sandwich sprite, oh man, make me crazy. Box collider has size 3.3. That's good. Does it need... Is trigger. Oh, what is trigger? Is this collider configured as a trigger? Oh. What does that is trigger mean? Come on. Is... It's a property. Check if it's configured as a trigger. So let's say is trigger maybe needs to be set to true. When they, in their example, what was the default? On the collider says true. Can it be triggered? Can it not? We don't know. But they were set to false in both cases, right? So we'll go... Oh boy. Dot is trigger equals is it is oh wow, coding stream. Hey Zephyr, what's up? We're trying to do a game jam. It's slow going. I haven't really used Unity before, so we're figuring it all out on the job here as we go. Okay, so how do I want to make sure this is part of your performance review. Oh boy, I'm sure this can't help. Okay, so how do what was I doing? I want to see if, so is trigger, it's, okay, camel case, great. Is trigger. It's also, our code is a mess. This should not be representative of me, I hope. Okay, so we've got is trigger is true. Do you want to see our game? It's actually very impressive what we have so far. After we've been going for 3.5 hours, doing some other things too. Let me show you what we've got so far. I think you'll be very impressed. I just have a feeling. So look, so we start with this blank scene, but we start it up. And bam! We got our chef. We got a sad sandwich. And they don't collide yet. It's supposed to print to the console when they collide, but it still doesn't work. So when I look at this, is trigger is now true. Why they don't touch. Player sprite is trigger is also true. But why? Oh my god. So the prompt or the angle of this game jam is we have to use the ink engine, which is used for like writing visual novels and adventure games and stuff. But it like hooks into Unity. And so the idea here is I want to make it so that like you're a chef who needs to make recipes, but you like have a weird conversation with the food that you're making while you're making it, and that determines what ingredients that you put in. That's basically the idea that we have. It's a little bit unhinged. Where right now though we're just trying to mostly get the basic kind of framework working. Okay, so what are we doing? So how do I test whether my yeah. The problem is a lot of people are just dropping all of their stuff into Unity. Was this all premeditated, or did you come up with this in the past 3.5 hours? The past 3.5 hours, yeah. So we knew we were going to have to use this, but they just gave us the prompt. Let me find our important notes. They gave us the prompt at 3 p.m. And so the prompt was, you'll think of something. That's all that they gave us. And we did a lot of ideas. You're running out of time to pay the rent, maybe. And so we like this idea of being a chef who has to improvise together recipes from the things that he has. Like, oh man, I gotta make this recipe. What are we gonna do? You'll think of something. And so we've got this idea that we're doing a top-down Zelda 1 perspective. Giant Spatula asked us to reverse a linked list, but we don't need to do that for the stream. Yeah, it's been a weird one. So right now, the things that we're trying to do are make a little trigger fire when our dudes collide with each other. And then also, we want to start hooking our Unity stuff into this engine. So basically, like, our little story will like start up and we'll be able to move through it and like make choices that are defined in this scripting language. And we want to get feedback from what's happening in this story to be passed into Unity. And that way they can like, the two engines, Unity and Ink, can interact with each other. But we gotta, I mean, we're having trouble even getting these things to collide. So let's see. Actually, if I'm running this, do I have that script attached for colliding? Because it may be that these are collide script. Is that... It doesn't have the right script, though. Is that script called something else? It's called collide child. That's maybe the problem. Okay, so if I was called... That's a much better name, too. Okay, so I want to... My idea is this, when it collides with something else, it's going to tell its parent object that I just collided with something. That's the scheme. But I need to call this the right thing, because there is no script called collide, but there is a script called collide child. Let's see if that fixes it. Sweet mercy. It's been pretty bumpy, I gotta be honest. Okay, well, look at these objects. Player sprite has collide child. Bam. Look at the console. Wait. No. Doesn't work. None of our print statements print. Damn it. Okay, how do we detect this? I'm loving this. The movement is now perfect. But this is nothing. We look at what we've done and it's like we've done nothing. Okay. Have you worked with Unity before? Once a very long time ago. So I've used it maybe like 4 years, or it would have been more than that. It would have been like 2016. So like 5 years ago. So no, basically. And C#, I don't really know either. But figuring out how things work in Unity is really the tricky part here, I think. Box Collider 2D, Box Collider 2D. We've set up the Box Collider. We can see that the scale is set the size is set, so why don't my colliders collide? Let's see it real quick. They're both triggers. They should... Okay, player sprite, they both have colliders. You've got this collide child script, which is awesome. Okay, new ideas. This on collision enter, something is wrong about this. Maybe. Let's do... Okay, how can we... What else can we gut check here? Let's do it like this. Let's just make sure that we can even print things from here. So we'll print start. And that'll be just a quick gut check there. And then this is on collision enter. Is that right? So if we've got a collider, a box collider, it's a collider. It should have on collision enter. It's called when the void on collision enter. Good. Looks good. Do I have to... Let's see if they have an example of using this. Mono behavior. View start, void on collision enter, collision, collision. For each contact point, yeah, that's fine. That's just a mono behavior, so it's not anything. I don't have to like have a special class here. Another example, on collision enter, collision, collision, on COLLISION, enter. Right, that all looks okay. Maybe we're getting the... No, but this isn't even printing ding, right? Which is what we expect to see. So let's see if that start prints. I think that will. I kind of think that part will work. And the collisions maybe are wrong. But let's find out. Start, great. Yes, that totally works. It's just this hook isn't firing. Okay. Let's see if somebody has asked about this. Unity, on collision enter. Not working. Perfect. We're not the first ones. This isn't working. Bam, 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 bam. If your other colliders have rigid body, our collision will only be called when one of the colliders has a rigid body. Oh, okay, we can do that. That's easy enough. What is a rigid body? Do I need both of them? Did it say that? Okay. For example, collision events are only sent if one of the colliders also has a non-kinematic rigid body attached. If we had read it, we would have known. Collision events will be sent... Okay, so how do I add a rigid body? And what does that do before I add one? We can just probably add one only to the player, because we're not doing, like, physics stuff. Control an object's position through physics simulation, has a scripting API, blah, 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 blah. Can I just add one? Will it be a big deal if I just do that? That's kind of the cool thing about this. We can just add these like, components to stuff, and it just kind of works. So we could do, like, player sprite. We'll clean this up later. Dot add component. Rigid body. Does it have to be rigid body 2D? I think it does. Yeah, probably. Rigid body 2D. Let's see if that will do something for us. So now we've technically... Type of namespace could not be found. Because... That's interesting. Hold up. Rigid body 2D. Rigid... Oh, the B is lowercase. Okay. Bop. That's weird, but fine. Fair enough. Okay, let's see this collision. If this collides, we're in business. Why did our guy go down? Oh, because he has a rigid body attached to him. He has physics. Wait, really? How do I make that not happen? That was very funny. I did not expect him to suddenly have gravity applied to him. Let's see. This also responds to collisions with other sprites. Behavior comes entirely from its physics system. Very little code is required. Blah, 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 blah. Can I please ask it to not have gravity? That would really help. Rigid body, class, sprite renderer, collider 2D, joint 2D. Collider 2D, attached rigid body. Oh, does it have to be attached to the collider? Hold up. Apply force to the rigid body attached to the collider. So do I have to add the collider first and then the rigid body goes on that? How, I think that it does. Let's do it that way. What if we do... So instead of adding this box collider 2D, we'll go... Did it print when it went through the other sprite? Oh, good question. I don't think it did. I think maybe the box collider needs to be on the rigid body 2D. I really don't know though. So let's add that first. Okay, so we've made our sprite renderer. That's actually, let's do that last. So we'll do this physics garbage first, and then this code is all pretty much fine. So we'll leave that down here. Add component box collider 2D. Does it need to be on this rigid body? That's not quite what they said though, right? They said... Let's look at that again. Public methods on... No, I want... Oh, on collision enter 2D is what needs to be called. So maybe it's just because everything in 2D has a different name. 2D? Seems like it could be the case. Let's see if we get that print statement now. I hope that it's not something where I have to like... Message parameter has to be of type collision 2D. Yes, it does. That also makes sense. Okay. So then this needs to be... Collision detector needs to also take a collision 2D. Great. It's weird. So some stuff is written to be always kind of assume you're in 3D, even if you're in 2D. So there's a lot of like stuff that uses a vector with an X, a Y, and a Z, even though it just throws away the Z. But this stuff, it looks like there's separate, which makes sense. I guess your whole physics engine. We didn't get that collide. We still have this problem of our man falls through. And there's no printing anything besides this start. Okay, well, we know the start works, so we can remove that. Stop this. Oh, boy. We're really starting at a disadvantage here. Okay, maybe we should have just jury-rigged this and just, like, written our own thing to see if things are overlapping each other. We probably could have done that. That's fine. Okay, let's see. So, on collision enter 2D. Tell me more about this. Sent when an incoming collider makes contact with the object's collider 2D physics only. Further information about the collider is reported. Collision events will be sent to disabled mono behaviors. Okay, yeah. This one doesn't tell us about the thing. Okay. Let's look again at our on collision enter not working. That's what's missing. On collision will only be called when one of the colliders have a rigid body. Take a look at this on collision enter. That's going to say the same thing. If one of the colliders also has a... Okay. So the collider needs a rigid body attached. So do I want to say not player sprite.add component rigid body, but potentially player sprite.get component box? We'll assign this to a variable later. Dot add component rigid body 2D. Okay, so we're adding this rigid body to the box collider. Let's see what that looks like. We will, I think, still fall. Does not contain a definition for add component. No? Box collider 2D. How do I... Oh, okay, no worries. Maybe it's one of the properties of this collider. So we go, good lord. Collider 2D. Do you have like rigid body is something that I have to set? Attached rigid body. Collider 2D are automatically attached to a rigid to the same object as the Collider 2D or none if present. Then on a rigid 2D, the property will be none if no is attached. Okay. So maybe this is wrong. Wow. Let's do it like this. This order, adding the rigid body first, adding the box collider. Let's see what these relationships look like. This will still cause our dude to fall through. I think. We won't see print statement. That's fine. When we look at player sprite, when we look at our rigid body 2D, our box collider 2D, does it have an attached rigid body? Unclear. Rigid body, does it have an attached collider? Also unclear. Shoot. Okay, let's do it like this. Unity, 2D collider, code. Manual. Will this show me how to actually do it? I want to see an example of somebody using this. Box collider 2D. Is trigger. Check this box if you want it to behave as a trigger. We do, I think. If the sprite runner component for the select has the draw mode set to tiled, shape of the collider 2D, meaning the shape is automatically readjusted. Oh, cool. Has the draw mode set to tiled. We'll take a look at that in a second. Controls the radius around edges. So the vertices are circular. No, we don't need that. I just need to see an example of this code. I don't want to see people setting up a bunch of things here. Although maybe that's fine. Got a composite collider 2D, box collider 2D. Why do you have multiple colliders? Used by composite. Oh boy. Add component. Type collider, box collider 2D. Let's... What you need to know. Code example. Bam. Okay. On collision enter 2D. Bam. Fine. Is that it? That's all they're going to give me? Ooh, maybe. What if they both had rigid bodies attached? I don't think it would matter, but let's see. Not a box collider. Why this didn't work? Right, so before we add this here... Oh boy, this code's getting to be a mess too. I just need to see if we get stuck here, we'll just write a little code for assume all the sprites are the same size. Look at the X and Y coordinates. Do they overlap? We can do that in a pinch. It might not be efficient though, but we're not going to make like a really heavy duty game, I don't think. Well, now they'll never collide. That's some good clean fun because they both fall at the same rate, of course. Of course. How? Of course. Yep. Naturally. Okay. Unity. Rigid body. 2D. Let's take a look. How do I make this stop having gravity? The degree to which this object is affected by gravity is a float. Great. Player sprite dot get component rigid body 2D. Oh my god. Dot what is it? Gravity scale. Equals, I would want no gravity. Back for a sec, then leaving for the night? No worries. Hey, what's up, Rango? We're just trying to work out some code right now. So we're trying to make it so we can detect when things are colliding with each other, is what we're doing at the moment. The plan is, so the plan for our, like, V0, minimum viable product is you talk to recipes that will tell you what kinds of ingredients you need. You go on a little scavenger hunt through little areas that are going to pan like Zelda 1 Sprite or Zelda 1 areas, looking for ingredients. You come back and you have a conversation with the recipes based on the ingredients, and you get some kind of a score or points or something, depending on whether you make a good recipe or a bad one. And then we can make that scavenger hunting more interesting and more complicated from there, if we can get that much to work. All right, so we need to also set our gravity scale for our other thing to 0, so that all of our objects don't fall over. So the ingredients not set in stone and more so use what you find? Exactly, yeah. So basically for like each recipe, there'll be multiple... For each ingredient, there'll be multiple choices. And so you can use whichever ones you find, yeah. This needs to not be player sprite, but sandwich sprite. Okay. Let's see if this will work at last. When it spams the console with messages about things colliding, I'm going to be so relieved. We're not there yet. Okay, good. So these guys no longer fall. They also do not collide. Please. Please. Nice. I like that. But then we need effects. Yeah, I'm a little tired to come up with effect ideas. That's all right. We'll be at it tomorrow and Sunday too. So if you think up good ideas, we can potentially put them in. And those are the kinds of things, yeah, that we want to layer on top once we have the most basic framework together. Okay, this on collision enter 2D should be getting called, but it's not. Why this is... okay, so we'll say... Yeah, hopefully I'm in tomorrow. Well, yeah, so tomorrow and Sunday we'll do it a little bit too. Depending on how far behind, maybe we'll go longer than planned on Sunday. I thought it was due 3 p.m. at Sunday, but it's actually 3 p.m. at Monday. So in a pinch, we could go a little longer. Although probably I just want to come back and play Majora's Mask on Monday. Oh, but the contest will be over, or the game jam will be over by that time. I guess it might end Monday afternoon, my time. So maybe we would hurriedly do something Monday morning. I hope we don't. Okay, so on collision 2D, or on collision enter 2D, not being called. Bam. Why? Let's see other problems people have with this. I have two objects that I want to collide. Both bullet have a rigid body 2D. Somebody's going to say, you need to add box collider 2D component to your game objects. Rigid body 2D just tells the game object how to interact with the physics engine. Rigid body 2D. You've not marked your moving rigid body with the right collision detection method. You need continuous dynamic rather than discrete if you are moving your object with speed. Let's see what version we have. Are you just scrapping the rent idea? Or maybe we bring back the big cake guy with this system as the rent? Yeah, I think that's the open question about, like, what is the, like, score or whatever that you get at the end? Or at the end of a recipe. So potentially it would be like money to pay towards the rent. I think one guy with different wants is better for a jam than multiple. That might be a good idea. Yeah, how, like, what the recipes, yeah, rather than having like multiple different customers. I guess we need somebody who will accept our recipes when they're done. Okay, so this collider, it is not used by composite, not auto tiling. That's all fine. I want to know why these don't hit each other. Marked as kinematic. If so, the event won't call. Are they kinematic? How do I choose if they're kinematic? Kinematic. Collision detection. Oh, do I want continuous? You need continuous dynamic rather than discrete if you are moving your object with speed. So let's let's hack this and try that. So if we put these both on collision method detection continuous, that doesn't fix the problem. The big cake guy just takes ingredients straight in, or at least the meals, and I still want to live inside him. I do like the idea of living inside a big cake. Is funny, and paying rent to the big cake. Okay, let's do... So that didn't fix this, crucially. We didn't really expect it to, but it was an idea. Collision detection discrete. Like, we walk inside cake, and he is also our landlord. I do like this. You need to add a box collider 2D. Box collider 2D. Here it is. Bam. Here's our rigid body 2D, box collider 2D. Used by effector, used by compositor. Let's see if we get some other ideas. On collision enter is not called. Must have a collider attached. A mesh collider can't collide with another mesh collider. Our actors trigger at least one of the two game objects must have a rigid body attached. Yes. Collision between game object can be selective enabled depending on the layer the game objects belong to. Layer-based collision detection. Oh boy. So layer 1 is... Let's see this. No, there's no way that this is a thing, right? Are these guys considered to be on different layers? Is that a thing? Oh, that system, it's also simpler with money. We aren't selling the food for money. It straight up is our money. True. How do I... Why do you guys not collide? Please. I just... Collision continuous. Doesn't seem to matter. Okay, let's take the rigid body off of one of these for now, because I don't think that we actually need it. People are saying we only need it on one. We can have a joke with money that is food. We could have like a funny currency. I do always like a funny currency. All right. And inside the cake again, we can contextualize effects of potential food or conversation better. That's kind of true. Yeah. I mean, you could also feed our big landlord or whatever. Yeah, you're right though. If they're the effects of like the inside of the cake, if we're putting new things into it, they could be affecting it. Just rigid body be taken out of physics control? What is that? Says the truth, then the rigid body will stop reacting to collisions and applied forces. No. But then sometimes needs physics for... No. Why these... Why these don't collide? Please. Please. Not being called. Ideas? Oh, man. This is not what I wanted to get stuck on here. But we should have known that this kind of stuff would be the thing. I feel with the prompt, we want effects of meals to be felt. You'll think of something. Yeah, you're kind of right. That maybe we want more on collision enter. Not... Okay, how to use it. Is an event, unique calls it when the object, a collider. This is the... Okay, on collision enter, Usually occur when a rigid body hits a collider. When a simple collider or character controller hits a rigid body, this event will occur if and only if the rigid body isn't sleeping, that it must be moving or spinning. Oh. This might be a thing. Is the problem that this sandwich is asleep? Does that even make any sense? How do they both have to be moving? That seems crazy. But maybe. Rigid body isn't sleeping. Oh no, we care about sleep, state, awake. Yeah, so we're not worried. Nothing's asleep. Outside any function like update start. That's wrong. Okay. So rigid body's alive and well. And then we have a conversation tree to decide what he wants. But then if we take too long, the choices change. Tree, not skill. Yeah, these are good ideas. I like these. These are things that we can try to layer on trigger enter and when to use them. What is the difference? Oh boy, this is a hell of a graphic here. It's going to be used just the way it sounds with a collision. When I think of collisions, the far... What's on trigger enter? Is a pass-through collision when objects don't pass off each other, but events can be triggered when contact is made. Oh, maybe this is what we want. Let's look for the moment objects collide. Let's see if they will tell us about on collision enter. I'm trying to think of stuff that refill multiple purpose to save time and make it smoother for the player. If I look at Collider... Okay, let's look back at our Collider 2D. Collider 2D class. Does it have on trigger enter? And is a trigger collider attached to this object? Another object, 2D physics only. Let's try that one. Maybe we change this to on trigger enter. And what types does this take? On trigger enter 2D does take a collider 2D. Oh my god. Oh no, collider 2D. Okay. So this is going to give us the thing we collided into. Oh dang, my boss was here. Yeah, briefly. We're struggling, Giant Spatula, to make these things collide with each other. Still. It's still here. Dun dun dun. I think personally, effect should be of feeding meals, changing parts of the world, changing, getting other ingredients for better or worse. This is all wrong. The type, okay, Collider 2D, that's fair. We should write these names correctly. This is not the part that I wanted to be stuck on. Collision is the worst, man. I was saying earlier, we might want to just go... I'm thinking too far ahead there, though. Honestly, Rango, I was hoping we'd be more at that stuff even today. But yeah, we're getting stuck on the easy stuff here. I will not drop living in the cake, though. All right, keep fighting for it. I like it. I'm on board. Yeah, I'm thinking of just writing our own are these two things overlapping function rather than trying to do this the right way. Potentially, because I'm losing my mind. Cannot convert from Collider 2D to Collision 2D. Yes, you're correct. That's right. This should be Collider 2D. And we'll call this Collider. And we can go... Does the Collider have a game object attached? I guess we're about to find out. But the other Collider 2D... On trigger event, parameters, other, blah, 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 blah. Collider 2D does it have a game object, maybe an inherited property? Yes, okay, great. Scene view, all compilers have to be fixed. What's broken? What? Is that still left over? Ding. Okay. They think that they're colliding now. Null reference. Object's reference not set to an instance of the object. Collide child 10. Let's see. That is because... But then you'll have to implement gravity. Well, gravity is implemented for free. We had that run where they didn't collide into each other because they both fell with the same gravity when we first added the physics, like rigid bodies to them. So do I need a rigid body even for this first one? Or well, let's try to get it to work at all first. So they're colliding now, but then this part has some kind of an error. Gets a null reference exception on object reference not set to an instance of an object. Transform.parent.getComponent. Do I just do parent.getComponent? Do I just want my parent? Maybe this will not work. Let's see. instead of the transforms parent? No. The name parent does not exist. Okay, it should be transform.parent. Inside the cake, we can have our decorative room stuff, the grand and incomprehensible belly of the cake to feed our meals to, and the kitchen in the same room. His heartbeats can create heat to cook the meal. Oh, the weird organic kitchen inside of a giant cake landlord. These are the ideas that I want to work in thematically. Okay, so why do we get collider? Collider, collision detected. This doesn't work. This is these are the ideas of a madman. This is all a little bit unhinged. I think this is the right venue for that. This is our top script. You are supposed to get the top script. But, okay, let's do it like this. Let's just print a whole bunch of stuff. Print. Transform. So potentially now the problem is that the collider's too big. Print. Sorry, not transform. Print, transform, print, transform, dot parent. Let's find out what is null. That's left over from last time. Here, we'll get it again right away. Ding, null. So our player sprite is the parent for some reason. Oh, so we need like the... Yeah. Well, parent's supposed to have... No, transform is our player sprite. Our parent is null. Okay, so that's a problem. So will these... Can I make them hit each other again if they move really far apart? I think that worked. So I think that yes, there's a problem of these are too big. So let's make these smaller. That's something we can maybe fix. Okay, so these colliders are 1.0 and 1.0. They're still going to be, I think, beyond the bounds of the characters. We need to decide, face to talk to outside of the cake, or we pull a dungeon man from Earthbound and there's this tiny head inside. I'm up for either, to be honest. Let's say face on the outside, I think. And then we go inside, and then we go outside again. When you feed the belly and have a sleep inside a cake belly, we got a long way to go. Hopefully we can get there. Okay, these are already hitting again. Okay, so the transform.parent is broken. So we need to get... So the transform is our player sprite, or sandwich sprite, but transform.parent is... We could do double face for outside and inside for convenience. That would be handy. He could have like a cake hole on the inside that you feed him into. Okay, that's sort of working. The boundaries are crazy. We have to fix those. There are ways to make them work with the sprite renderer, though, I think. So we need to understand why this transform.parent thing doesn't work. Okay, so let's say Unity get parent of game object. We feed the belly that is also a cake. Hold up. Okay, getting parent game object from child. Once you have the parent, you are able to access the parent game object with transform.gameObject. Oh, trying to get something other than game object to the parent, let us know. We'll try it. You want to see if that works? Game object. If that works, I would love it. I still want to name the belly the grand and incomprehensible cake's belly. It will be funny. We can name something the grand and incomprehensible something. I'm on board. What if he's the grand and incomprehensible? We'll get there. These are tough details. I don't know if we're even gonna get this far. Okay, player sprite is the game object. Good. How do I get the game object's parent? Because it's not set to an instance of an object. Collider on trigger 2D. This is at 12. Yes, this is still here. Right. Sweet mercy. Try to get something other than the game object of the parent. Once you have the parent transform. Okay, how do you get the parent transform? This.transform.parent. What? It's supposed to be the parent. We will see other simpler ideas, and we will choose this wacky idea. Yeah, we could end up with a broken game. I think there's a real chance. I don't think we should rule that one out yet. This.transform.parent will give us the parent. But when we do this.transform.parent here, it didn't give us what we needed. So, wow. Because do I not count as the parent when I create this game object? It looks like I was the parent. Didn't it seem like transform.parent is supposed to get us this? Let's look at this again. What are you trying to make collide? Player and wall? Player and so I just want to see that the player and the bread or the little sandwich are overlapping each other. We literally just need a way to know when we're touching something. Okay, this gives us a player sprite. So if I look at this player sprite, oh, you know what? It isn't a child of the game object, actually. How do I do that? Ah, okay, this is also a problem. Okay. Unity, create game object as child. Instantiating a new game object as a child of a different one. How do I do this? Transform.setParent. Bam. And can I just do this? Oh my god, we're almost getting there, I think. Sweet mercy. Okay. So I create I can send you sprites, but IDK if they will fit the style. Because audio mode, that's cool. I'd be down for that. So we're doing if you want to send sprites, right? Because you haven't seen what we're doing. I mean, our sprites are just placeholders right now. If we want, I don't want you to have to make sprites before we know what we need. But if you're here tomorrow, potentially, we might have a clearer idea of like what content we want in the game. Because right now we're just trying to build the skeleton, like the very structure. But potentially there will be a part where we have a call for art. I'm not sure though yet. I mean, just going back to our ground rules, our rule number 1 is if it looks bad, that's fine. So maybe sprites would be something if we really love what we make and we want to add more stuff afterwards outside the game jam. Maybe that's something that we would polish up then. No shoes on the couch, also a crucial rule. Okay, I can make some placeholders or basic stuff. Okay, I would say, Rango, don't trouble yourself with it right now, but I think we could do some basic sprites if we really love what we get out of this. Then maybe we can start taking in, I don't want to say community. We're not really a big enough channel for that, but then we can start sourcing some sprites from you and others potentially if we really love what we make. I don't want you to spend, I have no other roles, so it's all I can add really. That's okay. Just honestly, like having people in the chat, like ideating and helping brainstorm and stuff has been huge. I was so stuck at the beginning of like what even to do. So, okay. I want to make this player sprite be a parent or be a child. So, of this. So we go like this. Player sprite dot set parent. This. Does that work? No, it needs dot transform. Transform dot set parent this. No. Foreground. Press the wrong buttons. Okay. Could this be the secret magical sauce? Transform does not contain a definition of set parent. Oh, it needs to be capitalized. Okay, thank God. Oh my God. I was like worried for a hot second that this was like some outdated stuff. On some sprites tomorrow that will probably be needed anyway, like mountain and stuff. And by the way, I am a shit artist. I am too. If you could see the art, I mean, you know that. You've seen the art we draw on this channel. Pixel, right? That's what we're doing. Yeah. But Rango, I mean, I'm just worried that we won't even get that far. And so I don't want you to have to make sprites that we're not going to be able to use, basically. is my hesitation. Because, like, I don't even know what we're going to... Like, we say we need a mountain and stuff, but I don't even know where or what that will look like. I'll try to keep them basic. I mean, okay, if you want to, you can work on that. But like I said, I'm just not sure that we'll be able to use them. I mean, we might have... Right now, we have one picture of a chef and one picture of bread and no idea of what the content of the game will actually look like specifically. But if you want, we can try to work them in, but like I just don't know if we'll have like a use for them, honestly. Player sprite.transform.set parent this. Okay, what is the compiler error? Cannot convert from top script to Unity engine.transform. This dot transform? Tomorrow I have nothing to do. IDK if they will make it in, but something to do. All right, that's fair enough. I do like the idea of trying to take art and stuff from people in chat. All right, sounds good. Let's see if this will work. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. 12. What do you mean? Oh, this is left over from last time. Okay. Let's see if this will work. Oh my god, it actually kind of worked. Untagged. We got close, though. I'll try to keep basic one block sprites. Okay, so the sprites we're drawing right now we're doing 64 by 64, but I don't even know if that's like what we would limit ourselves to. Yeah. Okay, this almost works. We're calling the function. Set size for objects, let's say 64 by 64. I think that's a good size for like basic characters and objects and stuff. Okay. Cool. Let's go like this. Okay, so holy hell, we got it to actually kind of collide. The only thing is, it thinks that this collider is untagged. 64 is one block? Yeah, that's the idea. It doesn't think it has a tag. But that's fine. So what else could I print out about this collider? Let's just print collider and see what information we get about it. And then we've got to try to make the collisions be bounded to the actual shape that we're working with. Compiler errors must be fixed. Which ones? Oh, here it is. Parenthesis expected. Yep. I want to try the Cake King, even if he doesn't make it in. It will be 2 or 4 blocks. All right. Yeah, that sounds good. I'm on board. This should work now, right? Sandwich Sprite. Oh my god, it kind of works. It doesn't have a tag for some reason. But we're tag untagged. Oh, but we can get the name, right? IDK how to do backgrounds. That's on you. Sounds good to me. I mean, our background right now, I wish you could see Rango. It's just a blue rectangle. So, we'll figure something out. All right. Let's do it like this. Amazing. Yeah, we're it's the default blue rectangle of Unity. Okay. So holy smokes, we actually can make this collide. Do we need a rigid body on this if they are just doing a trigger instead of a collide? And how different are those things? No, one of them does need a rigid body. Okay, that's fine. I don't mind, please. I don't mind having one. Okay, so we can now detect the collision. And we can tell who we collided with. Which is good. My god. What do we need also? We move player on update. On collision detected, we need to move to a particular point in our story. And so let's do it like this. Let's find out what a tag is. We can have a cheese dessert, a desert, a saucy ocean, a candy mountain, and a vegetable forest. This is my idea. Food world. I like it. I like the idea, yeah, of having like a like Candyland, but with all foods. I'm on board with. Let's look at our game object and see how we set those tags. Tag. Dot tag equals player. So I can just put any tag that I want on this. So I can just do like... So what if the tag is going to be the not in our ink story? I'll have to pick colors carefully. By all means. Please take whatever license you need. I want to start with Candy Mountain because it seems easier to make. Oh. We'll try to work it in. I think that's fair. We'll try to work in whatever we can. I think that this is going to be a little bit of a mishmash no matter how we do it, just based on my limited skill set here. So I don't mind bringing in things from like multiple styles or whatever. Okay, let's see. So we've got our good gravy. It's 7:30. We've been at this for 4.5 hours. Okay, but that's great. We got another 2.5 hours here before we call it for tonight. So we can probably still get a lot done here. So we want on our sandwich Sprite. So let's start commenting this up. My God. Player. And we'll say sandwich for now. Oh man, we're going to need to define like what a scene is, what a screen is, like who goes on each screen. Wow. Okay. So if we have, not gonna say all will make it, but also food themed environments makes more barren feeling worlds feel more weird and diverse, even if they aren't. Agreed, yeah. And it's nice to have, I think it's, nice to have some theme, as you say, to the background, something to work off of, even, that's more specific than just like, we'll go out into the world and look for stuff. I think that specificity is something that we're going to start to need here more and more. Let's go like this. Let's go sandwich Sprite dot tag equals, let's look at our ink story. PB&J. So we're going to name its tag after the not, and that's going to tell us when we collide if something has a tag, PB and J, that will be an instruction for our ink story to go to that not. I want to at least try to get in Candy Mountain and Vegetable Forest because they seem useful. We'll see. I mean, yeah, it's got to be, if we don't get to them, I think that's not going to be a problem of like, oh, we decided thematically to go in a different direction. It's going to be a problem of like, oh no, we couldn't even make multiple screens in time. Hopefully find a working way to make these sprites. So let's print out this. So if we print out collider.tag. No, .gameObject.tag. What was this before? GameObject.tag. Will this print out PB and J? And then finally, good God, we can start to, no, it says it's untagged. PB and J is not defined. Oh, do I have to like add a tag? I'm back to say goodnight. How are we going on the project? Let me show you. We'll show you right now, Vasconcelos. I can't say that we've come a long way. Let's see. Get ready. I'm going to blow your mind. This is our project. When these guys collide, it prints out a little message to let us know that they almost touched each other. Except the collision isn't quite right yet. So they're not, the boundary is not really correct. Beautiful. Yeah, we're it's a work in progress. It's a little chef. It's a big sad peanut butter and jelly sandwich. This is the extent of our project at this point in time. Good gravy. Okay. I wish that their prompt had been a little bit more specific. It's okay. I think we got a good idea here. Okay, so game tags, do we need to like do we only get to have a add tag? Tags plus new tag name, PB, and J. And now I should be able to use this game tag, right? Oh, this is fine. That part was fine. We want dot game object. Oh boy, dot tag. Okay, will this much work? Expected a semicolon somewhere. Yes, that's fair. Y'all have a good night, day, whatever it is in your country. All right, all right, all right. See you later, Vasconcelos. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for checking on our progress. We're trying. We're trying so hard. BB&J. Bam. Holy smokes, we got it. Let's put these guys further apart. And that way we can not worry about them colliding right when they spawn. So we'll go player sprite .transform .translate, and we'll send him 2 up, right? Get ready to be incredibly impressed with our new stuff. Separate them, put them in timeout. Absolutely. Bam! Look how separate they are. Okay, where's the point where they overlap? Right there. Okay, there's a little bit of a psychic connection happening from a distance. We have spooky action at a distance, but it's okay. And he prints out his tag, which is PB&J, which means now we can tell the story to do story stuff. So, now we got to load the story. Let me drink some water. We're on to the next step. Progress. We're doing it. We're doing it. This part took much longer than I thought it was going to. It's nice, though. The next time we do this, we'll have all this experience. Crossing things off your to-do. True. Stuff collides. Check. Worked up a sweat to get those objects to collide. For real. Oh, it's so hard here. My God. Screens that slide? No. Move around in 2D? Yeah, we did this. We did a sample food conversation. It's not our best work, but we got unblocked there. Okay. So I think we should do it like this. Let's go private string. String is lowercase. String is uppercase. C#. Which kind of language are you? We're going to guess lowercase. We're going to call this current not. So this is going to be, that's what they call these parts of the story. Like, where's our story? In Ink. These parts here, these are the knots. So these are like the headers that we go to. And this will be at, let's just put like a holding knot. That's just like at the beginning. Holding knot. Oh, do I have to put something here? We'll say, you shouldn't read this. Ever. In real life. The thing I'm using, I don't think I can change size on phone. It's stuck in 32 by 32. Then we'll do 32 by 32. Yeah, that's fine. No trouble at all. Do 32 by 32 graphics. Man, am I really pink? On my old... We set up the camera. So the funny thing about... Sorry, I'm being a little distracted. No, I'm not too pink. The funny thing about the camera is you have to do color correction twice. Once before you take out the background and once after. And so it's a little bit of... it's easy to end up with funky skin tone. Line 3 round of content. Do you need a done or an end? Fine. We'll say this is done. Don't go there, though. Okay. So this is our holding knot. We don't actually ever want to be here. Instead, we go PB&J. Right. So current knot. Great. And we'll say this is equal to... Can I make this a null? Or nil? What is a null? Can a string be null in C sharp? Maybe not. Maybe we just make it an empty string. Okay, cool. Yeah. C sharp. Can a string be null? It will be null if it has not been assigned a value. A string will be empty if it is, or a string. Okay, we'll say yes. It can be null. Equals null, we can do it. We're allowed. Great. Fantastic. So, null is going to mean we're not doing anything in ink, right? So we're going to say if current not is null, maybe we're supposed to do is null or empty. Should we use that method that they literally just taught me about in that weird website we were on? String.is null. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Equals null. I'm sure that works in every language perfectly and never causes problems. Let's go move player. So you can move your guy, and we'll change this move player to be like general, like the world is updating in real time. And then otherwise, if it's not null, then we're in conversation mode. So we'll do story time. This is not a good name for this function. Too bad. Okay. And now we can start stealing code from their sample that they gave us of integrating with ink. So we'll do public void. We'll do void. We got to get organized. We'll do that tomorrow. Good. Good. Void story time. Great. So let's do it like this, where we say when these collide, we will print the game object tag, and then we'll also say, is tag a string? It must be. We'll say current not equals collider dot game object dot tag. So when we start to collide with something, we expect it to print this out, and then we won't be able to control our guy anymore because we'll now be in this other mode where we're doing narrative stuff. Hopefully that will sort of work. Let's find out. Ink library was invalid and has been rebuilt. Uh-oh. That seems fine. That all seems fine. All that weird ink stuff. Okay, so check it out. We collide, and now we can't control him anymore. Great. That means we're in the story. I mean, we're not that yet, though, because we have to actually put the story in. So, let's look. Let's put theirs on the right, please. Basic ink example. Okay. And we'll edit our stuff over here. So, this is the wrong one. This is the one we want. Okay, great. So, what do we do in story time? First, we need our story. So we need to, most crucially, why would this come up? Most crucially, we need, using ink.runtime. Oh, dang, how do you interact with story? Is it mouse? That is a good question. I guess so. So we can use WASD to move and then use the mouse to like click buttons that are going to come up in the UI. I think that can work. It's a little weird. I mean, you know, a lot of our stuff is weird, but no. Why? Why you do this to me? Using ink.runtime. Okay. And we will put our, they have this action story on create story. I don't know if we need that. Let's actually look at the other example that I started to do. Well, maybe we should just look at their good code instead of looking at my bad code. No, it's fine. Okay, so when we do serialize field, this is going to let us pass in this field from Unity. I just realized you're an Emacs user. I don't think we can be friends anymore. I'm getting a lot of that tonight. You actually might be surprised. Man, why do Vim people? It's like cat and dog people, you know? like cat people, if you're a dog person, a cat person will be like, oh, okay, that's cool. But if you're like dog people, like hate cats. Like cat people, okay with dogs. Dog people hate cats. It's the same thing with Emacs and Vim. Emacs people, we're like, yeah, okay, you use Vim, that's chill, that's cool. Vim people like rabidly protect the idea that Vim is fantastic. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. Maybe they're just self-conscious because they're using a worse editor. I don't know. I don't know. Cool. So we've got our Inkjam asset. Choose path string lets us go to a particular thing. Great. So let's make our story on start. Holy smokes. This is a real mess. But it's our mess. Isn't that wonderful? Let's also go public. We got a lot of cleaning up to do. Here's our story. So the way so this integration is actually pretty cool. And I think pretty fancy. So we're gonna go story equals new story inc JSON asset.text. So this is gonna get the load up our story here, and then that's fine. Actually, our story will just go to its little holding area, its holding knot at the beginning, and so when we have story time, we will say story dot choose path string, and this can be our current knot. So when we go to story time, the first thing the story does is jump to whatever our current knot is, which we got from the tag that we put on the object that we collided with. Okay, I made one as a test. You have Discord? I don't have a Discord. How can I receive this this from you? I might have a Discord. If I do, I don't have it on my phone. Spin up a Discord right now. Should we just do it live? Let's see. Discord. All right, let's do it. Let me do my login. Let me try to not dox myself too much. Although I'm pretty sure we've done it at some point in the stream. Yeah, let's take a break and spin up a Discord. Discord.com. You know you're in trouble when you're starting out typing discord.com. Don't worry, I can just copy and paste image to whispers. Well, yeah, that's probably the smarter thing. Okay, what if I created this before? Would I have done this? Is there an option for something like this? I would have. Oh, I'm back. Okay. New login location detected. Please check your email. Well, oh, check my email. So we just doing Discord? Yeah, we're gonna spin up a Discord right now. Get excited. It's the time. It's time. I gotta do. Let me get some code from my email because they're like, you have not logged into Discord in 10 years. Let me verify that login. If you please go back and try again. Okay, let's try again. Hype. Whisper me the details. Don't dox yourself. Okay, fair enough. Can I put the name of the Discord in the place? I don't know how Discord works. Oh, I know why I have a Discord. So we used to play. Like I used to play games with some of my friends from college. And like we'd play Minecraft and like Open Transport Tycoon and stuff. But for some reason we would call it playing James when we played games. And so I have one Discord, I don't know, room or server or whatever that's just called Sweet Baby James. Oh, but my name is Piotr Bizzle. Okay, we got that far. And how do I create a new Discord is good for audio chat if you ever have guests. Okay, I'm on board. So how do I make a new server that's not Sweet Baby James? This is the perfect time. I think I can I show this on stream? I'm actually afraid to. Let's not do that. If I were to want to make a new Discord, I am Zeldararia on Discord. Okay, hold up. We can get this. I think you can just DM. Oh, okay. Let me just DM you then. That'll be easy. We'll make a proper one without a server. We'll make a proper one later. So if I do a mention, you made it through everything, but I want to send one. No? Inbox. I do not know how Discord works, it turns out. Friends. Add. Friend is Zelda Raria. Send friend request. We need your 4-digit tag so we know which one you are. Give me your username and numbers of the name so I can add you. Okay, let me just do that. I'll send you that. I'm gonna. Am I making a huge mistake if I put that in chat? I'll DM you, just to be safe, because I'm a paranoid boomer and I don't know what is safe on the internet. How do I? The Discord website is like confusing and frightening to me. Okay, I found those things. Let's do it like this. I go to my messages, Rango, and I send you a message that says I am this name with these numbers. I think. Okay, I've sent it to you. Sweet. The Discord website is scary to me. It's frightening. I don't get it. I don't understand. What were we doing? Story time? Something like that? Yeah. Okay. So we go to this part of the story. And what we're going to do right now is we're just going to print whatever the text that's there is. So we'll go if story.can. Oh, okay. So what if we send the story to the end? Really aging yourself right now. It's fine. I think that my appearance ages me enough. Frankly. Can continue. So if there's more story for us to consume, we will do print. Let's see how much this works for us. Story dot continue. So this, I think, will basically consume from our story until we get to a choice that we can make. But let's find out if that works. You know what's going to happen? If story.can continue. No, that should work. Let's see. Let's see if this works. Loading our script assets. All right. You did a bad job. Oh, we have to put the thing in. Right. So I mentioned when we do that serialized thing that we did. So we marked this field as serialized field text asset. And so what that means is now we can go to our game object here that we have at the top of our screen. And look, we got this Inkjam asset. We can add something right here. And we can add recipes. And I think that will work. So we can set it from the outside. It's kind of cool. It's kind of weird. I don't know totally how I feel about it. Okay, so the goal is we should see some message from our story pop up here when we collide with this man. Okay. I have made a mistake. You sit down to prepare another meal is being spammed at us endlessly. What's the difference? If story.can continue, story.continue. Why? Story.continue. Shouldn't it eat up all the things? Oh, maybe not, actually. Okay, let's look at the documentation. Oh, I have a friend request. Accepted. From the real one of you. Good. And I can wave to you. Ah, that's kind of nice. Oh, that is weird. Cooking purgatory. Yeah, you sit down to prepare another meal. Brrr. Just tens of thousands of years of sitting down to cook another meal every single day. That would win one of these contests. I think a lot of the entries, by the way, are going to be A, visual novels or just text adventures, and B, I think a lot of them are going to be heavy. Would be my guess. I don't know. I don't think there's going to be a lot of insane... Oh, sick! Oh, Rango, I just got your mountain. I like it a lot. That's awesome. We could definitely use that. Let me share this on screen. Sad games about death, definitely will be a thing. I actually like the Sprite a lot. I swear this wasn't supposed to be a dick. Rango says. Let's take a look. I can show this here. Can I just bring this tab out and then bring this on screen? Bam! Candy Mountain. I like it. We could definitely put this in the background somewhere or use this somewhere in one of our backgrounds. I'm on board. It's good. It reminds me of like an Atari graphic. Our graphics, we're doing like dumb, weird ones, with like lots of outlines. But I like this like unoutlined graphic a lot. Nice, dope. Ah, good. It does look like a dick. For certain definitions of a dick, maybe. I think it's pretty all right. I think you got away with it. Okay. How do we not endlessly? This is writing with ink. We need the. I'm worried about my ink ink Unity integration. Ink Unity integration. Hell yeah, 2-minute creation. It's good. You wouldn't know. Okay, download the latest blah, 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 blah. Getting started with making a choice. Okay, so how do we, like, so maybe what we do is something like this. So maybe we only print if the story is different. So we'll also go private, string, current, story, text equals, we'll just make this an empty string, right? And we'll print if story.can continue and current story text does not equal whatever the previous one is. Story. Oh. Next story text. Let's, just in case calling continue multiple times does weird things. It's weird. I have to like reach around the microphone to type a little bit. So my typing is a little bizarre. Next story text. And then you know what we got to do? We got to remember to say current story text equals next story text. So this will hopefully make us does not equal next story text. Give me environment ideas, guys, says Rango. I'll make one more, then be gone for the night. Any ideas? Any requests? Sorry, I tried to guess. It was a little bit, your message was a little bit cut off, and I took a shitty guess for the last word. I guessed wrong. Okay. So now this will hopefully only print one, right? No. No. Now this will work. You mentioned a cheese desert. Can you send us a cactus from a cheese desert? I like that idea. Okay. Now everything will work. I'm sure of it. Here we go. What could go wrong? Oh my god, I'm so mad how long we've spent to make so little. And it didn't even print. Guessed close enough. Alright, I'll take it. Why does not equal current next story text. Oh. Okay, what if we put something ridiculous in here? Is the first one going to be empty string? Programming in general, for real. This is not good programming, what we just did, but it will test our theory. That maybe... No. Why we don't print? Okay, what have I done wrong? If it works, it is good programming. I'll take it. If story.can continue, and can continue is a property. It's not a function, right? If story.can continue equals continue. Next story text, current story text does not equal next story text. Then we should print this. So why print next story text? Print. Huh. Print current story text. Well, it's just going to print an empty string. But each of these comes across on the console, so we'll still be able to see it. Sometimes it's a concern that if you print an empty string, you'll have no idea whether or not it printed. Okay, this is printing an empty string endlessly, which is sort of good, but it means that we're never hitting this condition for some reason. Equals next story text equals story.continue. If story.can continue and can the story not continue? Print. What the heck? Then why does it keep printing in a... Oh, okay. I got it. Got it. Oh, how do we do this then? So if... Check it out. Well, but it was printing forever before, right? So if we just do if story.can continue, it prints endlessly, right? Shoot. Let me do this differently. Actually, let's just print story.can continue. Why was it printing endlessly before? These two things seem to me like they contradict each other. But let's find out. We also need to remember we're not writing Python. Okay. Please spam me with the word true. Otherwise, I don't know what's happening. It spams me with the word false. Okay. That's good though. Because then that other thing should have worked, right? Because then it shouldn't have printed this out over and over. No? If story.can continue, then do this. Continue. Print story text. This should work. Please. Warning. Current story text is assigned, but its value is never used. I know, that's true. You're right. That's a good little warning. You sit down to prepare another meal. Why it prints forever? Story.can continue is supposed to be false. I don't understand. Print. Can continue. Doesn't continue like exhaust our story? Are we going back to the same knot over and over? That's what it is. Continue is exhausting our story, but we keep colliding, maybe? No, but it only prints it once. No, it's not that. Current knot. Oh, got it. Yep. Got it. So we keep going back to the beginning of that little story section. So I don't know why I did it that way. We need to go story.choosePathString current knot. Right? That should do it. It's weird. I don't really know what I was thinking. That doesn't really... The way that I had it didn't really make sense. Oh, hit the mic. All right. Let's see. Bam. False, false, false. Okay. Remove that print statement. Good God. Remove story.can continue. Remove... Yeah, we'll remove the other cruft that we have in just a second. Let's just make sure that this works. So I want this to print one time, just the next prompt. And then we can make it print the choices, and then we can try to put those things in the UI instead of just printing them to console. And that'll be our little goal. Bam! You sit down to prepare another meal. I hate this so much. Programming is too hard. Why did we make it? Why did we invent it? It takes forever. Doesn't even work very well. Okay. So that means we don't need this current not story text nonsense. We don't really need the current not, except to tell us whether or not we're doing a story mode right now. But that's fine. Okay, so we can print the story.text. We can also do get all the choices. They've played us for absolute fools. It's true. Ugh, you hate to see it. Okay, so this is all the good code that the Ink people wrote. We can do... let's print our new story text. That's fine. We probably won't end up assigning this to a variable, but we'll leave it there for now. And we'll say for int... Oh my god. I gotta write a for loop? Int equals 0. Int I equals 0. Oh my god. I plus plus. I is less than. Story dot choices dot, what do they call it? Length? Count. Story dot current choices dot count. Count. Length or size, please. Count. Whoa, we just got the cactus. We got the cheese cactus. Rango, is it all right if I share this on screen? The cheese cactus, right? I want to make sure. I don't want to share something somebody sent me. Just, I know I'm probably being a little over conservative there. Guacamole cactus. And yes. Guacamole cactus. It's transparent. The white parts here are transparent. But this is our guacamole cactus. It's got the chips in the guac, which is kind of awesome. And the guacamole has like the little pepper flakes and stuff in it. I'm a big fan. Shut up. What? Chips and guac. Yeah. Anyway, let's put this over here. Baller. We'll make use of these. I like this art style better too. Ignore the white parts. Yeah. Sorry. So the reason I didn't send it, they're transparent on my screen too. They're white there because they're white there just because viewing an image in Safari has a white background. But yeah, you can see if we you have to make a cheese floor, cheddar maybe. Yeah, but you can see if we drag this off, you can see that it's got, yeah, those parts are transparent. Anyway, we don't need two of those open. Good. Nice. Thanks for the sprites, Rango. We'll put them in. We can use those in the background. Ooh, I like this. All right. So we've got our choices, and so for each of these choices, let's print that bad boy. So we can just go print story dot current choices I dot text button dot text, and they say do a trim. They're trimming their text here, so I think let's do that too, just to be safe. That seems like a good idea to do. Everywhere we're getting text from this. The cactus can be used as an item as well, potentially. Indeed. Have a nice cactus cake. What do you make with cactus? We've talked about this before. I used to eat prickly pear from time to time. But I don't eat the, what do they call it? Napalus? The cactus pad? What is it called? We're gonna Google it. Cactus pad Uh-oh. Am I wrong? Nopales. Okay. It's a thing. You can eat it. Okay, so this is going to print out all our choices. I can draw a blooming version, too, but I doubt it will be used. Actually, things like that I find sort of inspiring. To have a bloomed and not bloomed version. Then I'm like, okay, so there's a cactus that blooms. How do we make that cactus bloom? How does that play a part in the story? Let's do story.continue.trim. Okay, so we should now be printing out our story text and all of our options. And that should be enough for us to fetch this for now. We'll put, you're dumb. You can't convert type int to bool. Why? Oh, this is backwards. I'm dumb. I++ is last. I don't know how to write a for loop. I write Python mostly. Any sprites you want now? Let me think. What other food background stuff? Okay, boom. You sit down to prepare another meal, try to remember the recipe, bam, we got it. Okay. All right. Let's cross this off the list because I just want to cross stuff off of a list. Any sprites that we would want? Could we get a big, a desert boulder, but it's a piece of cheese? Would that be possible? Okay. Ink integration. Bam. Now we got to do our make it a UI somehow. My temptation is to steal all of the code that the ink people wrote because it's pretty reasonable. and pretty good. We also kind of have to learn how to do... Nice idea. Thanks. We have to learn how to do... I can also make floor tiles. Steal more code. I think that's going to be the move. They do weird stuff that I don't quite understand, though. So they use these prefab fields, which are kind of dope. But I think it's basically just like I prototype the thing that I want in Unity and then like make it an asset and then I can instantiate it later. It's weird. I think that maybe it will... Let's try doing that. Let's try doing that with just a text box and see if we can make it happen. So we'll go project. Let's just put text at the bottom of the screen. And we'll make like a little thing pop up maybe. Yeah, so what will this even look like? I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. All prefabs. I don't have any. So how do I do this? So I guess I create a UI. Okay, so we need a canvas. Great. And then our canvas is where we attach all our UI stuff. So we could put like a text. And now we make this text all fancy. And we're going to call this text prefab. We're going to call this story text. Also, I heard Unity had a great, good-looking, and super easy-to-use effect system. I think we can make really good use of it to finish off... finish things off visually. Will we be able to use it in the 2D mode? But potentially. That does sound like a good way to get some straightforward, like, visual improvement. Okay, let's just do white text. Yeah! Oh, okay. Let's do, instead of Arial, this is an important part, is choosing the right font. As everybody knows, a right font is crucial. So important. Papyrus. What? I don't have Papyrus. What fonts do I have? I have no idea how it works, though. We can figure it out. We're figuring everything else out, pretty much. On the fly. Do they... None? Arial. Are these my choices? Unity default resources. How do I heard it's easy to make stuff look good with. All right. I'm on board. Can I... Okay, let's actually just make this Arial for now. I'm being very foolish, trying to be all fancy-pantsy with it. Let's just put this at size 24. So this is our prefab. I heard the way we do this is by just dragging this to assets. Bam, story text. And then I can get rid of this one. And then we could have like a cheesy looking smells in the desert, like sand, but a smell? Ooh. Like rising off of the desert sand. Okay, so let's see if we can do a UI prefab. So we're going to do this stuff at the top because, I don't know, that's where I want to declare this stuff. I'm sure the way they're doing it is right and the way I'm doing it is wrong. But for me, all these constants and stuff go at the top. Serialized field. So we need a canvas. Private. Canvas. We can just say equals null. I don't think that equals null is necessary. I think that's implied, but whatever. We'll copy their code. We also need our prefab. So we'll say a private text prefab equals null by default. Great. And so now if we go to our thing here, we should be able to go to our game object. Yeah, we'll also take, a canvas, and a text prefab. Have I put this in the wrong place? Why this? Oh, there's a compiler error. Okay. That would explain it. Private text prefab equals null. What do they not like? Text could not be found. You are missing... Text can't be found? What libraries are they importing? Oh, the UI. That makes sense, actually. Okay, so we need to import UI stuff. Bam. And now this should compile. We should get this now, right? Bam, good. Canvas. Text prefab. Story text. Assets. Scene. Assets. Story. No? Is this not a open prefab? There's our prefab asset. Story text. Needs... No. I close this. I don't want this anymore. I changed my mind. Take me back to the scene. How do I fix? Back? Back. Game object. Text prefab. Needs a text. None. Why you say none? Assets. Zoom out. Zoom in. Why... Is this not considered text? This is a text. Seems right. How come I cannot do this? How do I... Okay, we got to look this up. Unity prefabs. Prefabs. Blah, 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 blah. You can nest them. You should use them to instantiate game objects at runtime that did not exist in the scene at the start. Fair. We're not really doing that the right way. From some of our other stuff. Projectiles, blah, 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 blah. But how do I actually do it? Creating a prefab. Adding a prefab. All right, so we create our prefab thingy. Oh, do we have to put it in a folder called prefabs? I would try that. Maybe it's just our project structure needs to have a folder called prefabs. And then we put it in. And then everybody says, oh, I'll look in prefabs for that. And then when we go to our game object, there's no way that works, right? Good. I'm actually a little relieved. Okay, so we put it in prefabs, though. Creating prefab instances. Scene view. Dragging a game object from the hierarchy window and dropping it on top of an existing prefab. That's to replace one, but how do I... Prefab variants overrides multiple layers. How do I use it, though? Override takes precedence. Is it because it doesn't think it's just text? How do I... How does this work? Prefab. Story text. Root in prefab. It is. Tag. Layer UI. That's fine. How can I make this... What is this? Story text? I mean, it's text. Do I have to, like... Okay. Let's say... Unity, add prefab to object. Whatever. Instantiating prefabs at runtime. Bam. Why no? Create my prefab field in the script component. So that should work. Oh. That literally did just work. Alright. Weird. Great. Fine. I'll take it. And so what we can do is that's a little annoying that just worked. It's good. Don't get me wrong. But, damn, dude. So how do we put this in the UI? We could put it... I think it needs a, Okay, let's just see what they did. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Okay. So when we create the text, so there, create content view, we'll go text equals story equals text, sure, we'll say text field equals story equals next story text, right? Nope. Equals instantiate. I'm done. Instantiate our text prefab as text. Okay. And then we say story text field dot text equals text. And then I think we can steal literally just this line from them here. Story text dot transform. Why do we need to set it? Okay, we're adding it to the. Oh, okay. I didn't actually understand this before. We copied this, right? Why am I writing it again? That's fine. Canvas dot transform. Can't type. Comma false. Okay, so I get it. So we're creating this new text object. We are adding it to the current canvas. So, out of interest, they do some funky stuff with the canvas though, right? They go, story can continue. Well, I think this will put it right in the middle of the screen. Let's try it. The name text does not exist in the current context. This is at line 76. Bram. Oh, no? Oh, equals, I'm dumb. Next story text. In fact, let's get rid of this. Cool. So, now it should... Story text does not exist. You're right. That is because we stole that code, probably. That should be story text field. This should put a thing in the middle of the screen with our prompt. And then print the choices to the console still. That's the hope. Oh my god, it's happening. You sit down! Where's the rest of it? Is it like truncated? It probably is. Maybe this is something we can fix in our prefab. That was pretty funny. There's supposed to be more than just you sit down. But it's funny that it trimmed off there in particular. So if supposedly I can edit this, right? If I like put one of these in, how do I see this? No, we don't see this. Rectangle transform? I don't think I want to transform. I want this to be wide though. How do they make theirs wide? Do they do it in code or do they do it somewhere else? Hold up. Oh my god, the buttons and stuff we got to figure out too. Okay, create content view. No, they literally just instantiated their prefab. Okay, so let's do it like this. So actually, the regular tutorial should be able to help us more now because we're not doing all of this through code exclusively. So we'll say Unity, canvas, text, wideness, wide, whatever. Y is relative to screen size. How to get large sharp text in UI system. Oh, horizontal overflow. Okay, so maybe we can do it like this. Maybe we can go, what about my code? Because I wrote something like this too, I think. Maybe not. Maybe my code just printed all this stuff. This is, I guess it did. Okay, never mind. Horizontal layout group. Oh, man. I don't know what that is. Okay, so our text needs to be wider. Horizontal overflow, wrap, vertical overflow, overflow. Ah, okay, so check it out. So this will, I don't know why that all disappeared. Horizontal overflow, wrap, vertical overflow, overflow. Will that work? So this will now be a tall column when we do this, I think. We might change that back to truncate. But I just want to see what this will do. Use it down to prepare another meal. Let's take a screenshot of this. I think this is a pretty momentous moment. As you can see, this is the first time we have a complete UI and game action together. And it's a very special moment for our game. Look at that. That's like a desktop background. You sit down to prepare another meal. Pixel chef, pixel sandwich. Just looking absolutely demented. Great. How do I make this wide, please? If I just made this width 160, could I just do this width 320? What would that change? Will that show us more text? Yes. You sit down to prepare another meal. Nice. Okay. Let's put our... How can I make this the width of the screen? Do I know how wide the screen is? 320. I guess I don't. We could just feel it out. 640. Yeah. You sit down to prepare another meal. That's close. Oh, because this is going to be the left side. Okay, yeah. We can dial this in. 800. This is not the right way to do this, but we're doing it by the scientific method, basically. You sit down, perfect. That's the perfect amount of padding that we need. Cool. Let's anchor this to the bottom. Can I do that? Anchor presets, put it at the bottom. But with padding, pivot, rotation, scale. Let's see. I think this is going to be... Well, we'll see what happens. That didn't work. Okay, no worries. What I meant to say is this was fine the way it was before. Bottom. Maybe I don't know what an anchor is. That's okay, because we can... Yeah, let's actually look this up. So we're going to go to Unity. We're going to say... Unity, Canvas, Unity, UI, bottom of screen. Attach elements to screen corners. Okay. You need to place two buttons in a corner, then the solution is pretty simple. You need to set your button's anchors right. The lower corner is X, Y, Y1. So you need to set anchor min, anchor max, 1, 0. Now your button is anchored to the lower right. Anchors. Scale. Anchors. Doesn't this seem like this would work then? What is this? Stretch? No stretch. But it didn't. Right? Oh, maybe let's look at the canvas renderer, actually, after this. Because maybe this is a canvas thing. Canvas renderer. Nope. Nope, that's not the one. Okay, this is from 2016. Set the pivot to 1, 0. That way the whole button will be displayed on the screen. I need to take everything out of the canvas. No, that's not good advice. UI basic layout. This is what we need. Rectangle transform, resizing for scaling, pivot, anchors. Includes a concept called anchors. Anchors are shown. Da 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 da. How do I anchor presets? Displays the current selected preset option if there is one. If the anchors are either on the horizontal or vertical axis or set to different positions, blah, 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 blah. Click the anchor's expansion arrow to reveal the anchor numbered fields if they're not already visible. Okay. The anchor's expansion arrow. Anchors. Ah, here's what we wanted. And so when I do this, what changes? 0, 0. But I want this to be, they were saying my Y min. All right, what were the, shoot. 0.5, 0.5. So that seems like we would want our, let's do something extreme. Our Y min and max is going to be 0. That's the experiment. No, doesn't work. All right, let's take a closer look at what they do in their code. Because their stuff also just appears in the middle of the screen. But their buttons like appear underneath. So maybe we can, let's see. UI basic layout. Anchor fields and position fields in the inspector. We'll probably call it, I was planning to go till 10 tonight. We'll probably go till 9 and call it. I'm just getting a little, you got a jigsaw puzzle to put together. Oh, let me see. Wait, I closed Discord. Don't appear on screen. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, I see what you've done. Okay. Yes, we can assemble this. Oh, that's a nice boulder. I'm on board. Yeah, I'll have to put these together. But we could do it. I like this. I like the idea of having big sprites that are like multiple sprites. That's a real callback to like, you know, Big Mario just being two sprites standing on top of each other all the time. And the UI element will maintain its distance to that point. Okay, this doesn't teach me what I need to know. Oh, I should have added a shell to the cheese wheel. Not too late. Why this? If I look at our canvas... Okay, so what if we did do this? Bam. Bam. And our canvas, how big is the canvas? Can I see it? Overlay, target, graphic, raycaster. I feel like I don't want to mess with those things. This is going to be the same. This is going to be the same problem as before. That's worked out how to change sprite size, but 32 seems good. I like this this piece way of working better. Perfect. Oh my god, it actually did something that time. I mean, it's not good, but it is different. What did we do differently? I don't know what the difference was. So can I... What happened? It showed... So I've been trying to get the text to show at the bottom. It did, kind of, but it's like cut off by the bottom of the screen. So it's not actually quite what we want. But I could probably go like 0.2, 5, 0.25. Is this something? Is this anything? If we anchor it... Yeah! Okay, I got it. I understand. So if we put this at... Can you DM me a pic when you assemble the cheese? Yeah, we're probably not going to do it tonight. I think we're going to wrap it up sometime in the next half hour for tonight. But we can definitely do it tomorrow, and I'll make sure to get a screenshot. Bam, you sit down to prepare another meal. Good enough. Let's actually put this at 0.2, though, because I am going to be picky about this. And then we need butons. And then we'll have made our weird little engine. After spending so long. Sit down to prepare another meal. Good enough. Okay, so now we need butons. Butons are the next thing. I think let's try to get these butons up, and then we'll be done for tonight. The problem is, what is the problem? The problem is... So is this a good day or disaster of day one? Somewhere in between. We spent more time than I wanted to trying to figure out basic things. But honestly, we have a lot of time left. You know, we're going to be going all day tomorrow, I think. Or I should say I'm going to be going all day tomorrow. I don't expect people to watch the whole thing. But just trying to get some content going. I think we can complete our mission for today of like having some kind of a skeleton. How many sprites are you using now? 2. We're not using... I haven't gotten any of the sprites you sent to me in yet. We're just using the 2 placeholder sprites that we drew earlier. So if I want to create a button, let's make a button prefab first. And then we can make our button look all fancy. And I can just... Please. I can just... Oh, thought so. Just double checking. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we're making slow progress on this coding part. Bliss. Okay, so let's build our button prefab now. That'll be fun. So we can add to our canvas. So what is the skeleton so far? Literally the skeleton so far is you can move around your character. We can tell when you collide. And when you collide with an object, we have like a little tag on it that tells us which scene in our story to go to and jumps over to it. So now that we have a skeleton, is the other stuff quicker? That's the hope, yeah, is that you get the kind of basic mechanics of how the game even functions, almost like building a game and like our little game engine, and then we can start to build content, you know, more around it as we get the basic stuff sort of working. You sit down to prepare another meal. Good. What did I want to see? Why did I do this? I don't remember. Canvas, create UI, a button. Here's our button. Oh, you know what? That button looks fine. Image, can I make it a different color? Can I make it purple? Hell yes. Can I make it pink? Can we make it black and pink? This is good. And it needs text. How do I... Oh, actually, buttons are kind of complicated. More than I expected. Wow. Where... How do I change the text color? Is the story scene thing part of ink? Yes, it is. Yeah, sorry. Seems useful with the inside cake and feeding him thing. Yeah, so the story, yeah, so that's basically we can be moving around, and then when we hit this character, it switches us to a mode where we're like getting text from the story, but we're not able to like click through the choices in the story or anything yet. That is hopefully coming now, but we'll see. Color of the text. Okay, so we should just change this back to white because, yeah, otherwise. Holy moly. We'll leave that for now. We'll just say this is our button. This is going to be our button prefab. Bam. And so now we can delete this bad boy. And we'll call this story button. Rename. Story. Or we'll call it choice button. Since choice is what they call it in Ink. All right, and then our, if we go back, our game object should have a button prefab place. We'll put in our choice button, and that way we can like change the style of our buttons later, and this should like update to respect that. Let's do a, actually, you know what I'd like to do? So instead of having this anchor on our story text, let's actually anchor that back in the middle again. Bam. Just go to that preset where it's right in the middle. But what we'll do is we'll try to make this vertical layout group. So we're going to go story time. So we've got a new, if story can continue, we want a vertical layout group. So my goal is to have all of these things vertically, the text and then the buttons stacked on top of each other. And we can just call this layout group. Where did I set up this layout group originally? Oh, you get it from the item? Choice.get component. Choice equals instantiate button prefab. Oh, really? Do they all have the same? Okay. We'll see if that works. Child force expand height. False. Layout. Is it only mentioned here? Make the button expand to fit the text. Okay. How do we... This must be configured in the buttons then. Let's actually... Sorry, go back to what we had before. We'll go... So maybe we need to add this here. We go... Add component. UI. UI. Layout group. Probably layout. Vertical layout group. Oh, we put it on the canvas, not on this. Okay. I got it. So our canvas here, we add a component, layout, vertical layout group. And so now, I think, child alignment, we will say lower center. We'll see what that does. Actually, let's just start that now. So if we do this now and we add one thing, what will happen? Bam, you sit down to prepare another meal. Cool. And if I were to add more buttons to this canvas, what will that do? So let's actually do it like this. So choice, let's steal their code here. Create choice view. We will, okay. Let's start by just getting this choice. And then we're going to look for create choice view. Where is this? Create choice view. So this is going to create a button from the prefab. And then we put the text on it. We should put this in a function the way they did, but it's fine. We'll do it later. Text, choice text equals get component and children text. Boom, boom, boom. Interesting. Right, the choice is actually the button. So we'll say this will be, we're going to call this choice button because they use the same name in several places. And they take text, but we'll say choice dot, is it choice dot text? Choice.text.trim. Of course. Gotta trim it. Okay, so we've got our choice.text.trim. Oh boy. Okay. Get component and children. We have added this button. Okay, let's look at the create choice view. Cool. What is, oh, and we also need to do, we need to clear off the old stuff from the canvas. So if we're doing this, let's also do, clear everything off of our canvas. So when we're doing the player view, like the running around view, we'll clear all the stuff off of the canvas if there is any, and otherwise we'll draw onto it with the storytime thing. We might need to do this every time something changes, but we'll see. We'll leave it like this for the moment. In fact, we almost definitely are. So let's actually make this its own function. We're going to say void clear canvas. That will take nothing. All it will do is do these things to clear our canvas for us. Good. We can just steal this code. And so we'll say if the story can continue, the first thing that we do is we clear canvas, get rid of everything that's in the UI now, and then also if we are here, we can also clear canvas. And this will be a quick operation because most of the time canvas.transform.child count will be 0. Maybe we can make that, we can come back to that later if it becomes some kind of a weird bottleneck. Okay, so we are adding our buttons. Bam, text choice text equals that thing, good. This should be choice button. .get component and children text, good. Good. How do they make their button do a thing? On click choice button. How do they set that? I see. So we add this listener. See, this is what I wanted for when we had collisions. I wanted something like this, where it could just be like, I guess buttons are kind of a special case for this. So we'll do on choice click button, please. On choice click button, choice. Right. And on choice click button is going to be story.chooseChoiceIndex, choice.index. Perfect. Perfect. Oh my god, it's going to work. Is it going to work? When we create the button, choice, story.choices, choice text, how do they get the choice that we picked? Where do we pass in the letter I to this button? Choice.text.trim. How do they know? Oh, I got it. Yep. Unclick choice button choice. Right, we passed that in. And it's that choice that we've defined here. So then we just need this function unclick choice button. Cool. Start out choose choice index, choice.index. Bam. That should maybe kind of work. It might not work when we have multiple lines of text in a row. Let's see what we've done. I am fearful. So let's just, we're missing a semicolon on line 79. Allegedly. Okay, it's true. Oh, I don't need this vertical layout group. That's fair. The name button does not exist in the current context. That's fair. On line 92. Let's see. Line 92. Yeah, that's because it should be called choice button. Maybe? Choice button. Wait. Yes. Okay. Will it work? Will it do anything? Here's moment of truth. It's not going to work on the first try, but we'll see what we've done, at least. Good. Nice. You sit down to prepare another meal. Try to remember the... We moved to Bredberg. Okay, so it did skip past all those things. 8 years. Okay, so this is a nightmare. But we're kind of doing it. So do I need to put like in our story, let's go to Inky. So anywhere where we have like multiple lines in a row, let's just put in a little prompt where we say continue. So try to remember the recipe. Takes us to ingredient 1. And we'll just go plus, we'll just put one choice here that doesn't actually do anything. Continue. And why don't they like it? Are they going to say there's no other choice? Interpreting as a default fallback choice, add a divert arrow to remove the warning. Hazard idea, holes in the cheese desert. IDK, if you fall down or they just block the way. I like this. This is something we could probably do, realistically, yeah. Maybe you walk some type of cheese floor and it creates holes, or you take pieces of the floor and needs lots of, you take pieces of the floor and you need a lot, so you create your own hazard. I got you. So we're like taking away pieces of the cheese floor and that's creating holes that we could fall into later. I like it. What is a fallback action? Will this do what we think it is going to do? I don't think I saved this. Let's see. Yay! Nice. Okay. Here we go. Try to remember the... No, this did not work. Why this did not work? Continue. Should have been... It's completely empty. True. Oh, they don't like that it's in parentheses. IDK animation, so you press button and hole appears as you get item. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a ton of... Oh, can we do it like escape this character? Ah, okay. This is something we can click around. I think we can copy around. Please. So we say, where are you from, sandwich? Continue. Continue. No, this doesn't need a continue here. Oh, but this actually should be a choice. When we're talking, it can just be a choice, right? Because we should say that. We should pick that we want to do that. Can I make our protagonist sprite? 132 by 32, right? Yeah, do it. I'm on board. He's a chef, remember. Or he or she. Our protagonist is a chef. That's all that we know about them right now, though. Whole bread doesn't last that long. 8 years, blah, blah, blah. It's true. Okay, this is whole wheat. Yes, yes. Then we go to ingredient 2. Smooth brains, chunky. Okay, I think this will work now. So can we navigate through our whole story? What we want to do is navigate through the whole story and then go back to the regular thing. The moving around mode. I want to give them a nice flower in the hair. Perfect. You sit down to prepare another meal. Try to remember we moved to Bredberg when I'm 7. Now I'm 8. We skipped over a bunch of things. Still. we skipped over these two things, really. Can I do it like this? Is it just not wanting me to do something if there's only one choice? Be cool, game. Let's see. So the story auto continue if we have... Let's look at the integration stuff. Bam, 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 bam. We want Ink, Unity. Okay. Player stories. Yeah. Documentation. Okay. We want the documentation in the main Ink repo. This is about writing Ink. Oh, writing with Unity. Okay. Okay, idea. 2 34s by 34s, and one is just the chef's hat and has no collision. I'd be up for it. Yeah, I think you meant... Yeah, I'm assuming you meant 32 by 32. But yes. Okay, you need Ink if you're a writer, blah, 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 integrating into your game. We want to see the guide. How do we do it? The basics tutorial, the full tutorial. No, this is not the one we want. We want C# API. Actually, that seems annoying. It's fine either way. We can make them move together. Like if it's annoying to draw, that's fine. But making them move together should be easy enough. I hope. I mean, everything else I thought would be easy enough has been tricky, but no harder than anything else we're doing. Okay, so make a choice, which returns individual lines of string content until the can continue property becomes false. Simpler way. Can continue maximally. However, in many stories, it's useful to pause the story at each line. So how can I do that? How can I pause the story at each line? Line by line tags. I'll make him now. He will have move animation. All right. We'll be wrapping up pretty soon here. Yeah, sounds good. Okay, asset.text. Okay, how am I gonna do this? I feel my brain starting to burn out a little bit. Which is why I probably should try to call it, but I would like to try to get through this much. Even if the buttons are in total disarray, I'm potentially all right with that for now. Choose choice index. Can continue. I don't want it. Many stories useful to pause the story at each line. Yes, true. So what if we say... So this doesn't work. Where are you from, sandwich? We just blow right through that because potentially there's no other choice. So what if we do it like this? What if there's always... If there's no choices, then we have a continue button, right? So we'll say... Oh, I'm down with that. Okay, so if story.can continue, and we'll say, and not waiting, okay? So we go, up here, we make a private bool called waiting. It's going to be like current not. We'll call this story waiting equals false. And so basically, if there are no choices, we'll put you into like a waiting mode, and we'll just have one button that shows up that will say continue before you continue on with the story. And so we'll go and not story waiting. Clear canvas, good. And we can say, so the basic case is if story.currentChoices.count equals 0, then we do our regular button and we return early, our continue button, and we'll return early. And otherwise, we'll do these things. So we'll put a return at the end of this. So this will just end early. And we will say our button. Oh my gosh. Button, we can do this. Button, continue button. Equals, and stage shape button prefab is button. And we will set it to be on the parent. Be on the canvas. That's crucial. And that should be our continue button though. Continue button. Dot transform. Dot set parent canvas. Dot transform false. Great. And our right, continue text. We'll say continue text equals continue button dot get component in children text, and then our continue text dot text equals continue. This is a little weird because, well, the things that we... So let's actually do this when the choices are 1. Right? And then we can say... Oh, that's how we should do this. I'm dumb. Check it out. If the current choice is equals, so we'll always have at least one choice. But at the end, we'll say... if story.current choices count equals 1. So if there's only one choice at this part, instead of just blowing through it, we'll say story waiting equals true. At the top of this, if we're continuing our story will no longer be waiting. Our story is already not waiting if we're here. So that's good. Equals true. That's good. And then what we need is when we click a button, it always sets our story waiting to false. Equals false. Bam. Will that kind of work? And so then... in a place like here, this where are you from sandwich, we need one choice. And I think that will kind of fix it. Let's find out. Everything's still going to be all over the place. It's going to be laid out all crazy bananas. You've got compile errors. All compile errors, yeah. The name Stipori waiting is not real. That's fair. Yep, it's supposed to be story. It's got a typo. What else is broken? Scene view. Oh, can we go now? Is that from the last thing? You sit down to prepare another meal. Try to remember the. Choice out of range. Cool. Choice out of range. For I in story count equals 1, then I. That's really not what I expected to happen. Unless... story waiting equals true. And this is supposed to set story waiting to false. But this is in collision detected. I put it in the wrong place. On click choice button is where this needs to be. Oh boy. Okay, I am getting tired. I'm slowing down here. Okay. So this needs to happen when you click the button. And then that should fix it, maybe. We'll find out. Play it. Alright, here's our little man. He touches the bread. Bam, you sit down to prepare another meal. Try to remember the. You cast your mind back to a simpler time. A conventional but adequate sandwich appears before you, sitting cross-legged. Where are you from? We moved to Breadburg. You mean 8 years? Nice. You assemble your ingredients, industrial white bread and chunky peanut. We're close to making that work. So, we can click all the way through the story. What we need is if the story is done. How do we tell if the story is done? Then we want to go clear the go back to the moving around mode, basically. So let's see if there's a way to detect that. Let's see. So getting started with the runtime API, error handling, and usage philosophy. How can I see the main runtime code is included in here. I just want to see, like, this is the wrong one, right? This is right. Marking up your code, jumping to a particular scene. What I need to know is when we're done. Or, alternately, we can do something different. We could have a tag that says that we're back to the game. So we could put like a at the end here, instead of going to done, although I kind of think we should, we'll say that instead this is going to go to okay, this actually works. Holding not. Holding not. And so what happens at holding not is going to be, this will have a tag. It'll say you should never read this, and it will have a tag on it that says holding not. So if we're here, then we know to keep going. So what we'll do is when we get our story text, we'll also try to get our tags. So we can go instantiate, yeah. Yeah, so we can go clear canvas if story dot current tags. Okay, we got this. We're in the home stretch. Is greater than 0. So if there's at least one tag, and we can go current tag equals story dot. What does create tag view do? These tags, okay, let's say if it equals 1. So if there's one tag, we'll say tag. Oh, the tag is just a string. Okay, cool. If story dot current tags 0 equals holding not. So if we're back at the holding not in our story, then this should be an if statement. So we get back to the holding not, which is just where we put our story when we are waiting for gameplay to do stuff in Unity. When we're handing it back over to Unity, we will say current not equals null, return early. And that, I think, will do what we want to do. And then I think we can call it here. If that all works, even though the UI is a mess and it's all the buttons are scattered all over the place, I think if we've got that much working, that'll be a good place to call it. Let's see. All right, here's our little man. Fantastic. He goes, he touches the bread. You sit down to prepare another meal. Try to remember we'll fix all this tomorrow. You cast your mind back to a simpler time. A conventional but adequate sandwich appears before you, sitting cross-legged. Where are you from? We moved to Breadburg. You mean 8 hours. I love to read the bomb.com. Have you read them before? We missed one. We need we need just a choice here. We'll say continue for both of these. And that will fix this for the moment. All right, we've got these things kind of integrated. We'll be a little bit behind on making the UI actually work and look good, but all of the buttons and things that we need are here. I think. Continue. Good. No, those are for. You shouldn't read this ever. Well, that's not supposed to appear. Oh, that's not right. Holding not. We're here. Oh, so close. We almost had it. So how do we get that? Oh, you know what? I reckon if we do this. Let's see. Very, very, very close to almost kind of working. So we're gonna be not really set up to make. I mean, we can make like a Zelda trading quest, maybe, with what we have. Where are you from? You mean 8 hours. Continue. No, those are for whatever. You shouldn't read this ever. Why? Let's do it like this. So current tags 0. How do we... Let's print... Oh, yeah. We're going to say print story.currentTags.trim and see what this is. Because it doesn't seem to be the thing we need. And also, let's put a little print afterwards that says flew by. So we'll know if we flew right by this condition. We'll make like a function that'll be like process tags later as we put more stuff that we want to tag into our story. All right. The number of times I've navigated this little man down into the bread. You shouldn't read this ever. And we didn't print it. Are we tagging it the wrong way? Let's consider that may be the case. Let's look at mystory.inc. How did I do the tags here? I think it's just hashtags. Yeah. You know what we could do? What if we... Pause here. I don't think we need to do that. But let's see if that does anything. Yeah, because why did we just blow right by that? You got this. Signing off tonight. Bye. No worries. See you later, Giant Spatula. We're almost done here tonight. We'll come back tomorrow morning and give it another good go. All right. Bam. Try to remember the. Where are you from? 8 years. Continue. You shouldn't read this ever. But holding not at the end. Our man. Our chief. Oh, have you sent this? Hold up. Let me see. Let me get Discord. Window. Twitch. Let me make a new window and put it over here. Just so you don't get doxxed. If we can avoid it. Open Discord. Come on. Come on. Let's see what we got. Bam! Oh my word. He looks like a Steve. This is inspired. I like this. Let's look at our boy here. He has a white chef's hat, so I'll just drag him over here. He's little, but you can see him. He's got his white chef's hat here. This is what he'll look like in the world. I'm very excited. This is nice. This is more abstract than what we were going for. A little bit. I love his mustache a lot. I love his chef's hat. I think is just the right shape. It's clear that he's a little square chef. I'm thinking of making an animation for moving where the hat bobs. Honestly, yeah, we can do that. We can make it so that, like, the hat jumps, yeah. If there were, like, multiple frames, we can make it, like, switch between them when he moves. So that is within our grasp. It is doable. Nice. Oh, thanks, Rango. We'll try to work all those assets in. I'm up for it. Okay, so what I need to know is what happens with these tags. I left space for it. 1 pixel up. Nice. Thinking ahead. I like it. All right, we go down here. Try to remember, though. Where are you from? 8 years. Continue. Yes, I love mystery. And when I click pause here, then we get the tag. So, I got it. I know what the problem is. The problem is we've got to continue first. So, we got to call continue before we do this. Yeah. Okay, check it out. We got it. We got it now. So we'll say before we show any text, we'll say story text. Oh, we got it. We got the fix. I need to recreate him, though. So the animation from moving is that plus the added frame, and standing still auto goes to that frame. We could do that. Yep. Let's go story text equals story.continue.trim. This will be story text. This needs to be a string. We need to declare that this is a string. Here. Bam. This won't fly by anymore. This should all maybe, hopefully, work. Or not. And we shouldn't need the pause here. We should just be able to go right to done. Let's see if that is the fix. If that's the fix, then we can call it there for tonight. Unity. Man. This is good. This is about what we needed. Like I said, we're a little teeny bit behind on making the UI look good. The legs will be moved in the other frame as well. Oh, perfect. Legs moving sideways is normal, right? I think so. I think in this context. Try to remember where you're from. 8 years. Continue. I love it. Bam. And now can I move again? And I can come back and hit him again, and we'll go into the dialogue again. We can fix that. Ooh, a little bit of that was weird. You know what it is? We need one last small fix to the ink script, which is here before we go to the holding knot, we need a pause. We need one of these /continue buttons. And then that should do it. Tomorrow I will make Cake King. Oh, something to look forward to. I'm pumped. You assemble your ingredients. That just needs a continue button. Then we should be done. Will this fix it? Will this make it work? We got to remove this print statement somewhere in here that says PB and J, but that's fine. We can do that tomorrow too. Maybe I'll try to clean up the code a little bit. Oh, no, that didn't work. Why no? Continue, assemble. This should work. No? Let's try this. Did I not save this? This looks saved. We're damn close. Bam. Try to remember, though. Where are you from? 8 years? It's true. Continue. I love the mystery. You assemble the ingredients. Industrial white bread and chunky peanut butter. Bam! And then we can move again. We got it. We got the base. We got the base. Honestly. This is like... This is good. We can work with this. Yeah. The UI is glitchy as hell. But we can address that too. But we've got the basic thing, which is our character can move around. We can collide with objects in the world, and we can switch between story logic controlling the game and game logic controlling the game. So in terms of what we want to do tomorrow, let's just write that up. Four square Cake King is epic, but one block would be funny if he's just like a little guy and we climb inside and there's a whole world in there. I could see either way. So let's do tomorrow. So tomorrow we got to do the following. We need to do, lots. Clean up UI. We'll say organize UI. Because right now, it's crazy. We need to have... We would like to have scenes that slide. So Zelda style, we want to do it. For UI sprites, you want different size sprites? We'll do the UI just with the basic... what am I trying to say? Unity stuff for now. Let's make that not a priority. Because they have, like, pre-drawn buttons and stuff. And I don't know what will happen if we try to change what those look like. That's weirdly a little bit more complicated. So let's plan to do the UI stuff like last, and that because we have something that works as a placeholder for now. Yeah. Okay, so tomorrow we want scenes that slide. We also want to be able to say, so scenes need to have characters. We'll say a cast of items. They also need to have a background, and we need to know how scenes link together. So the big thing here is going to be, I meant the little item sprites. Oh, I understand. Let's make them all the same size. I think that'll make it honestly the easiest. We can support smaller stuff. Oh, that's something else we need to do. Scenes that slide, organize UI. We'll say tighter collisions. Anything else that we need? Organize the UI. Scenes that slide. Scenes are going to be a whole thing. That's probably the first thing we're going to do tomorrow, because that's going to be the thing that makes our scene, like our whole map, kind of work. Is going to be to have these tiles that connect together and let us move around. And then we need to do, that'll be like tomorrow morning. We'll try to do these things. And then tomorrow afternoon, we'll take a break, then lunch. Then we'll take a break. And tomorrow evening/afternoon, we will try to make a bunch of content. Try to make some content. And that will be our plan for tomorrow. Nice. Let's call it here for now. This is perfect. Do you have any items we need? Sprites, because I will not be doing too much tomorrow. Okay, I'll DM you on, what is it called? On Discord. Is that the best way to reach you? Or do you want me to DM you through Twitch? In any case, let's wrap up there. We'll be back at 10 a.m. tomorrow to pick up right where we left off. Give it a good go and see if we can try to make this start to look like a game. We kind of have some of the pieces coming together, but there's still going to be a lot to do. Holy smokes. We got 2 more days really to work on this. So we'll see what we can do. We'll see if we can bring it together. I think honestly, we've got a good base here. Yes, Discord is best way. Okay, I'll send it to you on Discord then. If we've got like items that we need sprites for. Cool. If you watched any of this live tonight, I don't know if anybody watches this. Goodbye and good luck. Yeah, thank you. If you watched any of this live tonight, I don't know if anybody would watch this who wasn't part of our little community before. But if you did, thank you so much for watching live. And if you watch this as a recording or on YouTube, probably even less likely, thank you so much for watching that way too. And until next time, I will, where is it? Bam. See you later.